The Literary Remains of Samuel Taylor Coleridge, Volume 1 ****** Coleridge's Literary Remains, collected and edited by Henry Nelson Coleridge, Esquire, heir to Joseph Henry Green, Esquire, member of the Royal College of Surgeons, the approved friend of Coleridge. These volumes are gratefully inscribed Table of Contents Preface. The Fall of Robespierre Poems. Julia was blessed with beauty, wit and grace. I yet remain. To the Reverend W. J. Hort. To Charles Lamb. To the Nightingale. To Sarah. To Joseph Cottle. Casimir Darwiniana. The Early Years. Fast-Flying Vapors. Stray Count Rumford's Essays. Epigrams on a Late Marriage between an Old Maid and a French Petit Maitre. On an Amorous Doctor. There Comes from Old Averro's Grave. Last Monday all the papers said to a primrose. The First Scene in the Season. On the Christening of a Friend's Child. Epigram. Horse Mavius reads his hobbling verse inscription by the Reverend W. L. Bowles, in Netherstowey Church. Translation. Introduction to the Tale of the Dark Lady. Epilogue to the Rash Conjurer. Psyche. Complaint. Reproof. An ode to the rain. Translation of a passage in Ottfried's metrical paraphrase of the Gospels. Israel's lament on the death of the Princess Charlotte of Wales. Sentimental. The alternative. The exchange. What is life? Inscription for a timepiece. A course of lectures. Prospectus. Lecture I. General character of the Gothic mind in the Middle Ages. Lecture 2. General character of the Gothic literature and art. Lecture 3. The Troubadours. Boccaccio. Petrarch. Pulci. Chaucer. Spenser. Lectures 4-6. Shakespeare, not included in the original text. Lecture 7. Ben Jonson, Beaumont and Fletcher, and Massinger. Lecture 8. Don Quixote. Servants. Lecture 9 on the distinctions of the witty, the droll, the odd, and the humorous, the nature and constituents of humor. Rabelais, Swift, Sterne. Lecture X. Donne, Dante, Milton, Paradise Lost. Lecture 11. Asiatic and Greek mythologies. Robinson Crusoe, use of works of imagination in education. Lecture 12. Dreams, apparitions, alchemists, personality of the evil being, bodily identity. Lecture 13 on poesy or art. Lecture 14 on style. Notes on Sir Thomas Browne's Religio Medici. Notes on Junius. Notes on Barclay's Argenis. Note in Casaubon's Perseus. Notes on Chapman's Homer. Note in Baxter's Life of Himself. Fragment of an essay on taste. Fragment of an essay on beauty. Poems and poetical fragments on Nuna. The French Decade. Wright and Ty. Jeremy Taylor. Criticism. Public instruction. Picturesque words. Toleration. War parodies. M. Dupuis. Origin of the worship of high men. Egotism. Cap of liberty. Bulls. Wise ignorance. Rouge. Hasty words. Motives and impulses. Inward blindness. The vices of slaves. No excuse for slavery. Circulation of the blood. Perichera. Passer. Shartai. To have and to be. Party. Passion. Goodness of heart. Indispensable to a man of genius. Milton and Ben Jonson. Statistics. Magnanimity. Negroes and Narcissuses. An anecdote. The Pharos at Alexandria. Sense and common sense. Toleration. Hint for a new species of history. Text. Sparring. Pelagianism. The soul and its organs of sense. Sir George F. Edge, and see evidence. Force of habit. Phoenix. Memory and recollection. A liquid ex nihilo. Brevity of the Greek and English compared the will and the deed, the will for the deed, sincerity, truth and falsehood, religious ceremonies, association, curiosity, new truths, vicious pleasures, meriting heaven, dust to dust, human countenance, lie, useful to truth, science in Roman Catholic states, voluntary belief, Amanda Hymen's torch, youth and age, December morning, Archbishop Leighton, Christian honesty, inscription on a clock in Cheapside, rationalism is not reason, inconsistency, hope in humanity, self-love in religion, limitation of love of poetry, humility of the amiable temper in argument, patriarchal government, callous self-conceit, a librarian, trimming, death, love, an act of the will, wedded union, difference between Hobbes and Spinoza, the end may justify the means, negative thought, man's return to heaven, young prodigies, Welsh names, German language, the universe, Harborus, an admonition to the cherubim and seraphim continually do cry, definition of miracle, death, and grounds of belief in a future state. Hatred of injustice, religion, the Apostles' Creed, a good heart, evidences of Christianity, Confessio Fidei, preface, Mr. Coleridge by his will, dated in September, 1829, authorized his executor, if he should think it expedient, to publish any of the notes or writing made by him, Mr. C., in his books, or any other of his manuscripts or writings, or any letters which should thereafter be collected from, or supplied by, his friends or correspondents. Agreeably to this authority, an arrangement was made, under the superintendence of Mr. Green, for the collection of Coleridge's literary remains, and at the same time the preparation for the press of such part of the materials as should consist of criticism and general literature, was entrusted to the care of the present editor. The volumes now offered to the public are the first results of that arrangement. They must in any case stand in need of much indulgence from the ingenuous reader, multa sunt condonanda in opere posthumo, but a short statement of the difficulties attending the compilation may serve to explain some apparent anomalies, and to preclude some unnecessary censure. The materials were fragmentary in the extreme, Sibylline leaves, notes of the lecturer, memoranda of the investigator, outpourings of the solitary and self-communing student. The fear of the press was not in them. Numerous as they were, too, they came to light, or were communicated, at different times, before and after the printing was commenced, and the dates, the occasions, and the references, in most instances remained to be discovered or conjectured. To give to such materials method and continuity, as far as might be, to set them forth in the least disadvantageous manner which the circumstances would permit, was a delicate and perplexing task, and the editor is painfully sensible that he could bring few qualifications for the undertaking, but such as were involved in a many years' intercourse with the author himself, a patient study of his writings, a reverential admiration of his genius, and an affectionate desire to help in extending its beneficial influence. The contents of these volumes are drawn from a portion only of the manuscripts entrusted to the editor. The remainder of the collection, which, under favorable circumstances, he hopes may hereafter see the light, is at least of equal value with what is now presented to the reader as a sample. In perusing the following pages, the reader will, in a few instances, meet with disquisitions of a transcendental character, which, as a general rule, have been avoided. The truth is, that they were sometimes found so indissolubly intertwined with the more popular matter which preceded and followed, as to make separation impracticable. There are very many to whom no apology will be necessary in this respect, and the editor only adverts to it for the purpose of obviating, as far as may be, the possible complaint of the more general reader. But there is another point to which, taught by past experience, he attaches more importance, and as to which, therefore, he ventures to put in a more express and particular caution. In many of the books and papers, which have been used in the compilation of these volumes, passages from other writers, noted down by Mr. Coleridge as in some way remarkable, were mixed up with his own comments on such passages, or with his reflections on other subjects, in a manner very embarrassing to the eye of a third person undertaking to select the original matter, after the lapse of several years. The editor need not say that he has not knowingly admitted anything that was not genuine without an express declaration, as in volume IP1, and in another instance, volume 2. p. 379, he has intimated his own suspicion, but, besides these, it is possible that some cases of mistake in this respect may have occurred. There may be one or two passages they cannot well be more printed in these volumes, which belong to other writers, and if such there be, the editor can only plead in excuse, that the work has been prepared by him amidst many distractions, and hope that, in this instance at least, no ungenerous use will be made of such a circumstance to the disadvantage of the author, and that persons of greater reading or more retentive memories than the editor, who may discover any such passages, will do him the favor to communicate the fact. The editor's motive in publishing the few poems and fragments included in these volumes was to make a supplement to the collected edition of Coleridge's poetical works. In these fragments the reader will see the germs of several passages in the already published poems of the author, but which the editor has not thought it necessary to notice more particularly. The Fall of Robespierre, a joint composition, has been so long in print in the French edition of Coleridge's poems, that, independently of such merit as it may possess, it seemed natural to adopt it upon the present occasion, and to declare the true state of the authorship. To those who have been kind enough to communicate books and manuscripts for the purpose of the present publication, the editor and, through him, Mr. Coleridge's executor return their grateful thanks. In most cases a specific acknowledgment has been made. But, above and independently of all others, it is to Mr. and Mrs. Gilman, and to Mr. Green himself, that the public are indebted for the preservation and use of the principal part of the contents of these volumes. The claims of those respected individuals on the gratitude of the friends and admirers of Coleridge and his works are already well known, and in due season those claims will receive additional confirmation. With these remarks, sincerely conscious of his own inadequate execution of the task assigned to him, yet confident withal of the general worth of the contents of the following pages, the editor commits the relics of a great man to the indulgent consideration of the public. Lincoln's Inn, the 11th of August, 1836. L'envoy. He was one who with long and large arms still collected precious armfuls in whatever direction he pressed forward, yet still took up so much more than he could keep together, that those who followed him gleaned more from his continual droppings than he himself brought home, nay, made stately cornricks therewith, while the reaper himself was still seen only with a strutting armful of newly cut sheaves. But I should misinform you grossly if I left you to infer that his collections were a heap of incoherent miscellanea. No. The very contrary. Their variety, conjoined with the too great coherency, the too great both desire and power of referring them in systematic, nay, genetic subordination, was that which rendered his schemes gigantic and impracticable, as an author, and his conversation less instructive as a man. Auditory minopum ipsa copia fecit. Too much was given, all so weighty and brilliant as to preclude a chance of its being all received, so that it not seldom passed over the hearer's mind like a roar of many waters. Contents The Fall of Robespierre and Other Poems to H. Martin, Esquire of Jesus College, Cambridge. Dear Sir, accept, as a small testimony of my grateful attachment, the following dramatic poem, in which I have endeavored to detail, in an interesting form, the fall of a man, whose great bad actions have cast a disastrous lustre on his name. In the execution of the work, as intricacy of plot could not have been attempted without a gross violation of recent facts, it has been my sole aim to imitate the impassioned and highly figurative language of the French orators, and to develop the characters of the chief actors on a vast stage of horrors. Yours fraternally, St. Coleridge. Jesus College, the 22nd of September, 1794. The Fall of Robespierre, an Historic Drama. 1794. One act I scene the Tuileries Barrière. The tempest gathers, be it mine to seek a friendly shelter, ere it bursts upon him. But where? And how? I fear the tyrant's soul sudden in action, fertile in resource, and rising awful mid impending ruins, in splendor gloomy, as the midnight meteor, that fearless thwarts the elemental war. When last in secret conference we met, he scowled upon me with suspicious rage, making his eye the inmate of my bosom. I know he scorns me, and I feel, I hate him, yet there is in him that which makes me tremble. Exit. Enter Tallien and Legendre. Tallien. It was Barrière, Legendre. Didst thou mark him? Abrupt he turned, yet lingered as he went, and toward us cast a look of doubtful meaning. Legendre. I marked him well. I met his eyes last glance, it menact not so proudly as of yore. Methought he would have spoke, but that he dard not, such agitation darkened on his brow. Tallien. 'Twas all distrusting guilt that kept from bursting, imprisoned secret struggling in the face, as the sudden breeze upstarting onwards hurries the thunder cloud, that poised while hung in mid-air, red with its mutinous burthen. Legendre. Perfidious traitor. Still afraid to bask in the full blaze of power, the rustling serpent lurks in the thicket of the tyrant's greatness, ever prepared to sting who shelters him. Each thought, each action in himself converges, and love and friendship on his coward heart shine like the powerless sun on polar ice, to all attached by turns deserting all, cunning and dark a necessary villain. Talion. Yet much depends upon him, well you know, with plausible harangue tease his to paint defeat like victory and blind the mob with truth mixed falsehood. They, led on by him, and wild of head to work their own destruction, support with uproar what he plans in darkness. Legendra. Oh, what a precious name is liberty to scare or cheat the simple into slaves. Yes, we must gain him over, by dark hints we'll show enough to rouse his watchful fears, till the cold coward blaze a patriot. O Danton! Murder friend! Assist my counsels hover around me on sad memory's wings, and pour thy daring vengeance in my heart. Talion. If but tomorrow's fateful sun beholds the tyrant living, we are dead. Talion. Yet his keen eye that flashes mighty meanings. Legendra. Fear not, or rather fear alternative, and seek for courage in cowardice, but see hither he comes, let us away. His brother with him, and the bloody Cuthan, and, high of haughty spirit, young Saint Just. Exeunt. Enter Robespierre, Cuthan, St. Just, and Robespierre Jr. Robespierre. What? Did Lafayette fall before my power, and did I conquer Roland's spotless virtues, the fervent eloquence of Vernschout's tongue, and Brisset's thoughtful soul unbribed and bold? Did zealot armies haste in vain to save them? What? Did assassins' dagger aim its point vain, as a dream of murder, at my bosom? And shall I dread the soft luxurious Talion? Adornis Talion, banquet hunting Talion, him, whose heart flutters at the dice box. Him, who ever on the harlot's downy pillow resigns his head impure to feverish slumbers. St. Just. I cannot fear him, yet we must not scorn him. Was it not Antony that conquered Brutus, Adornis, banquet hunting Antony? The state is not yet purified, and though the stream runs clear, yet at the bottom lies the thick black sediment of all the factions. It needs no magic hand to stir it up. Cuthan. Oh, we did wrong to spare them fatal error. Why lived Legendra, when that Danton died, and Collot de Herbois dangerous in crimes? I feared him, since his iron heart endured to make of lions one vast human shambles, compared with which the sun-scorched wilderness of Zara were a smiling paradise. St. Just. Rightly thou judgest, Cuthan. He is one, who flies from silent solitary anguish, seeking forgetful peace amid the jar of elements. The howl of maniac uproar lulls to sad sleep the memory of himself. A calm is fatal to him, then he feels the dire upboilings of the storm within him. A tiger mad with inward wounds. I dread the fierce and restless turbulence of guilt. Robespierre. Is not the Commune ours? The stern tribunal. Dumas. And Vivier. Fleuriot. And Louvet. And Henriot. We'll denounce 100, nor shall they behold tomorrow's sun roll westward. Robespierre Jr. Nay, I am sick of blood. My aching heart reviews the long, long train of hideous horrors that still have gloomed the rise of the Republic. I should have died before Toulon, when war became the patriot. Robespierre. Most unworthy wish. He, whose heart sickens at the blood of traitors, would be himself a traitor, were he not a coward. T's congenial souls alone shed tears of sorrow for each other's fate. Oh, thou art brave, my brother, and thine eye full firmly shines amid the groaning battle, yet in thine heart the woman form of pity asserts too large a share, an ill-timed guest. There is unsoundness in the state, tomorrow shall see it cleansed by wholesome massacre. Robespierre Jr. Beware. Already do the sections murmur, oh the great glorious patriot, Robespierre, the tyrant guardian of the country's freedom. Couthon. 'Twere folly sure to work great deeds by halves. Much I suspect the darksome fickle heart of cold Barrere. Robespierre. I see the villain in him. Robespierre Jr. If all forsake thee, what remains? Robespierre. Myself. The steel-strong rectitude of soul and poverty sublime mid-circling virtues. The giant victories, my counsels formed, shall stalk around me with sun-glittering plumes, bidding the darts of calumny fall pointless. Exeunt. Maine Couthon. Couthon. So we deceive ourselves. What goodly virtues bloom on the poisonous branches of ambition! Still, Robespierre, thou lt guard thy country's freedom to despotize in all the patriot's pomp. While conscience, mid the mob's applauding clamors, sleeps in thine ear, nor whispers blood-stained tyrant. Yet what is conscience? Superstition's dream, making such deep impression on our sleep that long awakened breast retains its horrors. But he returns, and with him comes Barrere. Exit Couthon. Enter Robespierre and Barrere. Robespierre. There is no danger but in cowardice. Barrere. We make the danger, when we fear it. We have such force without, as will suspend the cold and trembling treachery of these members. Barrere. 'Twill be a pause of terror. Robespierre. But to whom? Rather the short-lived slumber of the tempest, gathering its strength anew. The dastard traitors. Moles, that would undermine the rooted oak. A pause. A moment's pause. 'Tis all their life. Barrere. Yet much they talk and plausible their speech. Couthon's decree has given such powers, that Robespierre. That what? Barrere. The freedom of debate, Robespierre. Transparent mask. They wish to clog the wheels of government, forcing the hand that guides the vast machine to bribe them to their duty. English patriots. Are not the congregated clouds of war black all around us? In our very vitals works not the king-bred poison of rebellion? Say, what shall counteract the selfish plottings of wretches, cold of heart, nor awed by fears of him, whose power directs eternal justice. Terror, or secret sapping gold. The first, heavy, but transient as the ills that cause it, and to the virtuous patriot render delight by the necessities that gave it birth. The other fouls the fount of the Republic, making it flow polluted to all ages, inoculates the state with a slow venom, that once imbibed, must be continued ever. Myself incorruptible I ne'er could bribe them, therefore they hate me. Barrère. Are the sections friendly? Robespierre. There are who wish my ruin, but I'll make them blush for the crime in blood. Barrère. Nay, but I tell thee, thou art too fond of slaughter, and the right, if right it be, workest by most foul means. Robespierre. Self-centering fear. How well thou canst ape mercy. Too fond of slaughter. Matchless hypocrite. Thought Barrère so, when Brisset, Danton died. Thought Barrère so, when through the streaming streets of Paris red-eyed massacre, o'erwearied, reeled he heavily, intoxicate with blood. And when, O heavens, in Lyon's death-red square sick fancy groaned he o'er putrid hills of slain, didst thou not fiercely laugh, and bless the day? Why, thou hast been the mouthpiece of all horrors, and, like a bloodhound, crouched he for murder. Now aloof thou standest from the tottering pillar, or, like a frighted child behind its mother, hidest thy pale face in the skirts of mercy. Barrère. O prodigality of eloquent anger! Why now I see thou art weak, thy case is desperate. The cool ferocious Robespierre turned scolder. Robespierre, who from a bad man's bosom wards the blow, reserves the whetted dagger for his own. Denounced twice and twice I saved his life. Exit. Barrère. The sections will support them, there's the point. No. He can never weather out the storm, yet he is sudden in revenge no more. I must away to Tallien. Exit. Scene changes to the house of Adelaide. Adelaide enters, speaking to a servant. Adelaide. Didst thou present the letter that I gave thee? Did Tallien answer, he would soon return? Servant. He is in the Tuileries with him. Legendre in deep discourse they seemed. As I approached he waved his hand, as bidding me retire. I did not interrupt him. Returns the letter. Adelaide. Thou didst rightly. Exit servant. Oh, this new freedom! At how dear a price we've bought the seeming good! The peaceful virtues and every blandishment of private life, the father's cares, the mother's fond endearment, all sacrificed to liberty's wild riot. The winged hours, that scattered roses round me, languid and sad drag their slow course along, and shake big gall drops from their heavy wings. But I will steal away these anxious thoughts by the soft languishment of warbled airs, if haply melodies may lull the sense of sorrow for a while. Soft music. Enter Tallien. Tallien. Music, my love. Oh, breathe again that air. Soft nurse of pain, It soothes the weary soul of care, sweet as the whispered breeze of evening that plays around the sick man's throbbing temples. Song. Tell me, on what holy ground may domestic peace be found? Halcyon daughter of the skies, far on fearful wings she flies, from the pomp of sceptred state, from the rebels' noisy hate. In a cottaged vale she dwells, listening to the Sabbath bells. Still around her steps are seen spotless honor's meeker mien, love, the sire of pleasing fears, sorrow smiling through her tears, and conscious of the past employ, memory, bosom spring of joy. Talion. I thank thee, Adelaide. 'Twas sweet, though mournful. But why thy brow o'ercast, thy cheek so wan? Thou lookest as a lawn made beside some stream, that sighs away the soul in fond despairing, while sorrow sad, like the dank willow near her, hangs o'er the troubled fountain of her eye. Adelaide. Ah! Rather let me ask what mystery lowers on Talion's darkened brow. Thou dost me wrong, thy soul distempered, can my heart be tranquil? Tallin. Tell me, by whom thy brother's blood was spilt? Asks he not vengeance on these patriot murderers? It has been borne too tamely. Fears and curses groan on our midnight beds, and in our dreams threaten the assassin hand of Robespierre. He dies. Nor has the plot escaped his fears. Adelaide. Yet be cautious. Much I fear the commune, the tyrant's creatures, and their fate with his fast linked in close indissoluble union. The pale convention Talion. Hate him as they fear him, impatient of the chain, resolved and ready. Adelaide. Th enthusiast mob, confusion's lawless sons Talion. They are weary of his stern morality, the fair masked offspring of ferocious pride. The sections too support the delegates, all is ours. Now the vital air of liberty, condensed a while, is bursting, force irresistible, from its compressor to shatter the arch-chemist in the explosion. Enter beloud Varens and burden Loise. Adelaide retires. Burden Loise. Talion. Was this a time for amorous conference? Henriot, the tyrant's most devoted creature, marshals the force of Paris, the fierce club, with Vivier at their head, in loud acclaim have sworn to make the guillotine in blood float on the scaffold. But who comes here? Enter Barrère abruptly. Barrère. Say, are ye friends to freedom? I am hers. Let us, forgetful of all common feuds, rally around her shrine. Now the tyrant concerts a plan of instant massacre. Bllaud Varens. Away to the convention. With that voice so oft the herald of glad victory, rouse their fallen spirits, thunder in their ears the names of tyrant, plunderer, assassin. The violent workings of my soul within anticipate the monster's blood. Cry from the street of no tyrant. Down with the tyrant. Talion. Hear ye that outcry? If the trembling members even for a moment hold his fate suspended, I swear by the holy poniard, that stabbed Caesar, this dagger probes his heart. Exeunt omnes. Act 2. Scene the Convention. Robespierre mounts the tribune. Robespierre. Once more befits it that the voice of truth, fearless in innocence, though leagued round by envy and her hateful brood of hell, be heard amid this hall, once more befits the patriot, whose prophetic eye so oft has pierced through faction's veil, to flash on crimes of deadliest import. Mouldering in the grave sleeps Capet's caitiff course, my daring hand levelled to earth his blood-cemented throne, my voice declared his guilt, and stirred up France to call for vengeance. I too dug the grave where sleep the Girondists, detested band. Long with the show of freedom they abused her ardent sons. Long time the well-turned phrase, the high-fraught sentence, and the lofty tone of declamation thundered in this hall, till reason, midst a labyrinth of words, perplexed in silence seemed to yield assent. I durst oppose. Soul of my honoured friend, spirit of merit, upon thee I call, thou knowest me faithful, knowest with what warm zeal I urged the cause of justice, stripped the mask from faction's deadly visage, and destroyed her traitor brood, whose patriot arm hurled down Heber and Rousen, and the villain friends of Danton, foul apostate. Those, who long masked treason's form in liberty's fair garb, long deluged France with blood, and durst defy omnipotence. But I, it seems, am false. I am a traitor too. I Robespierre. I at whose name the dastard despot brood look pale with fear, and call on saints to help them who dares accuse me. Who shall dare belie my spotless name? Speak, ye accomplice band, of what am I accused? Of what strange crime is Maximilian Robespierre accused, that through this hole the buzz of discontent should murmur? Who shall speak? Beloud Varens. O patriot tongue, belying the foul heart! Who was it urged friendly to tyrants that accursed decree, whose influence brooding o'er this hallowed hall, has chilled each tongue to silence? Who destroyed the freedom of debate, and carried through the fatal law, that doomed the delegates, unheard before their equals, to the bar where cruelty sat throned, and murder reigned with her doom coequal? Say thou, man of mighty eloquence, whose law was that? Couthon. That law was mine. I urged it, I proposed, the voice of France assembled in her sons assented, though the tame and timid voice of traitors murmured. I advised that law, I justify it. It was wise and good. Barrere. Oh, wondrous wise, and most convenient too. I have long marked thee, Robespierre, and now proclaim thee traitor tyrant. Loud applauses. Robespierre. It is well, I am a traitor. Oh, that I had fallen when Regnault lifted high the murderous knife, Regnault, the instrument, belike of those who now themselves would fain assassinate, and legalize their murders. I stand here an isolated patriot hemmed around by faction's noisy pack, beset and bayed by the foul hell-hounds who know no escape from justice outstretched arm, but by the force that pierces through her breast. murmurs, and shouts of "Down with the tyrant!" Robespierre. Nay, but I will be heard. There was a time when Robespierre began, the loud applauses of honest patriots drowned the honest sound. But times are changed, and villainy prevails. Collet de Herbois. No villainy shall fall. France could not brook a monarch's sway, sounds the dictator's name more soothing to her ear. Burden Loise. Rattle her chains more musically now than when the hand of Brisset forged her fetters, or the crew of Heber thundered out their blasphemies, and Danton talked of virtue. Robespierre. Oh, that Brisset were here again to thunder in this hall, that Heber lived, and Danton's giant form scowled once again defiance. So my soul might cope with worthy foes. People of France, hear me. Beneath the vengeance of the law traitors have perished countless, more survive. The hydra-headed faction lifts anew her daring front, and fruitful from her wounds, cautious from past defects, contrives new wiles against the sons of freedom. Tallien. Freedom lives. Oppression falls, for France has felt her chains, has burst them too. Who, traitor-like, stepped forth amid the hall of Jacobins to save Camille Desmoulins, and the venal wretch d'Eglantine? Robespierre. I did, for I thought them honest. And heaven forfend that vengeance should strike, ere justice doomed the blow. Barrere. Traitor, thou didst. Yes, the accomplice of their dark designs, awhile didst thou defend them, when the storm lowered at safe distance. When the clouds frowned darker, feared for yourself, and left them to their fate. Oh, I have marked thee long, and through the veil seen thy foul projects. Yes, ambitious man, self-willed dictator o'er the realm of France, the vengeance thou hast planned for patriots, falls on thy head. Look how thy brother's deeds dishonor thine. He, the firm patriot, thou, the foul parricide of liberty. Robespierre Jr. Barrere, attempt not meanly to divide me from my brother. I partake his guilt, for I partake his virtue. Robespierre. Brother, by my soul, more dear I hold thee to my heart, that thus with me thou darst to tread the dangerous path of virtue, than that nature twined her cords of kindred round us. Barrere. Yes, allied in guilt, even as in blood ye are. Oh, thou worst wretch, thou worse than Sylla. Hast thou not prescribed yet, in most foul anticipation slaughtered each patriot representative of France? Burden Loise. Was not the younger Caesar too to reign o'er all our valiant armies in the south, and still continue there his merchant wiles? Robespierre Jr. His merchant wiles. Oh, grant me patience, Heaven. Was it by merchant wiles I gained you back Toulon, when proudly on her captive towers waved high the English flag? Or fought I then with merchant wiles, when sword in hand I led your troops to conquest? Fought I merchant-like, or bartered I for victory, when death strode o'er the reeking streets with giant stride, and shook his ebon plumes, and sternly smiled amid the bloody banquet. When appalled the hireling sons of England spread the sail of safety, fought I like a merchant then. Oh, patience! Patience! Burden Loise. How this younger tyrant mouths out defiance to us. Even so he had led on the armies of the south, till once again the plains of France were drenched with her best blood. Collared her voice. Till once again displayed lions sad tragedy had called me forth the minister of wrath, whilst slaughter by had bathed in human blood. Dubois crans. No wonder, friend, that we are traitors, that our heads must fall beneath the axe of death. When Caesar like reigns Robespierre, 'tis wisely done to doom the fall of Brutus. Tell me, bloody man, hast thou not parcelled out deluded France as it had been some province won in fight between your cursed triumvirate? You, Cuthan, go with my brother to the southern plains, Saint Just, be yours the army of the north, meantime I rule at Paris. Robespierre. Matchless knave! What, not one blush of conscience on thy cheek, not one poor blush of truth? Most likely tale. That I, who ruined Brisset's towering hopes, I, who discovered Heber's impious wiles, and sharp for Danton's recreant neck the axe, should now be traitor. Had I been so minded, think ye I had destroyed the very men whose plots resembled mine? Bring forth your proofs of this deep treason. Tell me in whose breast found ye the fatal scroll? Or tell me rather who forged the shameless falsehood? Collared her voice. Ask you proofs. Robespierre, what proofs were asked when Brisset died? Legendre. What proofs adduced you when the Danton died? When at the imminent peril of my life I rose, and, fearless of thy frowning brow, proclaimed him guiltless. Robespierre. I remember well the fatal day. I do repent me much that I killed Caesar and spared Antony. But I have been too lenient. I have spared his stream of blood, and now my own must flow to fill the current. Loud applauses. Triumph not too soon, justice may yet be victor. Enter St. Just, and mounts the tribune. St. Just. I come from the committee charged to speak of matters of high import. I omit their orders. Representatives of France, boldly in his own person speaks Saint Just what his own heart shall dictate. Talion. Hear ye this, insulted delegates of France. Saint Just from your committee comes charged to speak of matters of high import, yet omits their orders. Representatives of France, that bold man I denounce, who disobeys the nation's orders. I denounce Saint Just. Loud applauses. St. Just. Hear me. Violent murmurs. Robespierre. He shall be heard. Pardon Loise. Must we contaminate this sacred hall with the foul breath of treason? Collared her voice. Drag him away. Hence with him to the bar. Cuthan. Oh, just proceedings. Robespierre prevented liberty of speech and Robespierre is a tyrant. Tallien reigns, he dreads to hear the voice of innocence and street. Just must be silent. Legendre heed we well that justice guide our actions. No light import attends this day. I move Saint just be heard. Freeron. Inviolate be the sacred right of man, the freedom of debate. Violent applauses. St just. I may be heard then. Much the times are changed, when street just thanks this hall for hearing him. Robespierre is called a tyrant. Men of France, judge not too soon. By popular discontent was Aristides driven into exile, was Phocion murdered. Ere ye dare pronounce Robespierre is guilty, it befits ye well, consider who accuse him. Tallien, burden avoids the very men denounced, for that their dark intrigues disturbed the plan of government. Legendre, the sworn friend of Danton fallen apostate. Dubois Crans, he who at Lyons spared the royalists collared de Herbois burden Loise. What shall the traitor rear his head amid our tribune, and blaspheme each patriot? Shall the hireling slave of faction st just? I am of no one faction. I contend against all factions. Tallien. I espouse the cause of truth. Robespierre on yestermorn pronounced upon his own authority a report. Today Saint Just comes down. Saint Just neglects what the committee orders, and harangues from his own will. O citizens of France, I weep for you, I weep for my poor country, I tremble for the cause of liberty, when individuals shall assume the sway, and with more insolence than kingly pride rule the republic. Beloved Varens, shudder, ye representatives of France, shudder with horror. Henriot commands the Marshal de Force of Paris. Henriot, foul parricide, the sworn ally of Heber, denounced by all, upheld by Robespierre. Who spared La Valette? Who promoted him, stained with the deep dye of nobility? Who to an ex-peer gave the high command? Who screened from justice the rapacious thief? Who cast in chains the friends of liberty? Robespierre, the self-styled patriot, Robespierre, Robespierre, allied with villain d'Aubigné, Robespierre, the foul arch-tyrant, Robespierre. Burden Loise. He talks of virtue, of morality, consistent patriot. He d'Aubigné's friend. Henriot's supporter, virtuous. Preach of virtue, yet league with villains, for with Robespierre villains alone ally. Thou art a tyrant. I style thee tyrant, Robespierre. Loud applauses. Robespierre. Take back the name. Ye citizens of France, violent clamor. Cries of down with the tyrant. Tallien. Oppression falls. The traitor stands appalled, guilt's iron fangs engrasp his shrinking soul, he hears assembled France denounce his crimes. He sees the mask torn from his secret sins, he trembles on the precipice of fate. Fallen guilty tyrant. Murdered by thy rage, how many an innocent victim's blood has stained thee fair freedom's altar. Scylla, like thy hand mark thee down the virtues, that, thy foes removed, perpetual dictator thou mightest reign, and tyrannies o'er France, and call it freedom. Long time in timid guilt the traitor planned thee his fearful whiles success emboldened thee sin and his stretched arm had grasped thee the diadem ere now, but that the coward's heart recoiled lest France awaked, should rouse her from her dream, and call aloud for vengeance. He, like Caesar, with rapid step urged on his bold career, even to the summit of ambitious power, and deemed the name of king alone was wanting. Was it for this we hurled proud Capet down? Is it for this we wage eternal war against the tyrant horde of murderers, the crowned cockatrices whose foul venom infects all Europe? Was it then for this we swore to guard our liberty with life, that Robespierre should reign? The spirit of freedom is not yet sunk so low. The glowing flame that animates each honest Frenchman's heart have not yet extinguished. I invoke thy shade, immortal Brutus. I too wear a dagger, and if the representatives of France through fear or favor should delay the sword of justice, Tallien emulates thy virtues. Tallien, like Brutus, lifts the avenging arm. Tallien shall save his country. Violent applauses. Beloved Varens, I demand the arrest of all the traitors. Memorable will be this day for France. Robespierre. Yes. Memorable this day will be for France, for villains' triumph. Lebus. I will not share in this day's damning guilt. Condemn me to great cry down with the tyrants. The two Robespierres, Couthon, Saint Just, and Lebus are led off. Act 3. Scene continues. Collot d'Herbois. Caesar is fallen. The baneful tree of Java, whose death-distilling boughs dropped poisonous dew, is rooted from its base. This worse than Cromwell, the austere, the self-denying Robespierre, even in this hall, where once with terror mute we listened to the hypocrite's harangues, has heard his doom. Beloved Varens, yet must we not suppose the tyrant will fall tamely. His sworn hireling Henriot, the daring desperate Henriot commands the force of Paris. I denounce him. Freron. I denounce Fleuriot too, the mayor of Paris. Enter Dubois-Crans. Dubois-Crans. Robespierre is rescued. Henriot, at the head of the armed force, has rescued the fierce tyrant. Collot d'Herbois. Ring the tocsin, call all the citizens to save their country. Never yet has Paris forsook the representatives of France. Tallien. It is the hour of danger. I propose this sitting be made permanent. Loud applauses. Collot d'Herbois. The National Convention shall remain firm at its post. Enter a messenger. Messenger. Robespierre has reached the Commune. They espouse the tyrant's cause. Saint Just is up in arms. Saint Just the young, ambitious, bold Saint Just harangues the mob. The sanguinary Couthon thirsts for your blood. Tarxin rings. Talion. These tyrants are in arms against the law, outlaw the rebels. Enter Merlin of Douay. Merlin. Health to the representatives of France. I passed this moment through the armed force. They asked my name, and when they heard a delegate, swore I was not the friend of France. Collot Herbois. The tyrants threaten us as when they turn the cannon's mouth on Brisset. Enter another messenger. Second messenger. Vivier harangues the Jacobins. The club espouse the cause of Robespierre. Enter another messenger. Third messenger. All's lost, the tyrant triumphs. Henriot leads the soldiers to his aid. Already I hear the rattling cannon destined to surround this sacred hall. Talion. Why, we will die like men then. The representatives of France dare death, when duty steels their bosoms. Loud applauses. Talion addressing the galleries. Citizens. France is insulted in her delegates. The majesty of the Republic is insulted. Tyrants are up in arms. An armed force threats the Convention. The Convention swears to die, or save the country. Violent applauses from the galleries. Citizen from above. We too swear to die, or save the country. Follow me. All the men quit the galleries. Enter another messenger. Fourth messenger. Henriot is taken. Loud applauses. Henriot is taken. 3 of your brave soldiers swore they would seize the rebel slave of tyrants, or perish in the attempt. As he patrolled the streets of Paris, stirring up the mob, they seized him. Applauses. Beloved Varens. Let the names of these brave men live to the future day. Enter Burden Loise, sword in hand. Burden Loise. I have cleared the commune. Applauses. Through the throng I rushed brandishing my good sword to drench its blade deep in the tyrant's heart. The timid rebels gave way. I met the soldiery. I spake of the dictator's crimes, of patriots chained in dark deep dungeons by his lawless rage, of knaves secure beneath his fostering power. I spake of liberty. Their honest hearts caught the warm flame. The general shout burst forth, live the Convention down with Robespierre. Applauses. Shouts from without, down with the tyrant. Talion. I hear the soul-inspiring sounds, France shall be saved. Her generous sons attached to principles, not persons, spurn the idol they worshipped once. Yes, Robespierre shall fall as Capet fell. Oh! Never let us deem that France shall crouch beneath the tyrant's throne, that the almighty people who have broke on their oppressors' heads the oppressive chain, will caught again their fetters. Easier were it to hurl the cloud-capped mountain from its base, than force the bonds of slavery upon men determined to be free. Applauses. Enter Legendre, a pistol in one hand, keys in the other. Legendre, flinging down the keys. So let the mutinous Jacobins meet now in the open air. Loud applauses. A factious, turbulent party, lording it o'er the state since Danton died, and with him the Cordeliers. A hireling band of loud-tongued orators controlled the club, and bade them bow the knee to Robespierre. Vivier has scapped me. Curse his coward heart, this fate-fraught tube of justice in my hand. I rushed into the hall. He marked mine eye, that beamed its patriot anger, and flashed full with death-denouncing meaning. Mid the throng he mingled. I pursued but stayed my hand, lest haply I might shed the innocent blood. Applauses. Freeren. They took from me my ticket of admission, expelled me from their sittings. Now, forsooth, humbled and trembling reinsert my name. But Freeren enters not the club again till it be purged of guilt, till, purified of tyrants and of traitors, honest men may breathe the air in safety. Shouts from without. Barriere. What means this uproar? If the tyrant band should gain the people once again to rise, we are as dead. Talion. And wherefore fear we death? Did Brutus fear it? Or the Grecian friends who buried in Hippicus' breast the sword, and died triumphant? Caesar should fear death, Brutus must scorn the bugbear. Shouts from without, live the convention down with the tyrants. Talion. Hark! Again the sounds of honest freedom. Enter deputies from the sections. Citizen. Citizens. Representatives of France. Hold on your steady course. The men of Paris espouse your cause. The men of Paris swear they will defend the delegates of freedom. Talion. Hear ye this, colleagues. Hear ye this, my brethren. And does no thrill of joy pervade your breasts? My bosom bounds to rapture. I have seen the sons of France shake off the tyrant yoke. I have, as much as lies in mine own arm, hurled down the usurper. Come death when it will, I have lived long enough. Shouts without. Barriere. Hark! How the noise increases! Through the gloom of the still evening, harbinger of death, rings the tocsin. The dreadful general thunders through Paris, cry without, down with the tyrant. Enter Lecointre. Lecointre. So may eternal justice blast the foes of France. So perish all the tyrant brood, as Robespierre has perished. Citizens, Caesar is taken. Loud and repeated applauses. I marvel not, that, with such fearless front, he braved our vengeance, and with angry eye scowled round the whole defiance. He relied on Henriot's aid, the Commune's villain friendship, and Henriot's boughten succours. Ye have heard how Henriot rescued him, how with open arms the Commune welcomed in the rebel tyrant, how Fleuriot aided, and seditious Vivier stirred up the Jacobins. All had been lost, the representatives of France had perished, freedom had sunk beneath the tyrant arm of this foul parricide, but that her spirit inspired the men of Paris. Henriot called to arms in vain, whilst Burden's patriot voice breathed eloquence, and o'er the Jacobins' legendre frowned dismay. The tyrants fled, they reached the hotel. We gathered round, we called for vengeance. Long time, obstinate in despair, with knives they hacked around them. Till foreboding the sentence of the law, the clamorous cry of joyful thousands hailing their destruction, each sought by suicide to escape the dread of death. Lebas succeeded. From the window leaped the younger Robespierre, but his fractured limb forbade to escape. The self-willed dictator plunged often the keen knife in his dark breast, yet impotent to die. He lives, all mangled by his own tremulous hand. All gashed and gored, he lives to taste the bitterness of death. Even now they meet their doom. The bloody Cuthan, the fierce Saint Just, even now attend their tyrant to fall beneath the axe. I saw the torches flash on their visages a dreadful light. I saw them whilst the black blood rolled down each stern face. Even then with dauntless eye scowl round contemptuous, dying as they lived, fearless of fate. Loud and repeated applauses. Barrere mounts the tribune. Forever hallowed be this glorious day, when freedom, bursting her oppressive chain, tramples on the oppressor. When the tyrant, hurled from his blood-cemented throne by the arm of the almighty people, meets the death he planned for thousands. Oh! My sickening heart has sunk within me, when the various woes of my brave country crowded o'er my brain in ghastly numbers, when assembled hordes, dragged from their hovels by despotic power, rushed o'er her frontiers, plundered her fair hamlets, and sacked her populous towns, and drenched with blood the reeking fields of Flanders. When within, upon her vitals preyed the rankling tooth of treason and oppression, giant form, trampling on freedom, left the alternative of slavery, or of death. Even from that day, when, on the guilty Capet, I pronounced the doom of injured France, whose faction reared her hated head amongst us. Roland preached of mercy, the uxorious, dotard Roland, the woman-governed Roland durst aspire to govern France, and Passion talked of virtue, and Verne shouts eloquence, like the honeyed tongue of some soft siren wooed us to destruction. We triumphed over these. On the same scaffold where the last Louis poured his guilty blood, fell Brisset's head, the womb of darksome treasons, and Orleans, villain kinsman of the Capet, and Heber's atheist crew, whose maddening hand hurled down the altars of the living God, with all the infidels' intolerance. The last worst traitor triumphed long, secured by matchless villainy. By turns defending and deserting each accomplice as interest prompted. In the goodly soil of freedom, the foul tree of treason struck its deep fixed roots, and dropped the dews of death on all who slumbered in its specious shade. He wove the web of treachery. He caught the listening crowd by his wild eloquence, his cool ferocity that persuaded murder, even whilst it spake of mercy. Never, never shall this regenerated country wear the despot yoke. Though myriads round assail, and with worse fury urge this new crusade than savages have known, though the leagued despots depopulate all Europe, so to pour the accumulated mass upon our coasts, sublime amid the storm shall France arise, and like the rock amid surrounding waves repel the rushing ocean. She shall wield the thunderbolt of vengeance, she shall blast the despot's pride, and liberate the world. Footnote 1. The origin and authorship of the fall of Robespierre will be best explained by the following extract from a letter from Mr. Southey to the editor. This is the history of the fall of Robespierre. It originated in sportive conversation at poor Lovell's, and we agreed each to produce an act by the next evening, STC the first, I the second, and Lovell the third. STC brought part of his, I and Lovell the whole of ours, but LS was not in keeping, and therefore I undertook to supply the third also by the following day. By that time, STC had filled up his. A dedication to Mrs. Hannah More was concocted, and the notable performance was offered for sale to a bookseller in Bristol, who was too wise to buy it. Your uncle took the MSS with him to Cambridge, and there rewrote the first act at leisure, and published it. My portion I never saw from the time it was written till the whole was before the world. It was written with newspapers before me, as fast as newspaper could be put into blank verse. I have no desire to claim it now, or hereafter, but neither am I ashamed of it, and if you think proper to print the whole, so be it. The Fall of Robespierre, a tragedy, of which the first act was written by St. Coleridge. Mr. C.S. Note in the Conscience ad Populum, 1795. Ed. Return to footnote. Mark contents poems medio de font librum surgit amoria liquid. Lurette. Julia was blessed. Julia was blessed with beauty, wit, and grace. Small poets loved to sing her blooming face. Before her altars, lo, a numerous train preferred their vows, yet all preferred in vain, till charming Florio, born to conquer, came, and touched the fair one with an equal flame. The flame she felt, and ill could she conceal what every look and action would reveal. With boldness then, which seldom fails to move, he pleads the cause of marriage and of love, the course of hymeneal joys he rounds, the fair one's eyes dance pleasure at the sounds. Naught now remained but knows how little meant and the sweet coyness that endears consent. The youth upon his knees enraptured fell the strange misfortune, oh! What words can tell? Tell. Ye neglected Sylphs. Who lapdogs God, why snatched ye not away your precious ward? Why suffered ye the lover's weight to fall on the ill-fated neck of much-loved ball? The favourite on his mistress cast his eyes, gives a short melancholy howl, and dies. Sacred his ashes lie, and long his rest. Anger and grief divide poor Julia's breast. Her eyes she fixed on guilty Florio first, on him the storm of angry grief must burst. That storm he fled he woos a kinder fair, whose fond affections no dear puppies share. 'Twere vain to tell how Julia pined away, unhappy fair, that in one luckless day, from future almanacs the day be crossed. At once her lover and her lapdog lost. 1789 1 Footnote 1. This copy of verses was written at Christ's Hospital, and transcribed, honoris causa, into the book kept by the headmaster, Mr. Bowyer, for that purpose. They are printed by Mr. Trollope in p. 192 of his History of the Hospital, published in 1834. Ed. Contents I yet remain to mourn the hours of youth, yet mourn in vain, that fled neglected. Wisely thou hast trod the better path, and that high meed which God assigned thee to virtue, towering from the dust, shall wait thy rising, spirit pure and just. O God! How sweet it were to think that all who silent mourn around this gloomy ball might hear the voice of joy, but 'tis the will of man's great Author, that through good and ill calm he should hold his course, and so sustain his varied lot of pleasure, toil, and pain. L. 793. 1 Footnote 1. These lines were found in Mr. Coleridge's handwriting in one of the prayer books in the chapel of Jesus College, Cambridge. Ed. Contents to the Reverend W. J. Hort 1 Hush! Ye clamorous cares, be mute. Again, dear harmonist. Again through the hollow of thy flute breathe that passion-warbled strain, till memory back each form shall bring the loveliest of her shadowy throng, and hope, that soars on skylark wing, shall carol forth her gladdest song. O skill thee with magic spell to roll the thrilling tones that concentrate the soul. Breathe through thy flute those tender notes again, while near thee sits the chaste-eyed maiden mild, and bid her raise the poet's kindred strain in soft impassioned voice, correctly wild. In freedom's undivided dell, where toil and health with melody love shall dwell, far from folly, far from men, in the rude romantic glen, up the cliff, and through the glade, wandering with the dear loved maid, I shall listen to the lay, and ponder on thee far away, still as she bids those thrilling notes aspire, making my fond attuned heart her lyre. Thy honored form, my friend, shall reappear, and I will thank thee with a raptured tear. 1794 Footnote 1. Mr. Hort was a Unitarian clergyman, and in 1794 second master in Mr. afterwards Dr. Lynn's school on St. Michael's Hill, Bristol. Ed. Return to footnote mark contents to Charles Lamb with an unfinished poem. Thus far my scanty brain hath built the rhyme elaborate and swelling, yet the heart not owns it. From thy spirit-breathing powers I ask not now, my friend, the aiding verse tedious to thee, and from thy anxious thought of dissonant mood. In fancy, well I know, from business wandering far and local cares, thou creepest round a dear loved sister's bed with noiseless step, and watchest the faint look, soothing each pang with fond solicitude, and tenderest tones medicinal of love. I, too, a sister had, an only sister, one she loved me dearly, and I doted on her. To her I poured forth all my puny sorrows, as a sick patient in a nurse's arms, and of the heart those hidden maladies that e'en from friendships I will shrink ashamed. Oh! I have waked at midnight, and have wept because she was not. Cheerily, dear Charles, thou thy best friend shalt cherish many a year, such warm presages feel I of high hope. For not uninterested the dear maid I've viewed her soul affectionate yet wise, her polished wit as mild as lambent glories that play around a sainted infant's head. He knows, the spirit that in secret sees, of whose omniscient and all-spreading love ought to implore were impotence of mind. 2. That my mute thoughts are sad before his throne, prepared, when he his healing ray vouchsafes, thanksgiving to pour forth with lifted heart, and praise him gracious with a brother's joy. 1794 Footnote 1. This line and the 6½ which follow are printed, by mistake, as a fragment in the first volume of the Poetical Works, 1834, p. 35. Ed. Return to footnote mark footnote 2. I utterly recant the sentiment contained in the line of whose omniscient and all-spreading love ought to implore were impotence of mind, it being written in Scripture, Ask, and it shall be given you. And my human reason being, moreover, convinced of the propriety of offering petitions as well as thanksgivings to Deity. STC 1797. I will add, at the risk of appearing to dwell too long on religious topics, that on this my first introduction to Coleridge, he reverted with strong compunction to a sentiment which he had expressed in earlier days upon prayer. In one of his youthful poems, speaking of God, he had said, of whose all-seeing eye ought to demand were impotence of mind. This sentiment he now so utterly condemned, that, on the contrary, he told me, as his own peculiar opinion, that the act of praying was the highest energy of which the human heart was capable, praying, that is, with the total concentration of the faculties, and the great mass of worldly men and of learned men he pronounced absolutely incapable of praying. Mr. De Quincey in Tate's Magazine, September, 1834, p. 515. Mr. Coleridge, within 2 years of his death, very solemnly declared to me his conviction upon the same subject. I was sitting by his bedside one afternoon, and he fell, an unusual thing for him, into a long account of many passages of his past life, lamenting some things, condemning others, but complaining withal, though very gently, of the way in which many of his most innocent acts had been cruelly misrepresented. But I have no difficulty, said he, in forgiveness. Indeed, I know not how to say with sincerity the clause in the Lord's Prayer, which asks forgiveness as we forgive. I feel nothing answering to it in my heart. Neither do I find, or reckon, the most solemn faith in God as a real object, the most arduous act of the reason and will. Oh no, my dear, it is to pray as God would have us. This is what at times makes me turn cold to my soul. Believe me, to pray with all your heart and strength, with the reason and the will, to believe vividly that God will listen to your voice through Christ, and verily do the thing he pleaseth thereupon. This is the last, the greatest achievement of the Christian's warfare on earth. Teach us to pray, O Lord. And then he burst into a flood of tears, and begged me to pray for him. Oh, what a sight was there! Table Talk, Volume IP 162. Ed. Return to footnote mark contents to the Nightingale, sister of love-lorn poets, Philomel. How many bards in city garret spent, while at their window they with downward eye mark the faint lamp beam on the kenneled mud, and listen to the drowsy cry of watchmen, those hoarse, unfeathered nightingales of time. How many wretched bards address thy name, and hers, the full-orbed queen, that shines above. But I do hear thee, and the high bough mark, within whose mild moo melody foliage hid, thou warblest sad thy pity-pleading strains. Oh, I have listened till my working soul, waked by those strains to thousand fantasies, absorbed hath ceased to listen. Therefore oft I hymn thy name, and with a proud delight oft will I tell thee, minstrel of the moon, most musical, most melancholy bird, that all thy soft diversities of tone, though sweeter far than the delicious airs that vibrate from a white-armed lady's harp, what time the languishment of lonely love melts in her eye, and heaves her breast of snow, are not so sweet, as is the voice of her, my sorrow best beloved of humankind. When breathing the pure soul of tenderness, she thrills me with the husband's promised name. 1794 Contents to sorrow the stream with languid murmur creeps in Lumin's flowery vale, beneath the dew the lily weeps, slow waving to the gale. Cease, restless gale, it seems to say, nor wake me with thy sighing, the honours of my vernal day on rapid wings are flying. Tomorrow shall the traveller come, that erst beheld me blooming, his searching eye shall vainly roam the dreary vale of Lumin. With eager gaze and wetted cheek my wonted haunts along, thus, lovely maiden, thou shalt seek the youth of simplest song. But I along the breeze will roll the voice of feeble power, and dwell, the moonbeam of thy soul, in slumber's nightly hour. 1794 Contents to Joseph Cottle Unboastful Bard, whose verse concise, yet clear, tunes to smooth melody unconquered sense, may your fame fadeless live, as never sere the ivy wreathes yon oak, whose broad defence embowers me from noon's sultry influence. For, like that nameless rivulet stealing by, your modest verse to musing quiet dear, is rich with tints heaven borrowed the charmed eye shall gaze undsled there, and love the softened sky. Circling the base of the poetic mount, a stream there is, which rolls in lazy flow its coal-black waters from oblivion's fount, the vapor-poisoned birds, that fly too low, fall with dead swoop, and to the bottom go. Escaped that heavy stream on pinion fleet beneath the mountain's lofty frowning brow, ere aught of perilous ascent you meet, a meed of mildest charm delays unlaboring feet. Not there the cloud-climbed rock, sublime and vast, that, like some giant king, o'erglooms the hill, nor there the pine grove to the midnight blast makes solemn music. But unceasing rill to the soft wren or lark's descending trill, murmurs sweet undersong mid jasmine bowers. In this same pleasant meadow, at your will, I ween, you wandered there collecting flowers of sober tint, and herbs of medicinable powers. Therefore the monarch murdered soldier's tomb you wove unfinished wreath of saddest hues, and to that holier chaplet added bloom, besprinkling it with Jordan's cleansing dews. But lo! your Henderson awakes the muse, his spirit beckoned from the mountain's height. You left the plain, and soared mid richer views. So nature mourned when sank the first day's light, with stars, unseen before, spangling her robe of night. Still saw, my friend, those richer views among, strong, rapid, fervent, flashing fancy's beam. Virtue and truth shall love your gentler song, but poesy demands impassioned theme. Walk by heaven's silent dews at eve's mild gleam, what balmy sweets Pomona breathes around. But if the vexed air rush a stormy stream, or autumn's shrill gust moan in plaintive sound, with fruits and flowers she loads the tempest-onedy ground. 1795 Contents Casimir. If we except Lucretius and Statius, I know no Latin poet, ancient or modern, who has equaled Casimir in boldness of conception, opulence of fancy, or beauty of versification. The odes of this illustrious Jesuit were translated into English about 150 years ago, by A.G. Hills, I think. I never saw the translation. A few of the odes have been translated in a very animated manner by Watts. I have subjoined the third ode of the second book, which, with the exception of the first line, is an effusion of exquisite elegance. In the imitation attempted, I am sensible that I have destroyed the effect of suddenness, by translating into two stanzas what is one in the original. 1796 Ad lyrum sonora buci filius utilis, pendibus alta, barbit, populo, dum ridere, it supinus solicitat levis ora frans. Tessibulantis linea halitus perflubiture, mi juvit interim colum reclinas, it viranti sicta mea tu jacuis ripa. Au. Serenum qua nebulit gunt repent silum. Quis sinus imbrium. Surgimus hu semper fugaci gadia praeteritura passu. Imitation. The solemn breathing air is ended, cease, O lyre. Thy kindred lay from the poplar branch suspended, glitter to the eye of day. On thy wires, hovering, dying, softly sighs the summer wind, I will slumber, careless lying, by yon waterfall reclined. In the forest hollow roaring, hark! I hear a deepening sound, clouds rise thick with heavy lowering. See! Horizon blackens round. Parent of the soothing measure, let me seize thy wetted string. Swiftly flies the flatterer, pleasure, headlong, ever on the wing. Footnote 1. The Odes of Casimir translated by G. Hills. London, 1646. 12 Moedi. Return to footnote. Mark footnote 2. Had Casimir any better authority for this quantity than Tertullian's line, Imema ildia mea commitia tale? In the classic poets the last syllable is, I believe, uniformly cut off. Return to footnote. Mark contents. Darwiniana. The hour when we shall meet again. Composed during illness and in absence. Dim hour. That sleepest on pillowing clouds afar, O rise, and yoke the turtles to thy car. Bend o'er the traces, blame each lingering dove, and give me to the bosom of my love. My gentle love, caressing and caressed, with heaving heart shall cradle me to rest, shed the warm teardrop from her smiling eyes, lull with fond woe, and medicine me with sighs, while finely flushing float her kisses meek, like melted rubies, o'er my pallid cheek. Chilled by the night, The drooping rose of May mourns the long absence of the lovely day, young day returning at her promised hour, weeps o'er the sorrows of the favourite flower, weeps the soft dew, the balmy gale she sighs, and darts a trembling lustre from her eyes. New life and joy th expanding floweret feels, his pitying mistress mourns, and mourning heals. 1796. In my calmer moments I have the firmest faith that all things work together for good. But, alas! It seems a long and a dark process contents the early year. The early year's fast-flying vapors stray in shadowing trains across the orb of day, and we, poor insects of a few short hours, deem it a world of gloom. Were it not better hope, a nobler doom, proud to believe, that with more active powers on rapid many-coloured wing, we through one bright perpetual spring shall hover round the fruits and flowers, screened by those clouds, and cherished by those showers. 1796. Contents Count Rumford's essays these, virtue, are thy triumphs, that adorn fitliest our nature, and bespeak us born for loftiest action, not to gaze and run from climb to climb, or batten in the sun, dragging a drony flight from flower to flower, like summer insects in a gaudy hour, nor yet o'er love-sick tales with fancy range, and cry, "'Tis pitiful, 'tis passing strange." But on life's varied views to look around, and raise expiring sorrow from the ground, and he who thus hath borne his part assigned in the sad fellowship of humankind, or for a moment soothed the bitter pain of a poor brother, has not lived in vain. 1796. Contents Epigrams on a late marriage between an old maid and a French maitre. Though Miss S. match is a subject of mirth, she considered the matter full well, and wisely preferred leading one ape on earth to perhaps a whole dozen in hell. 1796. Contents on an amorous doctor. From Rufus' ice-like Cupid shot his dart, and left it sticking in Sangredo's heart. No quiet from that moment has he known, and peaceful sleep has from his eyelids flown, and opium's force, and what is more, alack! His own orations cannot bring it back. In short, unless she pities his afflictions, despair will make him take his own prescriptions. 1796. Contents There comes from old Averro's grave. There comes from old Averro's grave a deadly stench. Why, sure, they have immured his soul within his grave. 1796. Contents Last Monday all the papers said. Last Monday all the papers said that Mr. was dead. Why, then, what said the city? The 10th part sadly shook their head, and shaking sighed, and sighing said, "Pity, indeed, 'tis pity." But when the said report was found a rumour wholly without ground, why, then, what said the city? The other 9 parts shook their head, repeating what the 10th had said, "Pity, indeed, 'tis pity." 1796. Contents To a primrose. The first scene in the season Nightens, it roboris expers tergetit in solida ist, at spe delectat. Ovid. Thy smiles I note, sweet early flower, that peeping from thy rustic bower, the festive news to earth dost bring, a fragrant messenger of spring. But tender blossom, why so pale? Dost hear stern winter in the gale? And didst them tempt the gentle sky to catch one vernal glance and die? Such the wan lustre sickness wears, when health's first feeble beam appears, so languid are the smiles that seek to settle on the careworn cheek, when timorous hope the head uprears, still drooping and still moist with tears, if, through dispersing grief, be seen of bliss the heavenly spark serene. 1796 Contents on the christening of a friend's child this day among the faithful placed, and fed with fontal manna, O with maternal title graced dear Anna's dearest Anna. While others wish thee wise and fair, a maid of spotless fame, I'll breathe this more compendious prayer, mayst thou deserve thy name. Thy mother's name a potent spell, that bids the virtues high from mystic grove and living cell confess thee to fancy's eye, meek quietness without offence, content in homespun kirtle, true love, and true love's innocence, white blossom of the myrtle. Associates of thy name, sweet child. These virtues mayst thou win, with face as eloquently mild to say, they lodge within. So, when her tale of days all flown, thy mother shall be missed here, when heaven at length shall claim its own, and angels snatch their sister, some hoary-headed friend, perchance, may gaze with stifled breath, and oft, in momentary trance, forget the waste of death. Even thus a lovely rose I viewed thee, in summer swelling pride, nor marked thee the bud, that green and rude peeped thee at the rose's side. It chanced, I passed thee again that way in autumn's latest hour, and wondering saw the self-same spray rich with the self-same flower. Ah, fond deceit! The rude green bud alike in shape, place, name, had bloomed where bloomed its parent stud, another and the same. 1796 Contents Horse Mavius reads. Horse Mavius reads his hobbling verse to all, and at all times, and finds them both divinely smooth, his voice, as well as rhymes. Yet folks say Mavius is no ass, but Mavius makes it clear, that he's a monster of an ass without an ear. 1797 Contents Inscription by the Reverend W. L. Bowles, in Netherstowe Church Letus Abi. Mundi strepitu curis cremotus, Letus Abi. Sili qua vocat alma cuis. Ipsa fides loquitur, lacrimam incusat in anem, qua cadit in vestros, care pater, cineas. Hu. Tantum licet meritos hos solvritus, it longam tremula dicea voce, veil. Contents Translation Depart in joy from this world's noise and strife to the deep quiet of celestial life. Depart. Affection's self reproves the tear which falls, O honoured parent. On thy bier, yet nature will be heard, the heart will swell, and the voice tremble with a last farewell. Contents Introduction to the Tale of the Dark Lady. The following poem is intended as the introduction to a somewhat longer one. The use of the old ballad word lady for lady is the only piece of obsoleteness in it, and as it is professedly a tale of ancient times, I trust that the affectionate lovers of venerable antiquity, as Camden says, will grant me their pardon, and perhaps may be induced to admit a force and propriety in it. A heavier objection may be adduced against the author, that in these times of fear and expectation, when novelties explode around us in all directions, he should presume to offer to the public a silly tale of old-fashioned love, and 5 years ago, I own I should have allowed and felt the force of this objection. But alas! Explosion has succeeded explosion so rapidly, that novelty itself ceases to appear new, and it is possible that now, even a simple story, wholly uninspired with politics or personality, may find some attention amid the hubbub of revolutions. As to those who have remained a long time by the Falls of Niagara, the lowest whispering becomes distinctly audible. 1799. Oh, leave the lily on its stem, oh, leave the rose upon the spray, oh, leave the elder bloom, fair maids, and listen to my lay. A cypress and a myrtle bow this morn around my harp you twindy, because it fashioned mournfully its murmurs in the wind. And now a tale of love and woe, a woeful tale of love I sing, hark, gentle maidens, hark. It sighs and trembles on the string. But most, my own dear Genevieve, it sighs and trembles most for thee. Oh, come and hear the cruel wrongs befell the dark lady. 1. And now once more a tale of woe, a woeful tale of love I sing, for thee, my Genevieve. It sighs, and trembles on the string. When last I sang the cruel scorn that crazed this bold and lovely knight, and how he roamed the mountain woods, nor rested day or night, I promised thee a sister tale of man's perfidious cruelty. Come, then, and hear what cruel wrong befell the dark lady. Footnote 1. Here followed the stanzas, afterwards published separately under the title Love. Poet. Works, Volume IP 145. Pickering, 1834, and after them came the other 3 stanzas printed above, the whole forming the introduction to the intended Dark Lady, of which all that exists is to be found ibid. p. 150. Ed. Return to footnote. Mark contents epilogue to the Rush Conjurer, an uncomposed poem we ask and urge. Here ends the story. All Christian papishes to pray that this unhappy conjurer may, instead of hell, be but in purgatory, for then there's hope. Long live the Pope. 1805. Contents. Psyche the butterfly. The ancient Grecians made the soul's fair emblem, and its only name but of the soul, escaped the slavish trade of mortal life. For in this earthly frame ours is the reptile's lot, much toil, much blame, manifold motions making little speed, and to deform and kill the things whereon we feed. 1808. Contents. Complaint. How seldom, friend, a good great man inherits honor or wealth, with all his worth and pains. It sounds like stories from the land of spirits. If any man obtain that which he merits, or any merit that which he obtains. Contents. Reproof. For shame, dear friend. Renounce this canting strain. What wouldest thou have a good great man obtain? Place, title, salary, a gilded chain or throne of courses which his sword hath slain. Greatness and goodness are not means, but ends. Hath he not always treasures, always friends, the good great man? 3 treasures, love and light, and calm thoughts, regular as infant's breath, and 3 firm friends, more sure than day and night himself, his Maker, and the angel Death. 1809 Contents 2p An ode to the rain composed before daylight on the morning appointed for the departure of a very worthy, but not very pleasant visitor, whom it was feared the rain might detain. I know it is dark, and though I have lain awake, as I guess, an hour or twain, I have not once opened the lids of my eyes, but I lie in the dark, as a blind man lies. 0 Rain. That I lie listening to, you're but a doleful sound at best. I owe you little thanks, 'tis true, for breaking thus my needful rest. Yet if, as soon as it is light, O rain, you will but take your flight, I'll neither rail, nor malice keep, though sick and sore for want of sleep. But only now, for this one day, do go, dear rain. Do go away, O rain. With your dull twofold sound, the clash hard by, and the murmur all round. You know, if you know aught, that we, both night and day, but ill agree, for days, and months, and almost years, have limped on through this vale of tears, since body of mine, and rainy weather, have lived on easy terms together. Yet if, as soon as it is light, O rain, you will but take your flight, though you should come again tomorrow, and bring with you both pain and sorrow, though stomach should sicken, and knees should swell, I'll nothing speak of you but well. But only now for this one day, do go, dear rain. Do go away, dear rain. I ne'er refused to say you're a good creature in your way. Nay, I could write a book myself, would fit a parson's lower shelf, showing how very good you are. What then? Sometimes it must be fair. And if sometimes, why not today? Do go, dear rain. Do go away, dear rain. If I've been cold and shy, take no offense. I'll tell you why. A dear old friend now is here, and with him came my sister dear, after long absence now first met, long months by pain and grief beset with 3 dear friends. In truth, we groan impatiently to be alone. We 3, you mark. And not one more. The strong wish makes my spirit soar. We have so much to talk about, so many sad things to let out, so many tears in our eye corners, sitting like little Jacky Horners. In short, as soon as it is day, do go, dear rain. Do go away. And this I'll swear to you, dear rain. Whenever you shall come again, be you as dull as e'er you could, and by the by 'tis understood, you're not so pleasant, as your good winking smiley. Yet, knowing well your worth and place, I'll welcome you with cheerful face, and though you stay a week or more, were 10 times duller than before, yet with kind heart, and right good will, I'll sit and listen to you still, nor should you go away, dear rain, uninvited to remain. But only now, for this one day, do go, dear rain. Do go away. 1809 Contents 2p translation of a passage. In Ottfried's metrical paraphrase of the Gospels, this paraphrase, written about the time of Charlemagne, is by no means deficient in occasional passages of considerable poetic merit. There is a flow, and a tender enthusiasm in the following lines, at the conclusion of chapter V, which even in the translation will not, I flatter myself, fail to interest the reader. Ottfried is describing the circumstances immediately following the birth of our Lord. Biog. Lit. Volume IP 203. She gave with joy her virgin breast, she hid it not, she bared the breast, which suckled that divinest babe. Blessed, blessed were the breasts which the Saviour infant kissed, and blessed, blessed was the mother who wrapped his limbs in swaddling clothes, singing placed him on her lap, hung o'er him with her looks of love, and soothed him with a lulling motion. Blessed, for she sheltered him from the damp and chilling air, blessed, blessed, for she lay with such a babe in one blessed bed, close as babes and mothers lie. Blessed, blessed evermore, with her virgin lips she kissed with her arms, and to her breast, she embraced the babe divine, her babe divine the Virgin Mother. There lives not on this ring of earth a mortal that can sing her praise. Mighty Mother, Virgin pure, in the darkness and the night for us she bore the heavenly Lord. 1810. Most interesting is it to consider the effect, when the feelings are wrought above the natural pitch by the belief of something mysterious, while all the images are purely natural, then it is that religion and poetry strike deepest. Biog. Lit. Volume IP 204. Contents 2p Israel's lament, on the death of the Princess Charlotte of Wales. From the Hebrew of Hyman Hurwitz. Mourn, Israel. Sons of Israel, mourn. Give utterance to the inward throe, as wails of her first love forlorn, the virgin clad in robes of woe. Mourn the young mother snatched away from light and life's ascending sun. Mourn for the babe, death's voiceless prey, earned by long pangs, and lost ere won. Mourn the bright rose that bloomed and went, ere half disclosed its vernal hue. Mourn the green bud, so rudely rent, it brake the stem on which it grew. Mourn for the universal woe, with solemn dirge and faltering tongue, for England's lady is laid low, so dear, so lovely, and so young. The blossoms on her tree of life shone with the dews of recent bliss, translated in that deadly strife she plucks its fruit in paradise. Mourn for the prince, who rose at morn to seek and bless the firstling bud of his own rose, and found the thorn, its point bedewed with tears of blood. Mourn for Britannia's hopes decayed, her daughters wail their dear defence, their fair example, prostrate laid, chaste love, and fervid innocence. O thou, who markest the monarch's path, to sad Jeshurun's sons attend. Amid the lightnings of thy wrath the showers of consolation send. Jehovah frowns. The islands bow, and prince and people kiss the rod. Their dread chastising judge, would thou be thou their comforter, O God. 1817. Contents 2p Sentimental. The rose that blushes like the morn bedecks the valleys low, and so dost thou, sweet infant corn, my Angelina's toe. But on the rose there grows a thorn that breeds disastrous woe, and so dost thou, remorseless corn, on Angelina's toe. 1825 Contents 2p The alternative this way or that, ye powers above me. I of my grief worried didna either really love me, or cease to think she did. 1826 Contents 2p The exchange we pledged our hearts, my love and I in my arms the maiden clasping, I could not tell the reason why, but, oh, I trembled like an aspen. Her father's love she bade me gain, I went, and shook like any reed. I strove to act the man in vain. We had exchanged our hearts indeed. 1826 Contents 2p What is life? Resembles life what once was deemed of light, too ample in itself for human sight. An absolute self, an element ungrounded, all that we see, all colors of all shade by encroach of darkness made, is very life by consciousness unbounded. And all the thoughts, pains, joys of mortal breath, a war embrace of wrestling life and death. 1829 Contents 2p Inscription for a timepiece now. It is gone. Our brief hours travel post, each with its thought or deed, its why or how, but no, each parting hour gives up a ghost to dwell within the eternal now. 1830 Qualinquam, aut nihil, aut nihili, aut vix sunt me, du morti, redo citra, Christ. Tibi. Swords. Contents 2p A course of lectures prospectus. There are few families, at present, in the higher and middle classes of English society, in which literary topics and the productions of the fine arts, in some one or other of their various forms, do not occasionally take their turn in contributing to the entertainment of the social board, and the amusement of the circle at the fireside. The acquisitions and attainments of the intellect ought, indeed, to hold a very inferior rank in our estimation, opposed to moral worth, or even to professional and specific skill, prudence, and industry. But why should they be opposed, when they may be made subservient merely by being subordinated? It can rarely happen, that a man of social disposition, altogether a stranger to subjects of taste, almost the only ones on which persons of both sexes can converse with a common interest, should pass through the world without at times feeling dissatisfied with himself. The best proof of this is to be found in the marked anxiety which men, who have succeeded in life without the aid of these accomplishments, show in securing them to their children. A young man of ingenuous mind will not wilfully deprive himself of any species of respect. He will wish to feel himself on a level with the average of the society in which he lives, though he may be ambitious of distinguishing himself only in his own immediate pursuit or occupation. Under this conviction, the following course of lectures was planned. The several titles will best explain the particular subjects and purposes of each, but the main objects proposed, as the result of all, are the two following. 1. To convey, in a form best fitted to render them impressive at the time, and remembered afterwards, rules and principles of sound judgment, with a kind and degree of connected information, such as the hearers cannot generally be supposed likely to form, collect, and arrange for themselves, by their own unassisted studies. It might be presumption to say, that any important part of these lectures could not be derived from books, but none, I trust, in supposing, that the same information could not be socially or conveniently acquired from such books as are of commonest occurrence, or with that quantity of time and attention which can be reasonably expected, or even wisely desired, of men engaged in business and the active duties of the world. 2. Under a strong persuasion that little of real value is derived by persons in general from a wide and various reading, but still more deeply convinced as to the actual mischief of unconnected and promiscuous reading, and that it is sure, in a greater or less degree, to enervate even where it does not likewise inflate, I hope to satisfy many an ingenuous mind, seriously interested in its own development and cultivation, how moderate a number of volumes, if only they be judiciously chosen, will suffice for the attainment of every wise and desirable purpose, that is, in addition to those which he studies for specific and professional purposes. It is saying less than the truth to affirm, that an excellent book, and the remark holds almost equally good of a Raphael as of a Milton, is like a well-chosen and well-tended fruit tree. Its fruits are not of one season only. With the due and natural intervals, we may recur to it year after year, and it will supply the same nourishment and the same gratification, if only we ourselves return to it with the same healthful appetite. The subjects of the lectures are indeed very different, but not, in the strict sense of the term, diverse. They are various, rather than miscellaneous. There is this bond of connection common to them all, that the mental pleasure which they are calculated to excite is not dependent on accidents of fashion, place, or age, or the events or the customs of the day, but commensurate with the good sense, taste, and feeling, to the cultivation of which they themselves so largely contribute, as being all in kind, though not all in the same degree, productions of genius. What it would be arrogant to promise, I may yet be permitted to hope, that the execution will prove correspondent and adequate to the plan. Assuredly, my best efforts have not been wanting so to select and prepare the materials, that, at the conclusion of the lectures, an attentive auditor, who should consent to aid his future recollection by a few notes taken either during each lecture or soon after, would rarely feel himself, for the time to come, excluded from taking an intelligent interest in any general conversation likely to occur in mixed society. Syllabus of the course. The 27th of January, L8 L8. On the manners, morals, literature, philosophy, religion, and the state of society in general, in European Christendom, from the 8th to the 15th century, that is from AD 700 to AD 1400, more particularly in reference to England, France, Italy and Germany, in other words, a portrait of the so-called Dark Ages of Europe. To the 30th of January. On the tales and metrical romances common, for the most part, to England, Germany, and the north of France, and on the English songs and ballads, continued to the reign of Charles I. A few selections will be made from the Swedish, Danish, and German languages, translated for the purpose by the lecturer. 3 February 3. Chaucer and Spenser, of Petrarch, of Ariosto, Pulci, and Boiardo. 4 v. 6. 6 February, 2010, L3. On the dramatic works of Shakespeare. In these lectures will be comprised the substance of Mr. Coleridge's former courses on the same subject, enlarged and varied by subsequent study and reflection. Note: these lectures have not been included in the original text. HTML ed 7. February L7. On Ben Jonson, Beaumont and Fletcher, and Massinger, with the probable causes of the cessation of dramatic poetry in England with Shirley and Otway, soon after the restoration of Charles II. 8 the 20th of February. Of the life and all the works of servants, but chiefly of his Don Quixote. The ridicule of knight-errantry shewn to have been but a secondary object in the mind of the author, and not the principal cause of the delight which the work continues to give to all nations, and under all the revolutions of manners and opinions. 9 the 24th of February. On Rabelais, Swift, and Sterne, on the nature and constituents of genuine humor, and on the distinctions of the humorous from the witty, the fanciful, the droll, and the odd. X the 27th of February. Of Donne, Dante, and Milton. 11 March 3rd. On the Arabian Nights entertainments, and on the romantic use of the supernatural in poetry, and in works of fiction not poetical. On the conditions and regulations under which such books may be employed advantageously in the earlier periods of education. 12 March 6. On tales of witches, apparitions, and sea as distinguished from the magic and magicians of Asiatic origin. The probable sources of the former, and of the belief in them in certain ages and classes of men. Criteria by which mistaken and exaggerated facts may be distinguished from absolute falsehood and imposture. Lastly, the causes of the terror and interest which stories of ghosts and witches inspire, in early life at least, whether believed or not. 13 the 10th of March. On color, sound, and form in nature, as connected with poesy, the word poesy used as the generic or class term, including poetry, music, painting, statuary, and ideal architecture, as its species. The reciprocal relations of poetry and philosophy to each other, and of both to religion, and the moral sense. 14 the 13th of March. On the corruptions of the English language since the reign of Queen Anne, in our style of writing prose. A few easy rules for the attainment of a manly, unaffected and pure language, in our genuine mother tongue, whether for the purpose of writing, oratory, or conversation. Contents 2p Lecture I General Character of the Gothic Mind in the Middle Ages 1 Mr. Coleridge began by treating of the races of mankind as descended from Shem, Ham, and Japhet, and therein of the early condition of man in his antique form. He then dwelt on the preeminence of the Greeks in art and philosophy, and noticed the suitableness of polytheism to small insulated states, in which patriotism acted as a substitute for religion, in destroying or suspending self. Afterwards, in consequence of the extension of the Roman Empire, some universal or common spirit became necessary for the conservation of the vast body, and this common spirit was, in fact, produced in Christianity. The causes of the decline of the Roman Empire were in operation long before the time of the actual overthrow. That overthrow had been foreseen by many eminent Romans, especially by Seneca. In fact, there was under the empire an Italian and a German party in Rome, and in the end the latter prevailed. He then proceeded to describe the generic character of the northern nations, and defined it as an independence of the whole in the freedom of the individual, noticing their respect for women, and their consequent chivalrous spirit in war, and how evidently the participation in the General Council laid the foundation of the representative form of government, the only rational mode of preserving individual liberty in opposition to the licentious democracy of the ancient republics. He called our attention to the peculiarity of their art, and showed how it entirely depended on a symbolical expression of the infinite, which is not vastness, nor immensity, nor perfection, but whatever cannot be circumscribed within the limits of actual sensuous being. In the ancient art, on the contrary, everything was finite and material. Accordingly, sculpture was not attempted by the Gothic races till the ancient specimens were discovered, whilst painting and architecture were of native growth amongst them. In the earliest specimens of the paintings of modern ages, as in those of Giotto and his associates in the cemetery at Pisa, this complexity, variety, and symbolical character are evident, and are more fully developed in the mightier works of Michelangelo and Raphael. The contemplation of the works of antique art excites a feeling of elevated beauty, and exalted notions of the human self, but the Gothic architecture impresses the beholder with a sense of self-annihilation. He becomes, as it were, a part of the work contemplated. An endless complexity and variety are united into one whole, the plan of which is not distinct from the execution. A Gothic cathedral is the petrifaction of our religion. The only work of truly modern sculpture is the Mosas of Michelangelo. The northern nations were prepared by their own previous religion for Christianity. They, for the most part, received it gladly, and it took root as in a native soil. The deference to woman, characteristic of the Gothic races, combined itself with devotion in the idea of the Virgin Mother, and gave rise to many beautiful associations. Mr. C. remarked how Gothic an instrument in origin and character the organ was. He also enlarged on the influence of female character on our education, the first impressions of our childhood being derived from women. Amongst Oriental nations, he said, the only distinction was between lord and slave. With the antique Greeks, the will of every one conflicting with the will of all, produced licentiousness. With the modern descendants from the northern stocks, both these extremes were shut out, to reappear mixed and condensed into this principle or temper, submission, but with free choice, illustrated in chivalrous devotion to women as such, in attachment to the sovereign, and see footnote 1, from Mr. Green's note taken at the delivery. Ed. Return to footnote mark Contents 2p Lecture 2 General Character of the Gothic Literature and Art. 1. In my last lecture I stated that the descendants of Japhet and Shem peopled Europe and Asia, fulfilling in their distribution the prophecies of Scripture, while the descendants of Ham passed into Africa, there also actually verifying the interdiction pronounced against them. The Celtic and Teutonic nations occupied that part of Europe, which is now France, Britain, Germany, Sweden, Denmark, and c. They were in general a hardy race, possessing great fortitude, and capable of great endurance. The Romans slowly conquered the more southerly portion of their tribes, and succeeded only by their superior arts, their policy, and better discipline. After a time, when the Goths, to use the name of the noblest and most historical of the Teutonic tribes, had acquired some knowledge of these arts from mixing with their conquerors, they invaded the Roman territories. The hardy habits, the steady perseverance, the better faith of the enduring Goth rendered him too formidable an enemy for the corrupt Roman, who was more inclined to purchase the subjection of his enemy, than to go through the suffering necessary to secure it. The conquest of the Romans gave to the Goths the Christian religion as it was then existing in Italy, and the light and graceful building of Grecian, or Roman Greek order, became singularly combined with the massy architecture of the Goths, as wild and varied as the forest vegetation which it resembled. The Greek art is beautiful. When I enter a Greek church, my eye is charmed, and my mind elated, I feel exalted, and proud that I am a man. But the Gothic art is sublime. On entering a cathedral, I am filled with devotion and with awe. I am lost to the actualities that surround me, and my whole being expands into the infinite. Earth and air, nature and art, all swell up into eternity, and the only sensible impression left is that I am nothing. This religion, while it tended to soften the manners of the northern tribes, was at the same time highly congenial to their nature. The Goths are free from the stain of hero worship. Gazing on their rugged mountains, surrounded by impassable forests, accustomed to gloomy seasons, they lived in the bosom of nature, and worshipped an invisible and unknown deity. Firm in his faith, domestic in his habits, the life of the Goth was simple and dignified, yet tender and affectionate. The Greeks were remarkable for complacency and completion. They delighted in whatever pleased the eye. To them it was not enough to have merely the idea of a divinity. They must have it placed before them, shaped in the most perfect symmetry, and presented with the nicest judgment. And if we look upon any Greek production of art, the beauty of its parts, and the harmony of their union, the complete and complacent effect of the whole, are the striking characteristics. It is the same in their poetry. In Homer you have a poem perfect in its form, whether originally so, or from the labor of after critics, I know not. His descriptions are pictures brought vividly before you, and as far as the eye and understanding are concerned, I am indeed gratified. But if I wish my feelings to be affected, if I wish my heart to be touched, If I wish to melt into sentiment and tenderness, I must turn to the heroic songs of the Goths, to the poetry of the Middle Ages. The worship of statues in Greece had, in a civil sense, its advantage, and disadvantage. Advantage, in promoting statuary and the arts; disadvantage, in bringing their gods too much on a level with human beings, and thence depriving them of their dignity, and gradually giving rise to skepticism and ridicule. But no statue, no artificial emblem, could satisfy the Northman's mind. The dark wild imagery of nature, which surrounded him, and the freedom of his life, gave his mind a tendency to the infinite, so that he found rest in that which presented no end, and derived satisfaction from that which was indistinct. We have few and uncertain vestiges of Gothic literature till the time of Theodoric, who encouraged his subjects to write, and who made a collection of their poems. These consisted chiefly of heroic songs, sung at the court, for at that time this was the custom. Charlemagne, in the beginning of the 9th century, greatly encouraged letters, and made a further collection of the poems of his time, among which were several epic poems of great merit, or rather in strictness there was a vast cycle of heroic poems, or minstrelsies, from and out of which separate poems were composed. The form of poetry was, however, for the most part, the metrical romance and heroic tale. Charlemagne's army, or a large division of it, was utterly destroyed in the Pyrenees, when returning from a successful attack on the Arabs of Navarre and Aragon. Yet the name of Roncesvalles became famous in the songs of the Gothic poets. The Greeks and Romans would not have done this. They would not have recorded in heroic verse the death and defeat of their fellow countrymen. But the Goths, firm in their faith, with a constancy not to be shaken, celebrated those brave men who died for their religion and their country. What, though they had been defeated, they died without fear, as they had lived without reproach. They left no stain on their names, for they fell fighting for their God, their liberty, and their rights, and the song that sang that day's reverse animated them to future victory and certain vengeance. I must now turn to our great monarch, Alfred, one of the most august characters that any age has ever produced, and when I picture him after the toils of government and the dangers of battle, seated by a solitary lamp, translating the Holy Scriptures into the Saxon tongue, when I reflect on his moderation in success, on his fortitude and perseverance in difficulty and defeat, and on the wisdom and extensive nature of his legislation, I am really at a loss which part of this great man's character most to admire. Yet above all, I see the grandeur, the freedom, the mildness, the domestic unity, the universal character of the Middle Ages condensed into Alfred's glorious institution of the trial by jury. I gaze upon it as the immortal symbol of that age, an age called indeed dark, but how could that age be considered dark, which solved the difficult problem of universal liberty, freed man from the shackles of tyranny, and subjected his actions to the decision of 12 of his fellow countrymen? The liberty of the Greeks was a phenomenon, a meteor, which blazed for a short time, and then sank into eternal darkness. It was a combination of most opposite materials, slavery and liberty. Such can neither be happy nor lasting. The Goths on the other hand said, "You shall be our emperor, but we must be princes on our own estates, and over them you shall have no power." The vassals said to their prince, "We will serve you in your wars, and defend your castle, but we must have liberty in our own circle, our cottage, our cattle, our proportion of land." The cities said, "We acknowledge you for our emperor, but we must have our walls and our strongholds, and be governed by our own laws." Thus all combined, yet all were separate, all served, yet all were free. Such a government could not exist in a dark age. Our ancestors may not indeed have been deep in the metaphysics of the schools, they may not have shone in the fine arts, but much knowledge of human nature, much practical wisdom must have existed amongst them, when this admirable constitution was formed, and I believe it is a decided truth, though certainly an awful lesson, that nations are not the most happy at the time when literature and the arts flourish the most among them. The translations I had promised in my syllabus I shall defer to the end of the course, when I shall give a single lecture of recitations illustrative of the different ages of poetry. There is one northern tale I will relate, as it is one from which Shakespeare derived that strongly marked and extraordinary scene between Richard III and the Lady Anne. It may not be equal to that in strength and genius, but it is, undoubtedly, superior in decorum and delicacy. A knight had slain a prince, the lord of a strong castle, in combat. He afterwards contrived to get into the castle, where he obtained an interview with the princess's attendant, whose life he had saved in some encounter. He told her of his love for her mistress, and won her to his interest. She then slowly and gradually worked on her mistress's mind, spoke of the beauty of his person, the fire of his eyes, the sweetness of his voice, his valor in the field, his gentleness in the court. In short, by watching her opportunities, she at last filled the princess's soul with this one image. She became restless, sleep forsook her, her curiosity to see this knight became strong, but her maid still deferred the interview, till at length she confessed she was in love with him. The knight is then introduced, and the nuptials are quickly celebrated. In this age there was a tendency in writers to the droll and the grotesque, and in the little dramas which at that time existed, there were singular instances of these. It was the disease of the age. It is a remarkable fact that Luther and Melanchthon, the great religious reformers of that day, should have strongly recommended for the education of children, dramas, which at present would be considered highly indecorous, if not bordering on a deeper sin. From one which they particularly recommended, I will give a few extracts, more I should not think it right to do. The play opens with Adam and Eve washing and dressing their children to appear before the Lord, who is coming from heaven to hear them repeat the Lord's Prayer, believe, and see. In the next scene the Lord appears seated like a schoolmaster, with the children standing round, when Cain, who is behindhand, and a sad pickle, comes running in with a bloody nose and his hat on. Adam says, "What, with your hat on?" Cain then goes up to shake hands with the Almighty, when Adam says, giving him a cuff, "Ah, would you give your left hand to the Lord? At length Cain takes his place in the class, and it becomes his turn to say the Lord's Prayer. At this time the devil, a constant attendant at that time, makes his appearance, and getting behind Cain, whispers in his ear, instead of the Lord's Prayer. Cain gives it so changed by the transposition of the words, that the meaning is reversed, yet this is so artfully done by the author, that it is exactly as an obstinate child would answer, who knows his lesson, yet does not choose to say it. In the last scene, horses in rich trappings and carriages covered with gold are introduced, and the good children are to ride in them and be lord mayors, lords, and c. Cain and the bad ones are to be made cobblers and tinkers, and only to associate with such. This, with numberless others, was written by Hans Sachs. Our simple ancestors, firm in their faith, and pure in their morals, were only amused by these pleasantries, as they seemed to them, and neither they nor the reformers feared their having any influence hostile to religion. When I was many years back in the north of Germany, there were several innocent superstitions in practice. Among others, at Christmas, presents used to be given to the children by the parents, and they were delivered on Christmas Day by a person who personated, and was supposed by the children to be, Christ. Early on Christmas morning he called, knocking loudly at the door, and, having received his instructions, left presents for the good and a rod for the bad. Those who have since been in Germany have found this custom relinquished. It was considered profane and irrational. Yet they have not found the children better, nor the mothers more careful of their offspring. They have not found their devotion more fervent, their faith more strong, nor their morality more pure. 2:1 From Mr. William Hammond's note taken at the delivery. Ed. Return to footnote mark footnote 2. See this custom of necked Rupert more minutely described in Mr. Coleridge's own letter from Germany, published in the second volume of The Friend, p. 320. Ed. Also in the first volume of the Bibliographia Epistolaris, currently also available in both .text and .html form, free for download from Project Gutenberg. HTML ed Contents 2p. Lecture 3. The Troubadours Boccaccio Petrarch Pulci Chaucer Spenser. The last lecture, 2, was allotted to an investigation into the origin and character of a species of poetry, the least influenced of any by the literature of Greece and Rome, that in which the portion contributed by the Gothic conquerors, the predilections and general tone or habit of thought and feeling, brought by our remote ancestors with them from the forests of Germany, or the deep dells and rocky mountains of Norway, are the most prominent. In the present lecture I must introduce you to a species of poetry, which had its birthplace near the center of Roman glory, and in which, as might be anticipated, the influences of the Greek and Roman muse are far more conspicuous, as great, indeed, as the efforts of intentional imitation on the part of the poets themselves could render them. But happily for us and for their own fame, the intention of the writers as men is often at complete variance with the genius of the same men as poets. To the force of their intention we owe their mythological ornaments, and the greater definiteness of their imagery, and their passion for the beautiful, the voluptuous, and the artificial, we must in part attribute to the same intention, but in part likewise to their natural dispositions and tastes. For the same climate and many of the same circumstances were acting on them, which had acted on the great classics, whom they were endeavoring to imitate. But the love of the marvelous, the deeper sensibility, the higher reverence for womanhood, the characteristic spirit of sentiment and courtesy, these were the heirlooms of nature, which still regained the ascendant, whenever the use of the living mother language enabled the inspired poet to appear instead of the toilsome scholar. From this same union, in which the soul, if I may dare so express myself, was Gothic, while the outward forms and a majority of the words themselves were the relics of the Roman, arose the Romance, or romantic language, in which the troubadours or love-singers of Provence sang and wrote, and the different dialects of which have been modified into the modern Italian, Spanish, and Portuguese, while the language of the trouvères, or Norman French poets, forms the intermediate link between the Romance or modified Roman, and the Teutonic, including the Dutch, Danish, Swedish, and the Upper and Lower German, as being the modified Gothic. And as the northernmost extreme of the Norman French, or that part of the link in which it formed on the Teutonic, we must take the Norman English minstrels and metrical romances, from the greater predominance of the Anglo-Saxon Gothic in the derivation of the words. I mean, that the language of the English metrical romance is less Romanized, and has fewer words, not originally of a northern origin, than the same romances in the Norman French, which is the more striking, because the former were for the most part translated from the latter, the authors of which seem to have eminently merited their name of trouvères, or inventors. Thus then we have a chain with two rings or staples. At the southern end there is the Roman, or Latin, at the northern end the Celtic, Teutonic, or Gothic, and the links beginning with the southern end are the Romance, including the Provençal, the Italian, Spanish, and Portuguese, with their different dialects, then the Norman French, and lastly the English. My object in adverting to the Italian poets, is not so much for their own sakes, in which point of view Dante and Ariosto alone would have required separate lectures, but for the elucidation of the merits of our countrymen, as to what extent we must consider them as fortunate imitators of their Italian predecessors, and in what points they have the higher claims of original genius. Of Dante, I am to speak elsewhere. Of Boccaccio, who has little interest as a metrical poet in any respect, and none for my present purpose, except, perhaps, as the reputed inventor or introducer of the octave stanza in his Tuside, it will be sufficient to say, that we owe to him the subjects of numerous poems taken from his famous tales, the happy art of narration, and the still greater merit of a depth and fineness in the workings of the passions, in which last excellence, as likewise in the wild and imaginative character of the situations. His almost neglected romances appear to me greatly to excel his far-famed Decameron. To him, too, we owe the more doubtful merit of having introduced into the Italian prose, and by the authority of his name and the influence of his example, more or less throughout Europe, the long interwoven periods and architectural structure which arose from the very nature of their language in the Greek writers, but which already in the Latin orators and historians had betrayed a species of effort, a foreign something, which had been superinduced on the language, instead of growing out of it, and which was far too alien from that individualizing and confederating, yet not blending, character of the North, to become permanent, although its magnificence and stateliness were objects of admiration and occasional imitation. This style diminished the control of the writer over the inner feelings of men, and created too great a charm between the body and the life, and hence especially it was abandoned by Luther. But lastly, to Borchiccio's sanction we must trace a large portion of the mythological pedantry and incongruous paganisms, which for so long a period deformed the poetry, even of the truest poets. To such an extravagance did Borchiccio himself carry this folly, that in a romance of chivalry, he has uniformly styled God the Father Jupiter, our Saviour Apollo, and the evil being Pluto. But for this there might be some excuse pleaded. I dare make none for the gross and disgusting licentiousness, the daring profaneness, which rendered the Decameron of Borchiccio the parent of 100 worse children, fit to be classed among the enemies of the human race, which poisons Ariosto. For that I may not speak oftener than necessary of so odious a subject, I mention it here once for all, which interposes a painful mixture in the humour of Chaucer, and which has once or twice seduced even our pure-minded Spenser into a grossness as heterogeneous from the spirit of his great poem, as it was alien to the delicacy of his morals. Petrarch, born at Arezzo, L304. Died 1374. Petrarch was the final blossom and perfection of the troubadours. See Biog. Lit. Volume 2. 27 p. and see notes on Petrarch's 1 sonnets. Canzones and see Volume 1 Good, Sonnet 1 Voi, ch Ascoltate, and see Sonnet 7 Largola, el Suno, and see Sonnet 11 Se la mia vita, and see Sonnet 12 Quando fra l'alta, and see Sonnet 18 Vergognando Taylor, and see Sonnet 25 Quanto pium vicino, and see Sonnet 28 Solo e pensoso, and see Sonnet 29 Sio Creedsi, and see Cans 14 Si debil il filo, and see Pleasing, Ballad 1 Lasciare il velo, and see Canzone 1 Nel dolce tempo, and see. This poem was imitated by our old Herbert too. It is ridiculous in the thoughts, but simple and sweet in diction. Dignified, Canzone 2 O aspettata in seal, and see Canzone 9 Gentle mia donna, and see. The first half of this 9th canzone is exquisite, and in Canzone 8, the 9 lines beginning, O Poggi, O Valley, and see to Cura, are expressed with vigor and chastity. Dignified, cant. Canzone 9 de quel di inanzia mi medesmo piacque empiendo di un pensier alto, e sove cul cor, ond hanno I begli occhi largi of note. Oh, that the Pope would take these eternal keys, which so forever turn the bolts on the finest passages of true passion. Volume 2 Canzone 1 Che Debbio Fa. And C very good, but not equal, I think, to Canzone 2 Amor, se vuoi chi torni, and C though less faulty. With the omission of half a dozen conceits and petrochisms of hooks, baits, flames, and torches, this second canzone is a bold and impassioned lyric, and leaves no doubt in my mind of Petrarca's having possessed a true poetic genius. Ut in arm deleri possint sequentiar l 17 to 19 e la sophiama ch ancor, lasu. Eminfiamma essendo spenta, or che fi dunk ardendo. L 54 to 56 of Irano a tut or dispastigli ami avio fue priso, elesca chi bramo sempre L 76 to 79 on d elixis cetusivan d invisibil foco, regentamine poco, che contra el ciel non val defesa humana. And the lines 86, 87 posa in dubbio. A qui deves il pregio dipu lauda darsi are rather flatly worded. Footnote 1. These notes, by Mr. C., are written in a Petrarch in my possession, and are of some date before 1812. It is hoped that they will not seem ill-placed here. Ed return to footnote mark footnote 2, if George Herbert is meant. I can find nothing like an imitation of this canzone in his poems. Ed return to footnote mark Luigi Pulci born at Florence, 1431. Died about 1487. Pulci was of one of the noblest families in Florence, reported to be one of the Frankish stocks which remained in that city after the departure of Charlemagne. Pulcia Gallorum Sibols descendit in urbum, clara quidem bello, sacris nec in hospita musi. Verinoda illustrat. Court. Flo. 3v118. Members of this family were 5 times elected to the priorate, one of the highest honors of the Republic. Pulci had 2 brothers, and one of their wives, Antonia, who were all poets carminibus patriis notissima Pulcia proles, quis non hancurbum musarum decatanicam, citas producat fratres damus una poetas. Ib. 2v241. Luigi married Lucrezia di Uberto, of the Albizzi family, and was intimate with the great men of his time, but more especially with Angelo Politian, and Lorenzo the Magnificent. His Morgant has been attributed, in part at least one, to the assistance of Marsilius Ficinus, and by others the whole has been attributed to Politian. The first conjecture is utterly improbable, the last is possible, indeed, on account of the licentiousness of the poem, but there are no direct grounds for believing it. The Morgant Maggiore too is the first proper romance, although, perhaps, Pulci had the Tuside before him. The story is taken from the fabulous history of Turpin, and if the author had any distinct object, it seems to have been that of making himself merry with the absurdities of the old romances. The Morgant sometimes makes you think of Rabelais. It contains the most remarkable guess or allusion upon the subject of America that can be found in any book published before the Discovery 3. The well-known passage in the tragic Seneca is not to be compared with it. The copia verborum of the mother Florentine tongue, and the easiness of his style, afterwards brought to perfection by Burney, are the chief merits of Pulci. His chief demerit is his heartless spirit of jest and buffoonery, by which sovereigns and their courtiers were flattered by the degradation of nature, and the impossibilification of a pretended virtue. Footnote 1, meaning the 25th canto. Ed. Return to footnote mark footnote 2, the Morgant was printed in 1488. Ed. Return to footnote mark footnote 3, the reference is, of course, to the following stanzas disasterote. Un era lungo e fiacopa molti secol non ben conosciuto, fha si dice di cola colon, che più la molti periti son. Sapi che questa opinione vana, perch più oltre navicar si più ot, però che eloquar in ogni parti e piona, bench la terra abi forma di iruot, era più grossa alla l'argent humana, falch partred arrows en la gotercul ancor di aver posti q segni, perch più oltre passerano I legni. E più osi andagaiu nel altro emisperio, però che al centro ogni cosa reprime, si che la terra per divin mysterio sospesa sta frelestal sublime, e la gaiu sunsita, castilla, e imperio, ma nol conioben quella genti prime, verdi che il sol di caminar essa fretta. Davio ti dico che la gaiu es aspetta. E cum un segno surge in orient, un altro cade con mirabil art v cum si vade qua nel occident, però che il ciel gia stament compart, antipodia pellata e quella gent, adora il sol e Jupiter mat, e pianti e animal cum voi hanno. E spesso insieme gran battagli fanno. CXXV. St 228, and see return to footnote Mark Chaucer born in London, 1328. Died 1400. 1 Chaucer must be read with an eye to the Norman French trouvères, of whom he is the best representative in English. He had great powers of invention. As in Shakespeare, his characters represent classes, but in a different manner. Shakespeare's characters are the representatives of the interior nature of humanity, in which some element has become so predominant as to destroy the health of the mind, whereas Chaucer's are rather representatives of classes of manners. He is therefore more led to individualize in a mere personal sense. Observe Chaucer's love of nature, and how happily the subject of his main work is chosen. When you reflect that the company in the Decameron have retired to a place of safety from the raging of a pestilence, their mirth provokes a sense of their unfeelingness, whereas in Chaucer nothing of this sort occurs, and the scheme of a party on a pilgrimage, with different ends and occupations, aptly allows of the greatest variety of expression in the tales. Footnote 1, from Mr. Green's note. E.D. Spencer born in London, 1553. Died 1599. There is this difference, among many others, between Shakespeare and Spencer. Shakespeare is never colored by the customs of his age. What appears of contemporary character in him is merely negative, it is just not something else. He has none of the fictitious realities of the classics, none of the grotesquenesses of chivalry, none of the allegory of the Middle Ages. There is no sectarianism either of politics or religion, no miser, no witch, no common witch, no astrology, nothing impermanent of however long duration. But he stands like the yew tree in Lawton Vale, which has known so many ages that it belongs to none in particular, a living image of endless self-reproduction, like the immortal tree of Malabar. In Spenser the spirit of chivalry is entirely predominant, although with a much greater infusion of the poet's own individual self into it than is found in any other writer. He has the wit of the Southern with the deeper inwardness of the Northern genius. No one can appreciate Spenser without some reflection on the nature of allegorical writing. The mere etymological meaning of the word, allegory, to talk of one thing and thereby convey another, is too wide. The true sense is this: the employment of one set of agents and images to convey in disguise a moral meaning, with a likeness to the imagination, but with a difference to the understanding, those agents and images being so combined as to form a homogeneous whole. This distinguishes it from metaphor, which is part of an allegory. But allegory is not properly distinguishable from fable, otherwise than as the first includes the second, as a genus its species, for in a fable there must be nothing but what is universally known and acknowledged, but in an allegory there may be that which is new and not previously admitted. The pictures of the great masters, especially of the Italian schools, are genuine allegories. Amongst the classics, the multitude of their gods either precluded allegory altogether, or else made everything allegory, as in the Hesiodic Theogonia, for you can scarcely distinguish between power and the personification of power. The Cupid and Psyche of, or found in, Apuleius, is a phenomenon. It is the Platonic mode of accounting for the fall of man. The battle of the soul won by Prudentius is an early instance of Christian allegory. Narrative allegory is distinguished from mythology as reality from symbol. It is, in short, the proper intermedium between person and personification. Where it is too strongly individualized, it ceases to be allegory. This is often felt in the Pilgrim's Progress, where the characters are real persons with nicknames. Perhaps one of the most curious warnings against another attempt at narrative allegory on a great scale may be found in Tasso's account of what he himself intended in and by his Jerusalem delivered. 1. As characteristic of Spenser, I would call your particular attention in the first place to the indescribable sweetness and fluent projection of his verse, very clearly distinguishable from the deeper and more inwoven harmonies of Shakespeare and Milton. This stanza is a good instance of what I mean. Yet she, most faithful lady, all this while forsaken, woeful, solitary maid, far from all people's prease, as in exile, in wilderness and wasteful deserts strayed to seek her knight, who, subtly betrayed through that late vision which th enchanter wrought, had her abandoned, she, of naught afraid, through woods and wastes wide him daily sought, yet wished tidings none of him unto her brought. F. Question. BIC 3. ST 3. 2. Combined with this sweetness and fluency, The scientific construction of the meter of the Faroe Queen is very noticeable. One of Spenser's arts is that of alliteration, and he uses it with great effect in doubling the impression of an image in wilderness and wasteful deserts. Through woods and wastes wild, they pass the bitter waves of Icheron, where many souls sit wailing woefully, and come to fiery flood of Phlegethon, whereas the damned ghosts in torments fry, and with sharp shrilling shrieks doth bootless cry, and see. He is particularly given to an alternate alliteration, which is, perhaps, when well used, a great secret in melody. A ramping Leon rushed suddenly, and sad to see her sorrowful constraint, and on the grass her dainty limbs did lay, and see. You cannot read a page of the Faroe Queen, if you read for that purpose, without perceiving the intentional alliterativeness of the words, and yet so skillfully is this managed, that it never strikes any one ear as artificial, or other than the result of the necessary movement of the verse. 3. Spenser displays great skill in harmonizing his descriptions of external nature and actual incidents with the allegorical character and epic activity of the poem. Take these two beautiful passages as illustrations of what I mean by this. The northern wagoner had set his sevenfoldum behind the steadfast star that was in ocean waves yet never wet, but firm is fixed, and sendeth light from far to all that in the wide deep wandering o'er, and Kiraful shone to clear with his note shrill had warned once, that Phoebus fiery Carinus was climbing up the eastern hill, full envious that night so long his room did fill, when those accursed messengers of hell, that feigning dream, and that fair forged sprite came, and see, BIC2ST1. At last, the golden oriental gate of greatest heaven 'gan to open fair air, and Phoebus, fresh as bridegroom to his mate, came dancing forth, shaking his dewy hair, and hurled his glistering beams through gloomy air. Which when the wakeful elf perceived, straightway he started up, and did himself prepare in sun-bright arms and battalions array, for with that pagan proud he combat will that day. IPC 5st2. Observe also the exceeding vividness of Spenser's descriptions. They are not, in the true sense of the word, picturesque, but are composed of a wondrous series of images, as in our dreams. Compare the following passage with anything you may remember in pari materia in Milton or Shakespeare. His haughty helmet, horrid all with gold, both glorious brightness and great terror bred, for all the crest a dragon did enfold with greedy paws, and over all did spread his golden wings, his dreadful hideous head, close couched on the bever, seemed to throw from flaming mouth bright sparkles fiery red, that sudden horror to faint hearts did show, and scaly tail was stretched down, his back full low. Upon the top of all his lofty crest a bunch of hairs discoloured diversely, with sprinkled pearl and gold full richly dressed, did shake, and seemed to dance for jollity, like to an almond tree mounted high on top of green salinas all alone, with blossoms brave bedecked daintily, whose tender locks do tremble every one at every little breath that under heaven is blown. IPC 7st31-2. For you will take especial note of the marvelous independence and true imaginative absence of all particular space or time in the Faroe Queen. It is in the domains neither of history or geography, it is ignorant of all artificial boundary, all material obstacles, it is truly in land of Farae, that is, of mental space. The poet has placed you in a dream, a charmed sleep, and you neither wish, nor have the power, to inquire where you are, or how you got there. It reminds me of some lines of my own. Oh, would to Allah the raven or the sea-mew were appointed to bring me food. Or rather that my soul might draw in life from the universal air. It were a lot divine in some small skiff along some ocean's boundless solitude to float forever with a careless course and think myself the only being alive. Remorse, Act 4 Sc. 3. Indeed Spenser himself, in the conduct of his great poem, may be represented under the same image, his symbolizing purpose being his mariner's compass as pilot well expert in perilous wave, that to a steadfast star his course hath bent, when foggy mists or cloudy tempests have the faithful light of that fair lampy blent, and covered heaven with hideous dreariment, upon his card and compass firms his eye, the maisters of his long experiment, and to them does the steady helm apply, bidding his winged vessel fairly forward fly. B2C7 St1. So the poet through the realms of allegory. 5. You should note the quintessential character of Christian chivalry in all his characters, but more especially in his women. The Greeks, except, perhaps, in Homer, seem to have had no way of making their women interesting, but by unsexing them, as in the instances of the tragic Mede, Electra, and see contrast such characters with Spenser's Una, who exhibits no prominent feature, has no particularization, but produces the same feeling that a statue does, when contemplated at a distance from her fair airhead. Her fillet she undit, and laid her stole aside, her angel's face, as the great eye of heaven, shined bright, and made a sunshine in the shady place, did never mortal eye behold such heavenly grace. BIC 3 St4. 6. In Spenser we see the brightest and purest form of that nationality which was so common a characteristic of our elder poets. There is nothing unamiable, nothing contemptuous of others, in it. To glorify their country, to elevate England into a queen, an empress of the heart, this was their passion and object. And how dear and important an object it was, or may be, let Spain, in the recollection of her Cid, declare. There is a great magic in national names. What a damper to all interest is a list of native East Indian merchants. Unknown names are non-conductors, they stop all sympathy. No one of our poets has touched this string more exquisitely than Spenser, especially in his Chronicle of the British Kings, B2C10, and the Marriage of the Thames with the Medway, B4C11, in both which passages the mere names constitute half the pleasure we receive. To the same feeling we must in particular attribute Spenser's sweet reference to Ireland, thence the Irish rivers absent were, sith no less famous than the rest they be, and see, Ib. And Mullamine, whose waves I whilom taught to weep. Ib. And there is a beautiful passage of the same sort in the Colin Clout's Come Home Again. One day quoth he, I sat, as was my trade, under the foot of Mole and Sea lastly, The great and prevailing character of Spenser's mind is fancy under the conditions of imagination, as an ever-present but not always active power. He has an imaginative fancy, but he has not imagination, in kind or degree, as Shakespeare and Milton have. The boldest effort of his powers in this way is the character of Tullus. Add to this a feminine tenderness and almost maidenly purity of feeling, and above all, a deep moral earnestness which produces a believing sympathy and acquiescence in the reader, and you have a tolerably adequate view of Spenser's intellectual being. Footnote 1. Psychomercia. Return to footnote. Mark Contents. 2p. Lecture 7. Ben Jonson, Beaumont and Fletcher, and Massinger. A contemporary is rather an ambiguous term, when applied to authors. It may simply mean that one man lived and wrote while another was yet alive, however deeply the former may have been indebted to the latter as his model. There have been instances in the literary world that might remind a botanist of a singular sort of parasite plant, which rises above ground, independent and unsupported, an apparent original, but trace its roots, and you will find the fibers all terminating in the root of another plant at an unsuspected distance, which, perhaps, from want of sun and genial soil, and the loss of sap, has scarcely been able to peep above the ground. Or the word may mean those whose compositions were contemporaneous in such a sense as to preclude all likelihood of the one having borrowed from the other. In the latter sense I should call Ben Jonson a contemporary of Shakespeare, though he long survived him, while I should prefer the phrase of immediate successors for Beaumont and Fletcher, and Massinger, though they too were Shakespeare's contemporaries in the former sense. Ben Jonson 1. Born 1754. Died 1637. Ben Jonson is original. He is, indeed, the only one of the great dramatists of that day who was not either directly produced, or very greatly modified, by Shakespeare. In truth, he differs from our great master in everything in form and in substance and betrays no tokens of his proximity. He is not original in the same way as Shakespeare is original, but after a fashion of his own, Ben Jonson is most truly original. The characters in his plays are, in the strictest sense of the term, abstractions. Some very prominent feature is taken from the whole man, and that single feature or humor is made the basis upon which the entire character is built up. Ben Jonson's dramatis personae are almost as fixed as the masks of the ancient actors. You know from the first scene, sometimes from the list of names, exactly what every one of them is to be. He was a very accurately observing man, but he cared only to observe what was external or open to, and likely to impress, the senses. He individualizes, not so much, if at all, by the exhibition of moral or intellectual differences, as by the varieties and contrasts of manners, modes of speech and tricks of temper, as in such characters as Puntarvalo, Bobadil, and C. I believe there is not one whim or affectation in common life noted in any memoir of that age which may not be found drawn and framed in some corner or other of Ben Jonson's dramas, and they have this merit, in common with Hogarth's prints, that not a single circumstance is introduced in them which does not play upon, and help to bring out, the dominant humor or humors of the piece. Indeed, I ought very particularly to call your attention to the extraordinary skill shown by Ben Jonson in contriving situations for the display of his characters. In fact, his care and anxiety in this matter led him to do what scarcely any of the dramatists of that age did, that is, invent his plots. It is not a first perusal that suffices for the full perception of the elaborate artifice of the plots of the alchemist and the silent woman. That of the former is absolute perfection for a necessary entanglement, and an unexpected, yet natural, evolution. Ben Jonson exhibits a sterling English diction, and he has with great skill contrived varieties of construction, but his style is rarely sweet or harmonious, in consequence of his labor at point and strength being so evident. In all his works, in verse or prose, there is an extraordinary opulence of thought, but it is the produce of an amassing power in the author, and not of a growth from within. Indeed, a large proportion of Ben Jonson's thoughts may be traced to classic or obscure modern writers, by those who are learned and curious enough to follow the steps of this robust, surly, and observing dramatist. Footnote 1, from Mr. Green's note. Ed. Return to footnote. Mark Beaumont, born 1586. Died 1616. Fletcher, born 1576. Died 1625. Mr. Webber, to whose taste, industry, and appropriate erudition we owe, I will not say the best, for that would be saying little, but a good edition of Beaumont and Fletcher, has complemented the Philaster, which he himself describes as inferior to the Maid's Tragedy by the same writers, as but little below the noblest of Shakespeare's plays, Lear, Macbeth, Othello, and C, and consequently implying the equality, at least, of the Maid's Tragedy, and an eminent living critic, who in the manly wit, strong sterling sense, and robust style of his original works, had presented the best possible credentials of office as chargé d'affaires of literature in general, and who by his edition of Massinger, a work in which there was more for an editor to do, and in which more was actually well done, than in any similar work within my knowledge, has proved an especial right of authority in the appreciation of dramatic poetry, and doth potentially a double voice with the public in his own right and in that of the critical synod, where, as princeps senatus, he possesses it by his prerogative, has affirmed that Shakespeare's superiority to his contemporaries rests on his superior wit alone, while in all the other, and, as I should deem, higher excellences of the drama, character, pathos, depth of thought, and he is equalled by Beaumont and Fletcher, Ben Jonson, and Massinger. One of which I am engaged to treat in another lecture. It is a genus of many species, and at present I shall only say, that the species which is predominant in Shakespeare, is so completely Shakespearean, and in its essence so interwoven with all his other characteristic excellences, that I am equally incapable of comprehending, both how it can be detached from his other powers, and how, being disparate in kind from the wit of contemporary dramatists, it can be compared with theirs in degree. And again, the detachment and the practicability of the comparison being granted, I should, I confess, be rather inclined to concede the contrary, and in the most common species of wit, and in the ordinary application of the term, to yield this particular palm to Beaumont and Fletcher, whom here and hereafter I take as one poet with two names, leaving undivided what a rare love and still rarer congeniality have united. At least, I have never been able to distinguish the presence of Fletcher during the life of Beaumont, nor the absence of Beaumont during the survival of Fletcher. But waiving, or rather deferring, this question, I protest against the remainder of the position in toto. And indeed, whilst I can never, I trust, show myself blind to the various merits of Johnson, Beaumont and Fletcher, and Massinger, or insensible to the greatness of the merits which they possess in common, or to the specific excellences which give to each of the three a worth of his own, I confess, that one main object of this lecture was to prove that Shakespeare's eminence is his own, and not that of his age, even as the pineapple, the melon, and the gourd may grow on the same bed, yet the same circumstances of warmth and soil may be necessary to their full development, yet do not account for the golden hue, the ambrosial flavor, the perfect shape of the pineapple, or the tufted crown on its head. Would that those, who seek to twist it off, could but promise us in this instance to make it the germ of an equal successor. What had a grammatical and logical consistency for the ear, what could be put together and represented to the eye, these poets took from the ear and eye, unchecked by any intuition of an inward impossibility, just as a man might put together a quarter of an orange, a quarter of an apple, and the like of a lemon and a pomegranate, and make it look like one round diverse-colored fruit. But nature, which works from within by evolution and assimilation according to a law, cannot do so, nor could Shakespeare, for he too worked in the spirit of nature, by evolving the germ from within by the imaginative power according to an idea. For as the power of seeing is to light, so is an idea in mind to a law in nature. They are correlatives, which suppose each other. The plays of Beaumont and Fletcher are mere aggregations without unity. In the Shakespearean drama there is a vitality which grows and evolves itself from within, a keynote which guides and controls the harmonies throughout. What is Lear? It is storm and tempest, the thunder at first grumbling in the far horizon, then gathering around us, and at length bursting in fury over our heads, succeeded by a breaking of the clouds for a while, a last flash of lightning, the closing in of night, and the single hope of darkness. And Romeo and Juliet. It is a spring day, gusty and beautiful in the morn, and closing like an April evening with the song of the nightingale, whilst Macbeth is deep and earthy, composed to the subterranean music of a troubled conscience, which converts everything into the wild and fearful. Doubtless from mere observation, or from the occasional similarity of the writer's own character, more or less in Beaumont and Fletcher, and other such writers will happen to be in correspondence with nature, and still more in apparent compatibility with it. But yet the false source is always discoverable, first by the gross contradictions to nature in so many other parts, and secondly, by the want of the impression which Shakespeare makes, that the thing said not only might have been said, but that nothing else could be substituted, so as to excite the same sense of its exquisite propriety. I have always thought the conduct and expressions of Othello and Iago in the last scene, when Iago is brought in prisoner, a wonderful instance of Shakespeare's consummate judgment. I look down towards his feet, but that's a fable. If that thou be'st a devil, I cannot kill thee. Iago. I bleed, sir, but not kill thee. I am not sorry neither. Think what a volley of execrations and defiances Beaumont and Fletcher would have poured forth here. Indeed, Massinger and Ben Jonson are both more perfect in their kind than Beaumont and Fletcher, the former in the story and affecting incidents, the latter in the exhibition of manners and peculiarities, whims in language, and vanities of appearance. There is, however, a diversity of the most dangerous kind here. Shakespeare shaped his characters out of the nature within, but we cannot so safely say, out of his own nature as an individual person. No. This latter is itself but a natura naturator, an effect, a product, not a power. It was Shakespeare's prerogative to have the universal, which is potentially in each particular, opened out to him, the homo generalis, not as an abstraction from observation of a variety of men, but as the substance capable of endless modifications, of which his own personal existence was but one, and to use this one as the eye that beheld the other, and as the tongue that could convey the discovery. There is no greater or more common vice in dramatic writers than to draw out of themselves. How I alone and in the self-sufficiency of my study, as all men are apt to be proud in their dreams, should like to be talking king. Shakespeare, in composing, had no I, but the I representative. In Beaumont and Fletcher you have descriptions of characters by the poet rather than the characters themselves, we are told, and impressively told, of their being, but we rarely or never feel that they actually are. Beaumont and Fletcher are the most lyrical of our dramatists. I think their comedies the best part of their works, although there are scenes of very deep tragic interest in some of their plays. I particularly recommend Monsieur Thomas for good pure comic humor. There is, occasionally, considerable license in their dramas, and this opens a subject much needing vindication and sound exposition, but which is beset with such difficulties for a lecturer, that I must pass it by. Only as far as Shakespeare is concerned, I own, I can with less pain admit a fault in him than beg an excuse for it. I will not, therefore, attempt to palliate the grossness that actually exists in his plays by the customs of his age, or by the far greater coarseness of all his contemporaries, excepting Spenser, who is himself not wholly blameless, though nearly so, for I place Shakespeare's merit on being of no age. But I would clear away what is, in my judgment, not his, as that scene of the porter too in Macbeth, and many other such passages, and abstract what is coarse in manners only, and all that which from the frequency of our own vices, we associate with his words. If this were truly done, little that could be justly reprehensible would remain. Compare the vile comments, offensive and defensive, on Pope's lust through some gentle strainers, and see with the worst thing in Shakespeare, or even in Beaumont and Fletcher, and then consider how unfair the attack is on our old dramatists, especially because it is an attack that cannot be properly answered in that presence in which an answer would be most desirable, from the painful nature of one part of the position, but this very pain is almost a demonstration of its falsehood. Footnote 1. See Mr. Gifford's introduction to his edition of Massinger. Ed. Return to footnote mark footnote 2, Act 2. SC. 3. Massinger, born at Salisbury, 1584. Died, 1640. With regard to Massinger, observe, 1. The vein of satire on the times, but this is not as in Shakespeare, where the natures evolve themselves according to their incidental disproportions, from excess, deficiency, or mislocation, of one or more of the component elements, but is merely satire on what is attributed to them by others. 2. His excellent metre, a better model for dramatists in general to imitate than Shakespeare's, even if a dramatic taste existed in the frequenters of the stage, and could be gratified in the present size and management, or rather mismanagement, of the two patent theatres. I do not mean that Massinger's verse is superior to Shakespeare's or equal to it. Far from it, but it is much more easily constructed and may be more successfully adopted by writers in the present day. It is the nearest approach to the language of real life at all compatible with a fixed metre. In Massinger, as in all our poets before Dryden, in order to make harmonious verse in the reading, it is absolutely necessary that the meaning should be understood. When the meaning is once seen, then the harmony is perfect. Whereas in Pope and in most of the writers who followed in his school, it is the mechanical meter which determines the sense. 3. The impropriety and indecorum of demeanor in his favorite characters, as in Bertoldo in The Maid of Honor, who is a swaggerer, talking to his sovereign what no sovereign could endure, and to gentlemen what no gentleman would answer without pulling his nose. 4. Shakespeare's cheek, Osric, and C are displayed through others, in the course of social intercourse, by the mode of their performing some office in which they are employed. But Massinger's silly come forward to declare themselves fools ad arbitrium auctoris, and so the diction always needs the subintelligitor. The man looks as if he thought so and so, expressed in the language of the satirist, and not in that of the man himself silly. You may, madam, perhaps, believe that I in this use art to make you dote upon me, by exposing my more than most rare features to your view, but I, as I have ever done, deal simply, a mark of sweet simplicity, ever noted in the family of the Sillis. Therefore, lady, look not with too much contemplation on me, if you do, you are in the suds. Maid of Honor, Act ISC. 2. The author mixes his own feelings and judgments concerning the presumed fool, but the man himself, till mad, fights up against them, and betrays, by his attempts to modify them, that he is no fool at all, but one gifted with activity and copiousness of thought, image and expression, which belong not to a fool, but to a man of wit making himself merry with his own character. 5. There is an utter want of preparation in the decisive acts of Massinger's characters, as in Camiola and Aurelia in The Maid of Honor. Why? Because the dramatis personae were all planned each by itself. Whereas in Shakespeare, the play is syngenesia, each character has, indeed, a life of its own, and is an individuum of itself, but yet an organ of the whole, as the heart in the human body. Shakespeare was a great comparative anatomist. Hence Massinger and all, indeed, but Shakespeare, take a dislike to their own characters, and spite themselves upon them by making them talk like fools or monsters, as Fulgentio in his Visit to Camiola, Act 2 Sc. 2. Hence too, in Massinger, the continued flings at kings, courtiers, and all the favourites of fortune, like one who had enough of intellect to see injustice in his own inferiority in the share of the good things of life, but not genius enough to rise above it, and forget himself. Beaumont and Fletcher have the same vice in the opposite pole, a servility of sentiment and a spirit of partisanship with the monarchical faction. 6. From the want of a guiding point in Massinger's characters, you never know what they are about. In fact, they have no character. 7. Note the faultiness of his soliloquies, with connectives and arrangements, that have no other motive but the fear lest the audience should not understand him. 8. A play of Massinger's produces no one single effect, whether arising from the spirit of the whole, as in the As You Like It, or from any one indisputably prominent character as Hamlet. It is just which you like best, gentlemen. 9. The unnaturally irrational passions and strange whims of feeling which Massinger delights to draw, deprive the reader of all sound interest in the characters, as in Matthias in the picture, and in other instances. 10. The comic scenes in Massinger not only do not harmonize with the tragic, not only interrupt the feeling, but degrade the characters that are to form any part in the action of the piece, so as to render them unfit for any tragic interest. At least, they do not concern, or act upon, or modify, the principal characters. As when a gentleman is insulted by a mere blackguard, it is the same as if any other accident of nature had occurred, a pig run under his legs, or his horse thrown him. There is no dramatic interest in it. I like Massinger's comedies better than his tragedies, although where the situation requires it, he often rises into the truly tragic and pathetic. He excels in narration, and for the most part displays his mere story with skill. But he is not a poet of high imagination, he is like a Flemish painter, in whose delineations objects appear as they do in nature, have the same force and truth, and produce the same effect upon the spectator. But Shakespeare is beyond this. He always by metaphors and figures involves in the thing considered a universe of past and possible experiences. He mingles earth, sea and air, gives a soul to everything, and at the same time that he inspires human feelings, adds a dignity in his images to human nature itself. Full many a glorious morning have I seen flatter the mountain tops with sovereign eye, kissing with golden face the meadows green, gilding pale streams with heavenly alchemy, and see, 33rd. Sonnet. Note: have I not overrated Gifford's edition of Massinger? Not, if I have, as but just is, main reference to the restitution of the text, but yes, perhaps, if I were talking of the notes. These are more often wrong than right. In the Maid of Honor, Act ISC 5 Astuccio describes Fulgentio as a gentleman, yet no lord. Gifford supposes a transposition of the press for no gentleman, yet a lord. But this would have no connection with what follows, and we have only to recollect that lord means a lord of lands, to see that the after lines are explanatory. He is a man of high birth, but no landed property. As to the former, he is a distant branch of the blood royal; as to the latter, his whole rent lies in a narrow compass, the king's ear. In the same scene the text stands, but no. They are useful for your imitation, I remember you, and C. And Gifford condemns Mason's conjecture of initiation as void of meaning and harmony. Now my ear deceives me if initiation be not the right word. In fact, imitation is utterly impertinent to all that follows. Bertoldo tells Antonio that he had been initiated in the manners suited to the court by 2 or 3 sacred beauties, and that a similar experience would be equally useful for his initiation into the camp. Not a word of his imitation. Besides, I say the rhythm requires initiation and is lame as the verse now stands. Contents 2p Lecture 8. Don Quixote. Servants. Born at Madrid, 1547, Shakespeare, 1564, both put off mortality on the same day, the 23rd of April, 1616, the one in the 69th, the other in the 52nd, year of his life. The resemblance in their physiognomies is striking, but with a predominance of acuteness in servants, and of reflection in Shakespeare, which is the specific difference between the Spanish and English characters of mind. Either nature and eminence of symbolical writing, 2. Madness, and its different sorts, considered without pretension to medical science, to each of these, or at least to my own notions respecting them, I must devote a few words of explanation, in order to render the after critique on Don Quixote, the master work of servants and his country's genius easily and throughout intelligible. This is not the least valuable, though it may most often be felt by us both as the heaviest and least entertaining portion of these critical disquisitions, for without it, I must have foregone one at least of the 2 appropriate objects of a lecture, that of interesting you during its delivery, and of leaving behind in your minds the germs of afterthought, and the materials for future enjoyment. To have been assured by several of my intelligent auditors that they have reperused Hamlet or Othello with increased satisfaction in consequence of the new points of view in which I had placed those characters is the highest compliment I could receive or desire, and should the address of this evening open out a new source of pleasure, or enlarge the former in your perusal of Don Quixote, it will compensate for the failure of any personal or temporary object. Either symbolical cannot, perhaps, be better defined in distinction from the allegorical, than that it is always itself a part of that, of the whole of which it is the representative. Here comes a sail, that is, a ship, is a symbolical expression. Behold our lion, when we speak of some gallant soldier, is allegorical. Of most importance to our present subject is this point, that the latter, the allegory, cannot be other than spoken consciously, whereas in the former, the symbol, it is very possible that the general truth represented may be working unconsciously in the writer's mind during the construction of the symbol, and it proves itself by being produced out of his own mind, as the Don Quixote out of the perfectly sane mind of servants, and not by outward observation, or historically. The advantage of symbolical writing over allegory is, that it presumes no disjunction of faculties, but simple predominance. Two madness may be divided as one. Hypochondriasis, or, the man is out of his senses. Two derangement of the understanding, or, the man is out of his wits. Loss of reason. 4. Frenzy, or derangement of the sensations. Cervantes' own preface to Don Quixote is a perfect model of the gentle, everywhere intelligible, irony in the best essays of the Tatler and the Spectator. Equally natural and easy, Cervantes is more spirited than Addison, whilst he blends with the terseness of Swift, an exquisite flow and music of style, and above all, contrasts with the latter by the sweet temper of a superior mind, which saw the follies of mankind, and was even at the moment suffering severely under hard mistreatment, one and yet seems everywhere to have but one thought as the undersong brethren. With all your faults I love you still. Or as a mother that chides the child she loves, with one hand holds up the rod, and with the other wipes off each tear as it drops. Don Quixote was neither fettered to the earth by want, nor holden in its embraces by wealth, of which, with the temperance natural to his country, as a Spaniard, he had both far too little, and somewhat too much, to be under any necessity of thinking about it. His age too, 50, may be well supposed to prevent his mind from being tempted out of itself by any of the lower passions, while his habits, as a very early riser and a keen sportsman, were such as kept his spare body in serviceable subjection to his will, and yet by the play of hope that accompanies pursuit, not only permitted, but assisted, his fancy in shaping what it would. Nor must we omit his meagreness and entire featureliness, face and frame, which Cervantes gives us at once. It is said that his surname was Quixada or Quisada, and see even in this trifle showing an exquisite judgment, just once insinuating the association of lantern jaws into the reader's mind, yet not retaining it obtrusively like the names in old farces and in the Pilgrim's Progress, but taking for the regular appellative one which had the no meaning of a proper name in real life, and which yet was capable of recalling a number of very different, but all pertinent, recollections, as old armor, the precious metals hidden in the ore, and see Don Quixote's leanness and featureliness are happy exponents of the excess of the formative or imaginative in him, contrasted with Sancho's plump rotundity, and recipiency of external impression. He has no knowledge of the sciences or scientific arts which give to the meanest portions of matter an intellectual interest, and which enable the mind to decipher in the world of the senses the invisible agency that alone, of which the world's phenomena are the effects and manifestations, and thus, as in a mirror, to contemplate its own reflex, its life in the powers, its imagination in the symbolic forms, its moral instincts in the final causes, and its reason in the laws of material nature, but estranged from all the motives to observation from self-interest, the persons that surround him too few and too familiar to enter into any connection with his thoughts, or to require any adaptation of his conduct to their particular characters or relations to himself. His judgment lies fallow, with nothing to excite, nothing to employ it. Yet, and here is the point, where genius even of the most perfect kind, allotted but to few in the course of many ages, does not preclude the necessity in part, and in part counterbalance the craving by sanity of judgment, without which genius either cannot be, or cannot at least manifest itself. The dependency of our nature asks for some confirmation from without, though it be only from the shadows of other men's fictions. Too uninformed, and with too narrow a sphere of power and opportunity to rise into the scientific artist, or to be himself a patron of art, and with too deep a principle and too much innocence to become a mere projector, Don Quixote has recourse to romances. His curiosity and extravagant fondness herein arrived at that pitch, that he sold many acres of arable land to purchase books of knight-errantry, and carried home all he could lay hands on of that kind. The more remote these romances were from the language of common life, the more akin on that very account were they to the shapeless dreams and strivings of his own mind, a mind which possessed not the highest order of genius, which lives in an atmosphere of power over mankind, but that minor kind which, in its restlessness, seeks for a vivid representative of its own wishes, and substitutes the movements of that objective puppet for an exercise of actual power in and by itself. The more wild and improbable these romances were, the more were they akin to his will, which had been in the habit of acting as an unlimited monarch over the creations of his fancy. Hence observe how the startling of the remaining common sense, like a glimmering before its death, in the notice of the impossible improbable of Don Bellianis, is dismissed by Don Quixote as impertinent. He had some doubt too as to the dreadful wounds which Don Bellianis gave and received, for he imagined, that notwithstanding the most expert surgeons had cured him, his face and whole body must still be full of seams and scars. Nevertheless, he commended in his author the concluding his book with a promise of that unfinishable adventure. C1. Hence also his first intention to turn author, but who, with such a restless struggle within him, could content himself with writing in a remote village among apathists and ignorants. During his colloquies with the village priest and the barber surgeon, in which the fervor of critical controversy feeds the passion and gives reality to its object, what more natural than that the mental striving should become an eddy? Madness may perhaps be deemed as the circling in a stream which should be progressive and adaptive. Don Quixote grows at length to be a man out of his wits, his understanding is deranged, and hence without the least deviation from the truth of nature, without losing the least trait of personal individuality, he becomes a substantial living allegory, or personification of the reason and the moral sense, divested of the judgment and the understanding. Sanko is the converse. He is the common sense without reason or imagination, and servants not only shows the excellence and power of reason in Don Quixote, but in both him and Sanko the mischiefs resulting from a severance of the two main constituents of sound intellectual and moral action. Put him and his master together, and they form a perfect intellect, but they are separated and without cement, and hence each having a need of the other for its own completeness, each has at times a mastery over the other. For the common sense, although it may see the practical inapplicability of the dictates of the imagination or abstract reason, yet cannot help submitting to them. These two characters possess the world, alternately and interchangeably the cheater and the cheated. To impersonate them, and to combine the permanent with the individual, is one of the highest creations of genius, and has been achieved by servants and Shakespeare, almost alone. Observations on particular passages, Bic 1. But not altogether approving of his having broken it to pieces with so much ease, to secure himself from the like danger for the future, he made it over again, fencing it with small bars of iron within, in such a manner, that he rested satisfied of its strength, and without caring to make a fresh experiment on it, he approved and looked upon it as a most excellent helmet. His not trying his improved skull-cap is an exquisite trait of human character, founded on the oppugnancy of the soul in such a state to any disturbance by doubt of its own broodings. Even the long deliberation about his horse's name is full of meaning, for in these daydreams the greater part of the history passes and is carried on in words, which look forward to other words as what will be said of them. Near the place where he lived, there dwelt a very comely country lass, with whom he had formerly been in love, though, as it is supposed, she never knew it, nor troubled herself about it. The nascent love for the country lass, but without any attempt at utterance, or an opportunity of knowing her, except as the hint the Greek, otst of the inward imagination, is happily conceived in both parts, first, as confirmative of the shrinking back of the mind on itself, and its dread of having a cherished image destroyed by its own judgment, and secondly, as showing how necessarily love is the passion of novels. Novels are to love as fairy tales to dreams. I never knew but two men of taste and feeling who could not understand why I was delighted with the Arabian Nights tales, and they were likewise the only persons in my knowledge who scarcely remembered having ever dreamed. Magic and war itself a magic are the daydreams of childhood, love is the daydream of youth and early manhood. C2. Scarcely had ruddy Phoebus spread the golden tresses of his beauteous hair over the face of the wide and spacious earth, and scarcely had the little painted birds, with the sweet and mellifluous harmony of their forked tongues, saluted the approach of rosy Aurora, who, quitting the soft couch of her jealous husband, disclosed herself to mortals through the gates of the Morchegan horizon, when the renowned Don Quixote and C. How happily already is the abstraction from the senses, from observation, and the consequent confusion of the judgment, marked in this description. The night is describing objects immediate to his senses and sensations without borrowing a single trait from either. Would it be difficult to find parallel descriptions in Dryden's plays and in those of his successors? C3. The host is here happily conceived as one who from his past life as a sharper, was capable of entering into and humoring the night, and so perfectly in character, that he precludes a considerable source of improbability in the future narrative, by enforcing upon Don Quixote the necessity of taking money with him. C3. Ho, there, whoever thou art, rash knight, that approachest to touch the arms of the most valorous adventurer that ever girded sword, and see Don Quixote's high eulogiums on himself the most valorous adventurer, but it is not himself that he has before him, but the idol of his imagination, the imaginary being whom he is acting. And this, that it is entirely a third person, excuses his heart from the otherwise inevitable charge of selfish vanity, and so by madness itself he preserves our esteem, and renders those actions natural by which he, the first person, deserves it. C4. Andres and his master. The manner in which Don Quixote redressed this wrong, is a picture of the true revolutionary passion in its first honest state, while it is yet only a bewilderment of the understanding. You have a benevolence limitless in its prayers, which are in fact aspirations towards omnipotence, but between it and beneficence the bridge of judgment, that is, of measurement of personal power, intervenes, and must be passed. Otherwise you will be bruised by the leap into the chasm, or be drowned in the revolutionary river, and drag others with you to the same fate. C4. Merchants of Toledo. When they were come so near as to be seen and heard, Don Quixote raised his voice, and with arrogant air cried out, "Let the whole world stand, if the whole world does not confess that there is not in the whole world a damsel more beautiful than Anansi." Now mark the presumption which follows the self-complacency of the last act. That was an honest attempt to redress a real wrong. This is an arbitrary determination to enforce a Brisantine or Rousseau's ideal on all his fellow creatures. Let the whole world stand. If there had been any experience in proof of the excellence of our code, where would be our superiority in this enlightened age? No. The business is that without seeing her, you believe, confess, affirm, swear, and maintain it, and if not, I challenge you all to battle. For next see the persecution and fury excited by opposition, however moderate. The only words listened to are those, that without their context and their conditionals, and transformed into positive assertions, might give some shadow of excuse for the violence shown. This rich story ends, to the compassion of the men in their senses, in a sound rib-roasting of the idealist by the muleteer, the mob. And happy for thee, poor knight, that the mob were against thee. For had they been with thee, by the change of the moon and of them, thy head would have been off. C5. First part. The idealist recollects the causes that had been accessory to the reverse and attempts to remove them too late. He is beaten and disgraced. C6. This chapter on Don Quixote's library proves that the author did not wish to destroy the romances, but to cause them to be read as romances, that is, for their merits as poetry. C7. Among other things, Don Quixote told him he should dispose himself to go with him willingly, for some time or other such an adventure might present, that an island might be won, in the turn of a hand, and he be left governor thereof. At length the promises of the imaginative reason begin to act on the plump, sensual, honest common sense accomplice, but unhappily not in the same person, and without the copula of the judgment, in hopes of the substantial good things, of which the former contemplated only the glory and the colors. C7. Sancho Panza went riding upon his ass, like any patriarch, with his wallet and leathern bottle, and with a vehement desire to find himself governor of the island which his master had promised him. The first relief from regular labor is so pleasant to poor Sancho. C8. I know, gentlemen. I swear by the great God, thou liest, as I am a Christian. Biscayner by land, gentleman by sea, gentleman for the devil, and thou liest. Look then if thou hast anything else to say. This Biscayner is an excellent image of the prejudices and bigotry provoked by the idealism of a speculator. This story happily detects the trick which our imagination plays in the description of single combats, only change the preconception of the magnificence of the combatants, and all is gone. B2C2. Be pleased, my lord Don Quixote, to bestow upon me the government of that island, and see Sancho's eagerness for his government, the nascent lust of actual democracy, or isocracy. C2. But tell me, on your life, have you ever seen a more valorous knight than I, upon the whole face of the known earth? Have you read in story of any other, who has, or ever had, more bravery in assailing, more breath in holding out, more dexterity in wounding, or more address in giving a fall? The truth is, answered Sancho, that I never read any history at all, for I can neither read nor write, but what I dare affirm is, that I never served a bolder master, and see. This appeal to Sancho, and Sancho's answer are exquisitely humorous. It is impossible not to think of the French bulletins and proclamations. Remark the necessity under which we are of being sympathized with, fly as high into abstraction as we may, and how constantly the imagination is recalled to the ground of our common humanity. And note a little further on, the knight's easy vaunting of his balsam, and his quietly deferring the making and application of it. C3. Happy times and happy ages, and C5. Note the rhythm of this, and the admirable beauty and wisdom of the thoughts in themselves, but the total want of judgment in Don Quixote's addressing them to such an audience. B3C3. Don Quixote's balsam, and the vomiting and consequent relief, an excellent hit at panacea nostrums, which cure the patient by his being himself cured of the medicine by revolting nature. Peace. And have patience, the day will come, and see. The perpetual promises of the imagination. Your worship, said Sancho, would make a better preacher than knight-errant. Exactly so. This is the true moral. C6. The uncommon beauty of the description in the commencement of this chapter. In truth, the whole of it seems to put all nature in its heights and its humiliations, before us. Ib. Sanko's story of the goats, make account, he carried them all over, said Don Quixote, and do not be going and coming in this manner, for at this rate, you will not have done carrying them over in a 12-month. How many are past already, said Sancho, and see observe the happy contrast between the all-generalizing mind of the mad knight, and Sancho's all-particularizing memory. How admirable a symbol of the dependence of all copula on the higher powers of the mind, with the single exception of the succession in time and the accidental relations of space. Men of mere common sense have no theory or means of making one fact more important or prominent than the rest. If they lose one link, all is lost. Compare Mrs. Quickly and the tapster. 6. And note also Sancho's good heart, when his master is about to leave him. Don Quixote's conduct upon discovering the fulling hammers proves he was meant to be in his senses. Nothing can be better conceived than his fit of passion at Sancho's laughing, and his sophism of self-justification by the courage he had shown. Sancho is by this time cured, through experience, as far as his own errors are concerned, yet still is he lured on by the unconquerable awe of his master's superiority, even when he is cheating him. C8. The Adventure of the Galley Slaves. I think this is the only passage of moment in which servant slips the mask of his hero, and speaks for himself. Don Quixote desired to have it, and bade him take the money, and keep it for himself. Sancho kissed his hands for the favor, and see observe Sancho's eagerness to avail himself of the permission of his master, who, in the war sports of knight-errantry, had, without any selfish dishonesty, overlooked the meum and tuum. Sancho's selfishness is modified by his involuntary goodness of heart, and Don Quixote's flighty goodness is debased by the involuntary or unconscious selfishness of his vanity and self-applause. C10. Cardenio is the madman of passion, who meets and easily overthrows for the moment the madman of imagination. And note the contagion of madness of any kind, upon Don Quixote's interruption of Cardenio's story. C11. Perhaps the best specimen of Sancho's proverbializing is this, and I, Don Q. say again, they lie, and will lie 200 times more, all who say, or think her so. I neither say, nor think so, answered Sancho. Let those who say it, eat the lie, and swallow it with their bread, whether they were guilty or no. They have given an account to God before now. I come from my vineyard, I know nothing, I am no friend to inquiring into other men's lives, for he that buys and lies shall find the lie left in his purse behind. Besides, naked was I born, and naked I remain. I neither win nor lose. If they were guilty, what is that to me? Many think to find bacon, where there is not so much as a pin to hang it on, but who can hedge in the cuckoo? Especially, do they spare God himself. Ib. And it is no great matter, if it be in another hand, for by what I remember, Dulcinea can neither write nor read, and c. p2. b3. c. 9. Sanko's account of what he had seen on Clavilno is a counterpart in his style to Don Quixote's adventures in the cave of Montesinos. This last is the only impeachment of the knight's moral character. Servants just gives one instance of the veracity failing before the strong cravings of the imagination for something real and external. The picture would not have been complete without this, and yet it is so well managed, that the reader has no unpleasant sense of Don Quixote having told a lie. It is evident that he hardly knows whether it was a dream or not, and goes to the enchanter to inquire the real nature of the adventure. Footnote 1. Bien como quien se engendró en una cárcel, don toda incomodidad tiene su asiento, y todo triste ruido has su habitation. Like one you may suppose born in a prison, where every inconvenience keeps its residence, and every dismal sound its habitation. Brief. Jarvis's TRED return to footnote mark footnote 2, no estaban muy bien con. ED return to footnote mark footnote 3, pero con todo. ED return to footnote mark footnote 4, don't know, conmigo soy en batalla, gente descomunal. ED return to footnote mark footnote 5. Dicosa edad y siglos de casos aquilos, and CED return to footnote mark footnote 6, see The Friend, Volume 3. p. 138. ED return to footnote mark summary on servants. A Castilian of refined manners, a gentleman, true to religion, and true to honor. A scholar and a soldier, and fought under the banners of Don John of Austria, at Lepanto, lost his arm and was captured. Endured slavery not only with fortitude, but with mirth, and by the superiority of nature, mastered and overawed his barbarian owner. Finally ransomed, he resumed his native destiny, the awful task of achieving fame, and for that reason died poor and a prisoner, while nobles and kings over their goblets of gold gave relish to their pleasures by the charms of his divine genius. He was the inventor of novels for the Spaniards, and in his Persiles and Sigismunda, the English may find the germ of their Robinson Crusoe. The world was a drama to him. His own thoughts, in spite of poverty and sickness, perpetuated for him the feelings of youth. He painted only what he knew and had looked into, but he knew and had looked into much indeed, and his imagination was ever at hand to adapt and modify the world of his experience. Of delicious love he fabled, yet with stainless virtue. Contents 2p Lecture 9 on the distinctions of the witty, the droll, the odd and the humorous, the nature and constituents of humor, Rabelais Swift Stern. Perhaps the most important of our intellectual operations are those of detecting the difference in similar, and the identity in dissimilar, things. Out of the latter operation it is that wit arises, and it, generically regarded, consists in presenting thoughts or images in an unusual connection with each other, for the purpose of exciting pleasure by the surprise. This connection may be real, and there is in fact a scientific wit, though where the object, consciously entertained, is truth, and not amusement, we commonly give it some higher name. But in wit popularly understood, the connection may be, and for the most part is, apparent only, and transitory, and this connection may be by thoughts, or by words, or by images. The first is our butler's especial eminence, the second, Voltaire's, the third, which we oftener call fancy, constitutes the larger and more peculiar part of the wit of Shakespeare. You can scarcely turn to a single speech of Falstaff's without finding instances of it. Nor does wit always cease to deserve the name by being transient, or incapable of analysis. I may add that the wit of thoughts belongs eminently to the Italians, that of words to the French, and that of images to the English. Where the laughable is its own end, and neither inference, nor moral is intended, or where at least the writer would wish it so to appear, there arises what we call drollery. The pure, unmixed, ludicrous or laughable belongs exclusively to the understanding, and must be presented under the form of the senses. It lies within the spheres of the eye and the ear, and hence is allied to the fancy. It does not appertain to the reason or the moral sense, and accordingly is alien to the imagination. I think Aristotle has already excellently defined the laughable, Greek, though Geloan, as consisting of, or depending on, what is out of its proper time and place, yet without danger or pain. Here the impropriety Greek, though art upon is the positive qualification, the dangerousness Greek, though akindunon the negative. Neither the understanding without an object of the senses, as for example, a mere notional error, or idiocy, nor any external object, unless attributed to the understanding, can produce the poetically laughable. Nay, even in ridiculous positions of the body laughed at by the vulgar, there is a subtle personification always going on, which acts on the, perhaps, unconscious mind of the spectator as a symbol of intellectual character. And hence arises the imperfect and awkward effect of comic stories of animals, because although the understanding is satisfied in them, the senses are not. Hence too, it is, that the true ludicrous is its own end. When serious satire commences, or satire that is felt as serious, however comically dressed, free and genuine laughter ceases, it becomes sardonic. This you experience in reading Young, and also not unfrequently in Butler. The true comic is the blossom of the nettle. When words or images are placed in unusual juxtaposition rather than connection, and are so placed merely because the juxtaposition is unusual, we have the odd or the grotesque, the occasional use of which in the minor ornaments of architecture, is an interesting problem for a student in the psychology of the fine arts. For in the simply laughable there is a mere disproportion between a definite act and a definite purpose or end, or a disproportion of the end itself to the rank or circumstances of the definite person, but humor is of more difficult description. I must try to define it in the first place by its points of diversity from the former species. Humor does not, like the different kinds of wit, which is impersonal, consist wholly in the understanding and the senses. No combination of thoughts, words, or images will of itself constitute humor, unless some peculiarity of individual temperament and character be indicated thereby, as the cause of the same. Compare the comedies of Congreve with the Falstaff in Henry IV. Or with Sterne's Corporal Trim, Uncle Toby, and Mr. Shandy, or with some of Steele's charming papers in the Tatler, and you will feel the difference better than I can express it. Thus again, to take an instance from the different works of the same writer, in Smollett's Strap, his Lieutenant Bowling, his Morgan the Honest Welshman, and his Matthew Bramble, we have exquisite humour, while in his Peregrine Pickle we find an abundance of drollery, which too often degenerates into mere oddity. In short, we feel that a number of things are put together to counterfeit humour, but that there is no growth from within. And this indeed is the origin of the word, derived from the humoral pathology, and excellently described by Ben Jonson. So in every human body, the cholia, melancholy, phlegm, and blood, by reason that they flow continually in some one part, and are not continent, receive the name of humours. Now thus far it may, by metaphor, apply itself unto the general disposition, as when some one peculiar quality doth so possess a man, that it doth draw all his effects, his spirits, and his powers, in their confluxions, all to run one way. This may be truly said to be a humour. Hence we may explain the congeniality of humour with pathos, so exquisite in Sterne and Smollett, and hence also the tender feeling which we always have for, and associate with, the humours or hobby-horses of a man. First, we respect a humorist, because absence of interested motive is the groundwork of the character, although the imagination of an interest may exist in the individual himself, as if a remarkably simple-hearted man should pride himself on his knowledge of the world, and how well he can manage it, and secondly, there always is in a genuine humour an acknowledgment of the hollowness and farce of the world, and its disproportion to the godlike within us. And it follows immediately from this, that whenever particular acts have reference to particular selfish motives, the humorous bursts into the indignant and abhorring, whilst all follies not selfish are pardoned or palliated. The danger of this habit, in respect of pure morality, is strongly exemplified in Sterne. This would be enough, and indeed less than this has passed, for a sufficient account of humour, if we did not recollect that not every predominance of character, even where not precluded by the moral sense, as in criminal dispositions, constitutes what we mean by a humorist, or the presentation of its produce, humour. What then is it? Is it manifold? Or is there some one humorific point common to all that can be called humorous? I am not prepared to answer this fully, even if my time permitted, but I think there is, and that it consists in a certain reference to the general and the universal, by which the finite great is brought into identity with the little, or the little with the finite great, so as to make both nothing in comparison with the infinite. The little is made great, and the great little, in order to destroy both, because all is equal in contrast with the infinite. It is not without reason, brother Toby, that learned men write dialogues on long noses. 2. I would suggest, therefore, that whenever a finite is contemplated in reference to the infinite, whether consciously or unconsciously, humour essentially arises. In the highest humour, at least, there is always a reference to, and a connection with, some general power not finite, in the form of some finite ridiculously disproportionate in our feelings to that of which it is, nevertheless, the representative, or by which it is to be displayed. Humorous writers, therefore, as Sterne in particular, delight, after much preparation, to end in nothing, or in a direct contradiction. That there is some truth in this definition, or origination of humor, is evident, for you cannot conceive a humorous man who does not give some disproportionate generality, or even a universality to his hobbyhorse, as is the case with Mr. Shandy, or at least there is an absence of any interest but what arises from the humor itself, as in my Uncle Toby, and it is the idea of the soul, of its undefined capacity and dignity, that gives the sting to any absorption of it by any one pursuit, and this not in respect of the humorist as a mere member of society for a particular, however mistaken, interest, but as a man. The English humor is the most thoughtful, the Spanish the most ethereal, the most ideal of modern literature. Amongst the classic ancients there was little or no humor in the foregoing sense of the term. Socrates, or Plato under his name, gives some notion of humor in the Banquet, when he argues that tragedy and comedy rest upon the same ground. But humor properly took its rise in the Middle Ages, and the devil, the vice of the mysteries, incorporates the modern humor in its elements. It is a spirit measured by disproportionate finites. The devil is not, indeed, perfectly humorous, but that is only because he is the extreme of all humor. Footnote 1. Every man out of his humor. Prologue. Return to footnote mark footnote 2, Trist. Sh. Volume 3. C. 37. Return to footnote mark Rabilis 1 born at Chinon, 1483–4. Died 1553. One cannot help regretting that no friend of Rabilis, and surely friends he must have had, has left an authentic account of him. His buffoonery was not merely Brutus' rough stick, which contained a rod of gold, it was necessary as an amulet against the monks and bigots. Beyond a doubt, he was among the deepest as well as boldest thinkers of his age. Never was a more plausible, and seldom, I am persuaded, a less appropriate line than the 1,000 times quoted, Rabilis laughing in his easy chair of Mr. Pope. The caricature of his filth and zanyism proves how fully he both knew and felt the danger in which he stood. I could write a treatise in proof and praise of the morality and moral elevation of Rabilis' work which would make the church stare and the conventicle groan, and yet should be the truth and nothing but the truth. I class Rabilis with the creative minds of the world, Shakespeare, Dante, Servants, and c. All Rabilis personages are phantasmagoric allegories, but Panurge above all. He is throughout the Greek, Panurge the wisdom, that is, the cunning of the human animal, the understanding, as the faculty of means to purposes without ultimate ends, in the most comprehensive sense, and including art, sensuous fancy, and all the passions of the understanding. It is impossible to read Rabelais without an admiration mixed with wonder at the depth and extent of his learning, his multifarious knowledge, and original observation beyond what books could in that age have supplied him with. B3C9. How Panurgisceth counsel of Pantagruel, whether he should marry, yea or no. Note this incomparable chapter. Pantagruel stands for the reason as contradistinguished from the understanding and choice, that is, from Panurge, and the humour consists in the latter asking advice of the former on a subject in which the reason can only give the inevitable conclusion, the syllogistic ergo, from the premises provided by the understanding itself, which puts each case so as of necessity to predetermine the verdict thereon. This chapter, independently of the allegory, is an exquisite satire on the spirit in which people commonly ask advice. Footnote 1. No note remains of that part of this lecture which treated of Rabelais. This seems, therefore, a convenient place for the reception of some remarks written by Mr. C. in Mr. Gilman's copy of Rabelais, about the year 1825. See Table Talk, Volume IP 177. Ed. Return to footnote. Mark Swift, one born in Dublin, 1667. Died 1745. In Swift's writings there is a false misanthropy grounded upon an exclusive contemplation of the vices and follies of mankind, and this misanthropic tone is also disfigured or brutalized by his obtrusion of physical dirt and coarseness. I think Gulliver's Travels the great work of Swift. In the Voyages to Lilliput and Brobdingnag he displays the littleness and moral contemptibility of human nature, in that to the Houyhnhnms he represents the disgusting spectacle of man with the understanding only, without the reason or the moral feeling, and in his Horse he gives the misanthropic ideal of man, that is, a being virtuous from rule and duty, but untouched by the principle of love. Footnote 1, from Mr. Green's note. E.D. Sterne, born at Clonmel, 1713. Died 1768. With regard to Sterne, and the charge of licentiousness which presses so seriously upon his character as a writer, I would remark that there is a sort of knowingness, the wit of which depends first, on the modesty it gives pain to, or, 2dly, on the innocence and innocent ignorance over which it triumphs, or, 3dly, on a certain oscillation in the individual's own mind between the remaining good and the encroaching evil of his nature, a sort of dallying with the devil, a flexionary active, combining courage and cowardice, as when a man snuffs a candle with his fingers for the first time, or better still, perhaps, like that trembling daring with which a child touches a hot tea urn, because it has been forbidden, so that the mind has in its own white and black angel the same or similar amusement, as may be supposed to take place between an old debauchee and a prude, she feeling resentment, on the one hand, from a prudential anxiety to preserve appearances and have a character, and, on the other, an inward sympathy with the enemy. We have only to suppose society innocent, and then 9/10 of this sort of wit would be like a stone that falls in snow, making no sound because exciting no resistance, the remainder rests on its being an offense against the good manners of human nature itself. This source, unworthy as it is, may doubtless be combined with wit, drollery, fancy, and even humor, and we have only to regret the misalliance, but that the latter are quite distinct from the former, may be made evident by abstracting in our imagination the morality of the characters of Mr. Shandy, my Uncle Toby, and Trim, which are all antagonists to this spurious sort of wit, from the rest of Tristram Shandy, and by supposing, instead of them, the presence of 2 or 3 callous debauchees, the result will be pure disgust. Sterne cannot be too severely censured for thus using the best dispositions of our nature as the pandas and condiments for the basest. The excellences of Sterne consist 1. In bringing forward into distinct consciousness those minutiae of thought and feeling which appear trifles, yet have an importance for the moment, and which almost every man feels in one way or other. Thus is produced the novelty of an individual peculiarity, together with the interest of a something that belongs to our common nature. In short, Sterne seizes happily on those points, in which every man is more or less a humorist. And, indeed, to be a little more subtle, the propensity to notice these things does itself constitute the humorist, and the superadded power of so presenting them to men in general gives us the man of humor. Hence the difference of the man of humor, the effect of whose portraits does not depend on the felt presence of himself, as a humorist, as in the instances of servants and Shakespeare, of Rabelais too, and of the humorist, the effect of whose works does very much depend on the sense of his own oddity, as in Sterne's case, and perhaps Swift's, though Swift again would require a separate classification. 2. In the traits of human nature, which so easily assume a particular cast and color from individual character. Hence this excellence and the pathos connected with it quickly pass into humor, and form the ground of it. See particularly the beautiful passage, so well known, of Uncle Toby's catching and liberating the fly. Go, says he, one day at dinner, to an overgrown one which had buzzed about his nose, and tormented him cruelly all dinner time, and which, after infinite attempts, he had caught at last, as it flew by him. I'll not hurt thee, says my Uncle Toby, rising from his chair, and going across the room, with the fly in his hand. I'll not hurt a hair of thy head. Go, says he, lifting up the sash, and opening his hand as he spoke, to let it escape. Go, poor devil, get thee gone, why should I hurt thee? This world is surely wide enough to hold both thee and me. Volume 2, Chapter 12. Observe in this incident how individual character may be given by the mere delicacy of presentation and elevation in degree of a common good quality, humanity, which in itself would not be characteristic at all. 3. In Mr. Shandy's character, the essence of which is a craving for sympathy in exact proportion to the oddity and unsympathizability of what he proposes. This coupled with an instinctive desire to be at least disputed with, or rather both in one, to dispute and yet to agree, and holding as worst of all to acquiesce without either resistance or sympathy. This is charmingly, indeed, profoundly conceived, and is psychologically and ethically true of all Mr. Shandy's Note, too, how the contrasts of character, which are always either balanced or remedied, increase the love between the brothers. For no writer is so happy as Sterne in the unexaggerated and truly natural representation of that species of slander, which consists in gossiping about our neighbors, as whetstones of our moral discrimination, as if they were conscience blocks which we used in our apprenticeship, in order not to waste such precious materials as our own consciences in the trimming and shaping of ourselves by self-examination. Alas a day! Had Mrs. Shandy, poor gentlewoman, had but her wish in going up to town just to lie in and come down again, which, they say, she begged and prayed for upon her bare knees, and which, in my opinion, considering the fortune which Mr. Shandy got with her, was no such mighty matter to have complied with, the lady and her babe might both of them have been alive at this hour. Volume IC 18. 5. When you have secured a man's likings and prejudices in your favor, you may then safely appeal to his impartial judgment. In the following passage not only is acute sense shrouded in wit, but a life and a character are added which exalt the whole into the dramatic. I see plainly, sir, by your looks, or as the case happened, my father would say that you do not heartily subscribe to this opinion of mine, which, to those he would add, who have not carefully sifted it to the bottom, I own has an air more of fancy than of solid reasoning in it. And yet, my dear sir, if I may presume to know your character, I am morally assured, I should hazard little in stating a case to you, not as a party in the dispute, but as a judge, and trusting my appeal upon it to your good sense and candid disquisition in this matter. You are a person free from as many narrow prejudices of education as most men, and, if I may presume to penetrate farther into you, of a liberality of genius above bearing down an opinion, merely because it wants friends. Your son, your dear son, from whose sweet and open temper you have so much to expect, your Billy, sir. Would you, for the world, have called him Judas? Would you, my dear sir, he would say, laying his hand upon your breast, with the genteelest address, and in that soft and irresistible piano of voice which the nature of the argumentum ad hominem absolutely requires, would you, sir, if a Jew of a godfather had proposed the name for your child, and offered you his purse along with it, would you have consented to such a desecration of him? Oh my God, he would say, looking up, if I know your temper rightly, sir, you are incapable of it. You would have trampled upon the offer, you would have thrown the temptation at the tempter's head with abhorrence. Your greatness of mind in this action, which I admire, with that generous contempt of money, which you show me in the whole transaction, is really noble, and what renders it more so, is the principle of it, the workings of a parent's love upon the truth and conviction of this very hypothesis, namely, that were your son called Judas, the sordid and treacherous idea, so inseparable from the name, would have accompanied him through life like his shadow, and in the end made a miser and a rascal of him, in spite, sir, of your example. Volume IC 19. 6. There is great physiognomic tact in Sterne. See it particularly displayed in his description of Dr. Slop, accompanied with all that happiest use of drapery and attitude, which at once give reality by individualizing and vividness by unusual, yet probable, combinations. Imagine to yourself a little squat, uncourtly figure of a Dr. Slop, of about 4.5 feet perpendicular height, with a breadth of back, and a sesquipedality of belly, which might have done honor to a sergeant in the Horse Guards. Imagine such a one, for such I say, were the outlines of Dr. Slop's figure, coming slowly along, foot by foot, waddling through the dirt upon the vertebrae of a little diminutive pony, of a pretty color but of strength, alack! Scarce able to have made an amble of it, under such a fardel, had the roads been in an ambling condition, they were not. Imagine to yourself Obadiah mounted upon a strong monster of a coach horse, pricked into a full gallop, and making all practicable speed the adverse way. Volume 2 C9. 7. I think there is more humor in the single remark, which I have quoted before. Learned men, brother Toby, don't write dialogues upon long noses for nothing, than in the whole Slawkenbergian tale that follows, which is mere oddity interspersed with drollery. 8. Note Sterne's assertion of, and faith in, a moral good in the characters of Trim, Toby, and C as contrasted with the cold skepticism of motives which is the stamp of the Jacobin spirit. Volume VC 9. 9. You must bear in mind, in order to do justice to Rabelais and Sterne, that by right of humoristic universality each part is essentially a whole in itself. Hence the digressive spirit is not mere wantonness, but in fact the very form and vehicle of their genius. The connection, such as was needed, is given by the continuity of the characters. Instances of different forms of wit, taken largely. 1. Why are you reading romances at your age? Why, I used to be fond of history, but I have given it up, it was so grossly improbable. 2. Pray, sir, do it, although you have promised me. 3. The Spartan mothers return with, or on, thy shield. My sword is too short. Take a step forwarder. 4. The Gasconade. I believe you, sir, but you will excuse my repeating it on account of my provincial accent. 5. Pasquill on Pope Urban, who had employed a committee to rip up the old errors of his predecessors. Someone placed a pair of spurs on the heels of the statue of Saint Peter, and a label from the opposite statue of Saint Paul, on the same bridge, Saint Paul. Whither then are you bound? Saint Peter. I apprehend danger here, they'll soon call me in question for denying my master. Saint Paul. Nay, then, I had better be off too, for they'll question me for having persecuted the Christians, before my conversion. 6. Speaking of the small German potentates, I dictated the phrase, officious for equivalence. This my amanuensis wrote, fishing for elephants, which, as I observed at the time, was a sort of Noah's angling, that could hardly have occurred, except at the commencement of the deluge. Contents 2p Lecture X Dun Dante Hamilton Paradise Lost Dun 1 Born in London, 1573. Died, 1631 the 4th of July, 1796. I too with Donne, whose muse on dromedary trots, wreathe iron pokers into true love knots, rhyme's sturdy cripple, fancy's maze and clue, wit's forge and fire blast, meaning's press and screw. To see lewdness and theology combined, a cynic and a sycophantic mind, a fancy shardy party papale between death's heads and skeletons and artin. Not his peculiar defect or crime, but the true current mintage of the time. Such were the established signs and tokens given to mark a loyal churchman, sound and even, free from papistic and fanatic leaven. The wit of Donne, the wit of Butler, the wit of Pope, the wit of Congreve, the wit of Sheridan, how many disparate things are here expressed by one and the same word, wit. Wonder, exciting vigor, intenseness and peculiarity of thought, using at will the almost boundless stores of a capacious memory, and exercised on subjects, where we have no right to expect it. This is the wit of Donne. The four others I am just in the mood to describe and interdistinguish. What a pity that the marginal space will not let me. My face in thine eye, thine in mine appears, and true plain hearts do in the faces rest. Where can we find two fitter hemispheres without sharp north, without declining west? Good morrow, v. 15, and c. The sense is, our mutual loves may in many respects be fitly compared to corresponding hemispheres, but as no simile squares, nihil simile istidem, so here the simile fails, for there is nothing in our loves that corresponds to the cold north, or the declining west, which in two hemispheres must necessarily be supposed. But an ellipse of such length will scarcely rescue the line from the charge of nonsense or a bull. January, 1829. Woman's constancy. A misnomer. The title ought to be Mutual Inconstancy. Whether both th Indias of spice and mine, and see sun rising, v. 17. And see at night thy western land of mine, and see progress of the soul, one song, 2. St. This use of the word mine specifically for mines of gold, silver, or precious stones, is, I believe, peculiar to Donne. Footnote 1. Nothing remains of what was said on Donne in this lecture. Here, therefore, as in previous like instances, the gap is filled up with some notes written by Mr. Coleridge in a volume of Chalmers's Poets, belonging to Mr. Gilman. Ed. Return to footnote mark footnote 2. The verses were added in pencil to the collection of commendatory lines. No I is Mr. C.S., the publication of number 2. I trust the all-accomplished author will, under the circumstances, pardon. Numerous and elaborate notes by Mr. Coleridge on Donne's sermons are in existence, and will be published hereafter. Ed. Return to footnote mark Dante, born at Florence, 1265. Died, 1321. As I remarked in a former lecture on a different subject, for subjects the most diverse in literature have still their tangents. The Gothic character, and its good and evil fruits, appeared less in Italy than in any other part of European Christendom. There was accordingly much less romance, as that word is commonly understood, or, perhaps, more truly stated, there was romance instead of chivalry. In Italy, an earlier imitation of, and a more evident and intentional blending with, the Latin literature took place than elsewhere. The operation of the feudal system, too, was incalculably weaker, of that singular chain of independent interdependence, the principle of which was a confederacy for the preservation of individual, consistently with general, freedom. In short, Italy, in the time of Dante, was an afterbirth of eldest Greece, a renewal or a reflex of the old Italy under its kings and first Roman consuls, a network of free little republics, with the same domestic feuds, civil wars, and party spirit, the same vices and virtues produced on a similarly narrow theatre, the existing state of things being, as in all small democracies, under the working and direction of certain individuals, to whose will even the laws were swayed, whilst at the same time the singular spectacle was exhibited amidst all this confusion of the flourishing of commerce, and the protection and encouragement of letters and arts. Never was the commercial spirit so well reconciled to the nobler principles of social polity as in Florence. It tended there to union and permanence and elevation, not as the overbalance of it in England is now doing, to dislocation, change and moral degradation. The intensest patriotism reigned in these communities, but confined and attached exclusively to the small locality of the patriot's birth and residence, whereas in the true Gothic feudalism, country was nothing but the preservation of personal independence. But then, on the other hand, as a counterbalance to these disuniting elements, there was in Dante's Italy, as in Greece, a much greater uniformity of religion common to all than amongst the northern nations. Upon these hints the history of the republican eras of ancient Greece and modern Italy ought to be written. There are three kinds or stages of historic narrative: one that of the annalist or chronicler, who deals merely in facts and events arranged in order of time, having no principle of selection, no plan of arrangement, and whose work properly constitutes a supplement to the poetical writings of romance or heroic legends. To that of the writer who takes his stand on some moral point, and selects a series of events for the express purpose of illustrating it, and in whose hands the narrative of the selected events is modified by the principle of selection, as Thucydides, whose object was to describe the evils of democratic and aristocratic partisanships, or Polybius, whose design was to show the social benefits resulting from the triumph and grandeur of Rome, in public institutions and military discipline, or Tacitus, whose secret aim was to exhibit the pressure and corruptions of despotism, in all which writers and others like them, the ground object of the historian colors with artificial lights the facts which he relates. 3. And which in idea is the grandest, the most truly founded in philosophy. There is the Herodotian history, which is not composed with reference to any particular causes, but attempts to describe human nature itself on a great scale as a portion of the drama of Providence, the free will of man resisting the destiny of events, for the individuals often succeeding against it, but for the race always yielding to it, and in the resistance itself invariably affording means towards the completion of the ultimate result. Mitford's history is a good and useful work, but in his zeal against democratic government, Mitford forgot, or never saw, that ancient Greece was not, nor ought ever to be considered, a permanent thing, but that it existed, in the disposition of Providence, as a proclaimer of ideal truths, and that everlasting proclamation being made, that its functions were naturally at an end. However, in the height of such a state of society in Italy, Dante was born and flourished, and was himself eminently a picture of the age in which he lived. But of more importance even than this, to a right understanding of Dante, is the consideration that the scholastic philosophy was then at its acme even in itself, but more especially in Italy, where it never prevailed so exclusively as northward of the Alps. It is impossible to understand the genius of Dante, and difficult to understand his poem, without some knowledge of the characters, studies, and writings of the schoolmen of the 12th, 13th, and 14th centuries. For Dante was the living link between religion and philosophy. He philosophized the religion and Christianized the philosophy of Italy, and, in this poetic union of religion and philosophy, he became the ground of transition into the mixed Platonism and Aristotelianism of the schools, under which, by numerous minute articles of faith and ceremony, Christianity became a craft of hair-splitting, and was ultimately degraded into a complete fetish worship, divorced from philosophy, and made up of a faith without thought, and a credulity directed by passion. Afterwards, indeed, philosophy revived under condition of defending this very superstition, and, in so doing, it necessarily led the way to its subversion, and that in exact proportion to the influence of the philosophic schools. Hence it did its work most completely in Germany, then in England, next in France, then in Spain, least of all in Italy. We must, therefore, take the poetry of Dante as Christianized, but without the further Gothic accession of proper chivalry. It was at a somewhat later period, that the importations from the East, through the Venetian commerce and the crusading armaments, exercised a peculiarly strong influence on Italy. In studying Dante, therefore, we must consider carefully the differences produced, first, by allegory being substituted for polytheism, and secondly and mainly, by the opposition of Christianity to the spirit of pagan Greece, which receiving the very names of its gods from Egypt, soon deprived them of all that was universal. The Greeks changed the ideas into finites, and these finites into anthropomorphy, or forms of men. Hence their religion, their poetry, nay, their very pictures, became statuesque. With them the form was the end. The reverse of this was the natural effect of Christianity, in which finites, even the human form, must, in order to satisfy the mind, be brought into connection with, and be in fact symbolical of, the infinite, and must be considered in some enduring, however shadowy and indistinct, point of view, as the vehicle or representative of moral truth. Hence resulted two great effects, a combination of poetry with doctrine, and, by turning the mind inward on its own essence instead of letting it act only on its outward circumstances and communities, a combination of poetry with sentiment. And it is this inwardness or subjectivity, which principally and most fundamentally distinguishes all the classic from all the modern poetry. Compare the passage in the Iliad, Z6. 119-236, in which Diomed and Glaucus change arms. Greek, transliterated Shiras t alilong labatin kai pistosanto. They took each other by the hand, and pledged friendship with the scene in Ariosto, Orlando Furioso, CIST 20-22. Where Rinaldo and Ferauto fight and afterwards make it up. El pagan la proposta non dispiac, così fu differita la tenzone, et al treguatra lor subito noc, si l'odio e l'ava in oblivion, che el pagano el parter dal friscac non lascioa. Pidil bun figuul di amon. Con prei invita, el fin lo togli in groppa, per l'ormi di Angelica galoppa. Here Homer would have left it. But the Christian poet has his own feelings to express, and goes on o gran bonta de cavalieri antiqui. Eran rivali, eran dife diversi. Si senscendigli pre colpi inici patata la persona anco dolisi, per selvos curi coli obliqui insim van senza sospetto aversi. And here you will observe that the reaction of Ariosto's own feelings on the image or act is more foregrounded, to use a painter's phrase, than the image or act itself. The two different modes in which the imagination is acted on by the ancient and modern poetry, may be illustrated by the parallel effects caused by the contemplation of the Greek or Roman Greek architecture, compared with the Gothic. In the Pantheon, the whole is perceived in a perceived harmony with the parts which compose it. And generally you will remember that where the parts preserve any distinct individuality, their simple beauty, or beauty simply, arises, but where the parts melt undistinguished into the whole, their majestic beauty, or majesty, is the result. In York Minster, the parts, the grotesques, are in themselves very sharply distinct and separate, and this distinction and separation of the parts is counterbalanced only by the multitude and variety of those parts, by which the attention is bewildered, whilst the whole, or that there is a whole produced, is altogether a feeling in which the several thousand distinct impressions lose themselves as in a universal solvent. Hence in a Gothic cathedral, as in a prospect from a mountain's top, there is, indeed, a unity, an awful oneness, but it is, because all distinction evades the eye. And just such is the distinction between the Antigone of Sophocles and the Hamlet of Shakespeare. The Divina Commedia is a system of moral, political, and theological truths, with arbitrary personal exemplifications, which are not, in my opinion, allegorical. I do not even feel convinced that the punishments in the Inferno are strictly allegorical. I rather take them to have been in Dante's mind quasi-allegorical, or conceived in analogy to pure allegory. I have said that a combination of poetry with doctrines is one of the characteristics of the Christian muse, but I think Dante has not succeeded in effecting this combination nearly so well as Milton. This comparative failure of Dante, as also some other peculiarities of his mind, in Malum Partum, must be immediately attributed to the state of North Italy in his time, which is vividly represented in Dante's life, a state of intense democratical partisanship, in which an exaggerated importance was attached to individuals, and which, whilst it afforded a vast field for the intellect, opened also a boundless arena for the passions, and in which envy, jealousy, hatred, and other malignant feelings could and did assume the form of patriotism, even to the individual's own conscience. All this common, and, as it were, natural partisanship, was aggravated arid-colored by the Guelph and Ghibelline factions, and, in part explanation of Dante's adherence to the latter, you must particularly remark that the Pope had recently territorialized his authority to a great extent, and that this increase of territorial power in the Church was by no means the same beneficial movement for the citizens of free republics, as the parallel advance in other countries was for those who groaned as vassals under the oppression of the circumjacent baronial castles. 1. By way of preparation to a satisfactory perusal of the Divina Commedia, I will now proceed to state what I consider to be Dante's chief excellences as a poet. And I begin with, I style the vividness, logical connection, strength and energy of which cannot be surpassed. In this I think Dante superior to Milton, and his style is accordingly more imitable than Milton's, and does to this day exercise a greater influence on the literature of his country. You cannot read Dante without feeling a gush of manliness of thought within you. Dante was very sensible of his own excellence in this particular, and speaks of poets as guardians of the vast armory of language, which is the intermediate something between matter and spirit, or se tu cul Virgilio, equella font, che spandi di parla si largo fium. Risposi lui con vergogna affront. Odigli altri poeti honor illum, vagliami el lungo studio e el grande amore, che han fatto cercar l'otio volume. Tu esi lo mio maestro, e el mio autore, tu esi solo colui, the cuio tal silo bello style, che ha fatto honor. Inf C1 v79. And art thou then that Virgil, that wellspring, from which such copious floods of eloquence have issued? I, with front abashed, replied, glory and light of all the tuneful train. May it avail me, that I long with zeal have sought thy volume, and with love immense have conned it o'er. My master, thou, and guide. Thou he from whom I have alone derived that style, which for its beauty into fame exalts me. Carey. His translation HTMLED. Indeed there was a passion and a miracle of words in the 12th and 13th centuries, after the long slumber of language in barbarism, which gave an almost romantic character, a virtuous quality and power, to what was read in a book, independently of the thoughts or images contained in it. This feeling is very often perceptible in Dante. 2. The images in Dante are not only taken from obvious nature, and are all intelligible to all, but are ever conjoined with the universal feeling received from nature, and therefore affect the general feelings of all men. And in this respect, Dante's excellence is very great, and may be contrasted with the idiosyncrasies of some meritorious modern poets, who attempt an eruditeness, the result of particular feelings. Consider the simplicity, I may say plainness, of the following simile, and how differently we should in all probability deal with it at the present day, quali I fioretti dal notturno gello cinati e chiasi, poi che el sol gl imbianca, side risen tutti appeti in loro stillo, fal mi fec io dimia virtute stanca, inf C2v127. As flores, by the frosty air of night bent down and closed when day has blanched their leaves, rise all unfolded on their spiry stems, so was my fainting vigour new rested. Carry 2, 3. Consider the wonderful profoundness of the whole third canto of the Inferno, and especially of the inscription over Hell Gate, permissivo, and see, which can only be explained by a meditation on the true nature of religion, that is, reason plus the understanding. I say profoundness rather than sublimity, for Dante does not so much elevate your thoughts as send them down deeper. In this canto all the images are distinct, and even vividly distinct, but there is a total impression of infinity. The wholeness is not in vision or conception, but in an inner feeling of totality and absolute being. For in picturesqueness, Dante is beyond all other poets, modern or ancient, and more in the stern style of Pindar than of any other. Michelangelo is said to have made a design for every page of the Divina Commedia. As super excellent in this respect, I would note the conclusion of the third canto of the Inferno, ed ecco verso noi venir per nave un vecchio bianco per antico pelo gridando, guai a voi anime brave, and c. v. 82 and c. And lo! Toward us in a bark comes on an old man, hoary white with eld, crying, Woe to you wicked spirits! Carry. Caron demonio con occhi di brasile lora accenendo, tut la raccoli, bat col remo qualunque es adagia. Cum di autunno si levan la fogli una represso dell'altra, infin che el ramo rendi alia terra tut la su spogli, similarmente il mal seem di adamo, gittansi di culito ad una perseni, com orgul persuo recumo. The 100, and c. Charon, demoniac form, with eyes of burning coal, collects them all, beckoning, and each that lingers, with his oar strikes. As fall off the light autumnal leaves, one still another following, till the bough strews all its honors on the earth beneath, in like manner Adam's evil brood cast themselves one by one down from the shore, each at a beck, as falcon at his call. Carry. And this passage, which I think admirably picturesque, ma poco vals, che il sospetto non potero avanza, quigliando sotto, e che drizzo, volando, suso il petto. Non altrimenti l'anitra di botto, quando il falcon es oppressa, gaiu es tuffa, ed ritorna su crucciato rotto. Irrito calcabrina della buffa, volando dietro gli ten, invagito, che chia campas, per ver la zuffa, cum el baratia fu disparito, così volsgli artigli el suo compano, fu con lui sofra el fosso germato. Mar l'altro fu ben spavia grafagno ad artiglia ben lui, meducata nel mezzo del bollent stagno. Lo qual dos germida subito fu, ma parodi levar si ironiant, si vino inviscate lalsu. Infer 6 Yeva 127, and c. But little it availed, terror outstripped his following flight, the other plunged beneath, and he with upward pinion rayed his breast, thus the waterfowl, when she perceives the falcon near, dives instant down, while he enraged and spent retires. That mockery in Calcabrina fury stirred, who flew after him, with desire of strife inflamed, and, for the barterer had scapt, so turned his talons on his comrade. O'er the dike in grapple close they joined, but each other proved a goshawk, able to rend well his foe, and in the boiling lake both fell. The heat was umpire soon between them, but in vain to lift themselves they strove, so fast were glued their pennons. Carey. Very closely connected with this picturesqueness, is the topographic reality of Dante's journey through hell. You should note and dwell on this as one of his great charms, and which gives a striking peculiarity to his poetic power. He thus takes the thousand delusive forms of a nature worse than chaos, having no reality but from the passions which they excite, and compels them into the service of the permanent. Observe the exceeding truth of these lines, noi residemo el sercio all altra riva, sofa una font che bol, e reversa, per un fossato che the lei deriva. Ella qua era bugia molto più che persa, e noi in compagnia dell'onde big entramo giù per una via diversa. Una palad fa, ch ha nome stige, questo tristo russell, quando disso al pi del malign pig grige. Ed io che d'imra mi stava inteso, vidi genti fangos in cul pantano ignude tut, e con sembianti ifso. Questi si percotian non per con mano, ma con la testa, e col petto, e co piedi, troncandosi co denti a brino. Così Geramo della Lorda pozza grand arco tra la ripa secca e il mezzo, con gli occhi volti a chi del fango in goza, venimmo a più di una torre al dasezzo. C7 v 101-27. With a circle cross D to the next steep, arriving at a well, that boiling pours itself down to a fosse sluic D from its source. Far murkier was the wave than sablest grain, and we in company of inky waters, journeying by their side, entered, though by a different track, beneath. Into a lake, the Stygian named, expands the dismal stream, when it hath reached the foot of the grey withered cliffs. Intent I stood to gaze, and in the marish sunk, descried a miry tribe, all naked, and with looks betokening rage. They with their hands alone struck not, but with the head, the breast, the feet, cutting each other piecemeal with their fangs. Our route thus compassed, we a segment widely stretched between the dry embankment and the cove of the loath pool, turning meanwhile our eyes downward on those who gulped its muddy lees, nor stopped till to a tower's low base we came. Carey. 6 For Dante's power, his absolute mastery over, although rare exhibition of, the pathetic, I can do no more than refer to the passages on Francesca di Rimini, infer. C. Vivo. 73 to the end, and on Ugolino, infer. CXXXIII. V. 1 to 75. They are so well known, and rightly so admired, that it would be pedantry to analyze their composition, but you will note that the first is the pathos of passion, the second that of affection, and yet even in the first, you seem to perceive that the lovers have sacrificed their passion to the cherishing of a deep and rememberable impression. 7. As to going into the endless subtle beauties of Dante, that is impossible, but I cannot help citing the first triplet of the 29th canto of the Inferno, La molta gentile diverse pigiavian la luci mi si inebriate, che dello stera piangerian vaghi. So were mine eyes inebriate with the view of the vast multitude, whom various wounds disfigured, that they longed to stay and weep. Carey. Nor have I now room for any specific comparison of Dante with Milton. But if I had, I would institute it upon the ground of the last canto of the Inferno from the 1st to the 69th line, and from the 106th to the end. And in this comparison I should notice Dante's occasional fault of becoming grotesque from being too graphic without imagination, as in his Lucifer compared with Milton's Satan. Indeed, he is sometimes horrible rather than terrible, falling into the Micetan instead of the Danon of Longinus. In 3 other words, many of his images excite bodily disgust, and not moral fear. But here, as in other cases, you may perceive that the faults of great authors are generally excellences carried to an excess. Footnote 1. Mr. Coleridge here notes, I will, if I can, here make an historical movement, and pay a proper compliment to Mr. Hallam. Ed. Return to footnote mark footnote 2. Mr. Coleridge here notes, here to speak of Mr. Carey's translation. Ed. Return to footnote mark footnote 3. De Sable. 19. Milton, born in London, 1608. Died 1674. If we divide the period from the accession of Elizabeth to the protectorate of Cromwell into 2 unequal portions, the first ending with the death of James I, the other comprehending the reign of Charles and the brief glories of the Republic, we are forcibly struck with a difference in the character of the illustrious actors, by whom each period is rendered severally memorable. Or rather, the difference in the characters of the great men in each period, leads us to make this division. Eminent as the intellectual powers were that were displayed in both, yet in the number of great men, in the various sorts of excellence, and not merely in the variety but almost diversity of talents united in the same individual, the age of Charles falls short of its predecessor, and the stars of the Parliament, keen as their radiance was, in fullness and richness of lustre, yield to the constellation at the court of Elizabeth, which can only be paralleled by Greece in her brightest moment. When the titles of the poet, the philosopher, the historian, the statesman and the general not seldom formed a garland round the same head, as in the instances of our Sidneys and Raleighs. But then, on the other hand, there was a vehemence of will, an enthusiasm of principle, a depth and an earnestness of spirit, which the charms of individual fame and personal aggrandizement could not pacify, an aspiration after reality, permanence, and general good, in short, a moral grandeur in the latter period, with which the low intrigues, Machiavellic maxims, and selfish and servile ambition of the former, stand in painful contrast. The causes of this it belongs not to the present occasion to detail at length, but a mere allusion to the quick succession of revolutions in religion, breeding a political indifference in the mass of men to religion itself, the enormous increase of the royal power in consequence of the humiliation of the nobility and the clergy, the transference of the papal authority to the crown, the unfixed state of Elizabeth's own opinions, whose inclinations were as popish as her interests were. Protestant, the controversial extravagance and practical imbecility of her successor will help to explain the former period, and the persecutions that had given a life and soul interest to the disputes so imprudently fostered by James, the ardor of a conscious increase of power in the Commons, and the greater austerity of manners and maxims, the natural product and most formidable weapon of religious disputation, not merely in conjunction, but in closest combination, with newly awakened political and republican zeal. These perhaps account for the character of the latter era. In the close of the former period, and during the bloom of the latter, the poet Milton was educated and formed, and he survived the latter, and all the fond hopes and aspirations which had been its life, and so in evil days, standing as the representative of the combined excellence of both periods, he produced the Paradise Lost as by an afterthrow of nature. There are some persons, observes a divine, a contemporary of Milton's, of whom the grace of God takes early hold, and the good spirit inhabiting them, carries them on in an even constancy through innocence into virtue, their Christianity bearing equal date with their manhood, and reason and religion, like warp and woof, running together, make up one web of a wise and exemplary life. This, he adds, is a most happy case, wherever it happens, for, besides that there is no sweeter or more lovely thing on earth than the early buds of piety, which drew from our Saviour signal affection to the beloved disciple, it is better to have no wound than to experience the most sovereign balsam, which, if it work a cure, yet usually leaves a scar behind. Although it was and is my intention to defer the consideration of Milton's own character to the conclusion of this lecture, yet I could not prevail on myself to approach the Paradise Lost without impressing on your minds the conditions under which such a work was in fact producible at all, the original genius having been assumed as the immediate agent and efficient cause. And these conditions I find in the character of the times and in his own character. The age in which the foundations of his mind were laid, was congenial to it as one golden era of profound erudition and individual genius. That in which the superstructure was carried up, was no less favorable to it by a sternness of discipline and a show of self-control, highly flattering to the imaginative dignity of an heir of fame, and which won Milton over from the dear-loved delights of academic groves and cathedral aisles to the antiprelatic party. It acted on him, too, no doubt, and modified his studies by a characteristic controversial spirit. His presentation of God is tinted with it. A spirit not less busy indeed in political than in theological and ecclesiastical dispute, but carrying on the former almost always, more or less, in the guise of the latter. And so far as popes censure one of our poet, that he makes God the Father a school divine is just, we must attribute it to the character of his age, from which the men of genius, who escaped by a worse disease, the licentious indifference of a Frenchified court. Such was the nidus or soil, which constituted, in the strict sense of the word, the circumstances of Milton's mind. In his mind itself there were purity and piety absolute, an imagination to which neither the past nor the present were interesting, except as far as they called forth and enlivened the great ideal, in which and for which he lived, a keen love of truth, which, after many weary pursuits, found a harbor in a sublime listening to the still voice in his own spirit, and as keen a love of his country, which, after a disappointment still more depressive, expanded and soared into a love of man as a probationer of immortality. These alone could be, the conditions under which such a work as the Paradise Lost could be conceived and accomplished. By a lifelong study Milton had known what was of use to know, what best to say could say, to do had done. His actions to his words agreed, his words to his large heart gave utterance due, his heart contained of good, wise, fair, the perfect shape, and he left the imperishable total, as a bequest to the ages coming, in the Paradise Lost. Too difficult as I shall find it to turn over these leaves without catching some passage, which would tempt me to stop, I propose to consider, first, the general plan and arrangement of the work, 2 ndly, the subject with its difficulties and advantages, 3 rdly, the poet's object, the spirit in the letter, the enthymia en muths, the true school divinity, and lastly, the characteristic excellences of the poem, in what they consist, and by what means they were produced. 1. As to the plan and ordonnance of the poem. Compare it with the Iliad, many of the books of which might change places without any injury to the thread of the story. Indeed, I doubt the original existence of the Iliad as one poem. It seems more probable that it was put together about the time of the Pisistratidae. The Iliad and, more or less, all epic poems, the subjects of which are taken from history have no rounded conclusion, they remain, after all, but single chapters from the volume of history, although they are ornamental chapters. Consider the exquisite simplicity of the Paradise Lost. It and it alone really possesses a beginning, a middle, and an end. It has the totality of the poem as distinguished from the ab birth and parentage, or straight line, of history. 2. As to the subject. In Homer, the supposed importance of the subject, as the first effort of Confederate Greece, is an afterthought of the critics, and the interest, such as it is, derived from the events themselves, as distinguished from the manner of representing them, is very languid to all but Greeks. It is a Greek poem. The superiority of the Paradise Lost is obvious in this respect, that the interest transcends the limits of a nation. But we do not generally dwell on this excellence of the Paradise Lost, because it seems attributable to Christianity itself, yet in fact the interest is wider than Christendom, and comprehends the Jewish and Mohammedan worlds, nay, still further, inasmuch as it represents the origin of evil, and the combat of evil and good. It contains matter of deep interest to all mankind, as forming the basis of all religion, and the true occasion of all philosophy whatsoever. The fall of man is the subject, Satan is the cause, man's blissful state the immediate object of his enmity and attack. Man is warned by an angel who gives him an account of all that was requisite to be known, to make the warning at once intelligible and awful. Then the temptation ensues, and the fall, then the immediate sensible consequence, then the consolation, wherein an angel presents a vision of the history of men with the ultimate triumph of the Redeemer. Nothing is touched in this vision but what is of general interest in religion, anything else would have been improper. The inferiority of Klopstock's Messiah is inexpressible. I admit the prerogative of poetic feeling, and poetic faith, but I cannot suspend the judgment even for a moment. A poem may in one sense be a dream, but it must be a waking dream. In Milton you have a religious faith combined with the moral nature, it is an efflux, you go along with it. In Klopstock there is a willfulness, he makes things so and so. The feigned speeches and events in the Messiah shock us like falsehoods, but nothing of that sort is felt in the Paradise Lost, in which no particulars, at least very few indeed, are touched which can come into collision or juxtaposition with recorded matter. But notwithstanding the advantages in Milton's subject, there were concomitant insuperable difficulties, and Milton has exhibited marvelous skill in keeping most of them out of sight. High poetry is the translation of reality into the ideal under the predicament of succession of time only. The poet is an historian, upon condition of moral power being the only force in the universe. The very grandeur of his subject ministered a difficulty to Milton. The statement of a being of high intellect, warring against the Supreme Being, seems to contradict the idea of a Supreme Being. Milton precludes our feeling this, as much as possible, by keeping the peculiar attributes of divinity less in sight, making them to a certain extent allegorical only. Again, poetry implies the language of excitement, yet how to reconcile such language with God? Hence Milton confines the poetic passion in God's speeches to the language of Scripture, and once only allows the passio vera, or quasi humana to appear, in the passage, where the Father contemplates his own likeness in the Son before the battle. Go then, thou mightiest, in thy Father's might, ascend my chariot. Guide the rapid wheels that shake heaven's basis, bring forth all my war, my bow and thunder, my almighty arms gird on, and sword upon thy puissant thigh, pursue these sons of darkness. Drive them out from all heaven's bounds into the utter deep, there let them learn, as likes them, to despise God and Messiah his anointed King. B6 v 710. 3. As to Milton's object, it was to justify the ways of God to man. The controversial spirit observable in many parts of the poem, especially in God's speeches, is immediately attributable to the great controversy of that age, the origination of evil. The Arminians considered it a mere calamity. The Calvinists took away all human will. Milton asserted the will, but declared for the enslavement of the will out of an act of the will itself. There are three powers in us, which distinguish us from the beasts that perish: 1. Reason, 2. The power of viewing universal truth, and 3. The power of contracting universal truth into particulars. Religion is the will in the reason, and love in the will. The character of Satan is pride and sensual indulgence, finding in self the sole motive of action. It is the character so often seen in little on the political stage. It exhibits all the restlessness, temerity, and cunning which have marked the mighty hunters of mankind from Nimrod to Napoleon. The common fascination of men is, that these great men, as they are called, must act from some great motive. Milton has carefully marked in his Satan the intense selfishness, the alcohol of egotism, which would rather reign in hell than serve in heaven. To place this lust of self in opposition to denial of self or duty, and to show what exertions it would make, and what pains endure to accomplish its end, is Milton's particular object in the character of Satan. But around this character he has thrown a singularity of daring, a grandeur of sufferance, and a ruined splendor, which constitute the very height of poetic sublimity. Lastly, as to the execution, the language and versification of the Paradise Lost are peculiar in being so much more necessarily correspondent to each than those in any other poem or poet. The connection of the sentences and the position of the words are exquisitely artificial, but the position is rather according to the logic of passion or universal logic, than to the logic of grammar. Milton attempted to make the English language obey the logic of passion as perfectly as the Greek and Latin. Hence the occasional harshness in the construction. Sublimity is the preeminent characteristic of the Paradise Lost. It is not an arithmetical sublime like Klopstock's, whose rule always is to treat what we might think large as contemptibly small. Klopstock mistakes bigness for greatness. There is a greatness arising from images of effort and daring, and also from those of moral endurance. In Milton both are united. The fallen angels are human passions, invested with a dramatic reality. The apostrophe to light at the commencement of the third book is particularly beautiful as an intermediate link between hell and heaven, and observe how the second and third books support the subjective character of the poem. In all modern poetry in Christendom there is an underconsciousness of a sinful nature, a fleeting away of external things, the mind or subject greater than the object, the reflective character predominant. In the Paradise Lost the sublimest parts are the revelations of Milton's own mind, producing itself and evolving its own greatness. And this is so truly so, that when that which is merely entertaining for its objective beauty is introduced, it at first seems a discord. In the description of paradise itself you have Milton's sunny side as a man. Here his descriptive powers are exercised to the utmost, and he draws deep upon his Italian resources. In the description of Eve, and throughout this part of the poem, the poet is predominant over the theologian. Dress is the symbol of the fall, but the mark of intellect, and the metaphysics of dress are, the hiding what is not symbolic and displaying by discrimination what is. The love of Adam and Eve in paradise is of the highest merit, not phantomatic, and yet removed from everything degrading. It is the sentiment of one rational being towards another made tender by a specific difference in that which is essentially the same in both. It is a union of opposites, a giving and receiving mutually of the permanent in either, a completion of each in the other. Milton is not a picturesque, but a musical, poet, although he has this merit that the object chosen by him for any particular foreground always remains prominent to the end, enriched, but not encumbered, by the opulence of descriptive details furnished by an exhaustless imagination. I wish the Paradise Lost were more carefully read and studied than I can see any ground for believing it is, especially those parts which, from the habit of always looking for a story in poetry, are scarcely read at all, as for example, Adam's vision of future events in the LLTH and L2TH books. No one can rise from the perusal of this immortal poem without a deep sense of the grandeur and the purity of Milton's soul, or without feeling how susceptible of domestic enjoyments he really was, notwithstanding the discomforts which actually resulted from an apparently unhappy choice in marriage. He was, as every truly great poet has ever been, a good man, but finding it impossible to realize his own aspirations, either in religion, or politics, or society, he gave up his heart to the living spirit and light within him, and avenged himself on the world by enriching it with this record of his own transcendent ideal. Footnote 1, Table Talk, Volume 2. p. 264. Return to footnote mark footnote 2. Here Mr. C notes, not perhaps here, but towards, or as, the conclusion, to chastise the fashionable notion that poetry is a relaxation or amusement, one of the superfluous toys and luxuries of the intellect. To contrast the permanence of poems with the transiency and fleeting moral effects of empires, and what are called great events. Ed. Return to footnote mark notes on Milton 1. Haley quotes the following passage, "Time serves not now, and, perhaps, I might seem too profuse to give any certain account of what the mind at home, in the spacious circuits of her musing, hath liberty to propose to herself, though of highest hope and hardest attempting, whether that epic form, whereof the two poems of Homer, and those other two of Virgil and Tasso, are a diffuse, and the book of Job a brief." Model p. 69. These latter words deserve particular notice. I do not doubt that Milton intended his Paradise Lost as an epic of the first class, and that the poetic dialogue of the Book of Job was his model for the general scheme of his Paradise Regained. Readers would not be disappointed in this latter poem, if they proceeded to a perusal of it with a proper preconception of the kind of interest intended to be excited in that admirable work. In its kind it is the most perfect poem extant, though its kind may be inferior in interest, being in its essence didactic to that other sort, in which instruction is conveyed more effectively, because less directly, in connection with stronger and more pleasurable emotions, and thereby in a closer affinity with action. But might we not as rationally object to an accomplished woman's conversing, however agreeably, because it has happened that we have received a keener pleasure from her singing to the harp? Si genus sit proboit sapienti viro hand indignum, it si poema sit in suo genia perfectum, satis estimated quod si hoc aucta idem altioribus numeris it carmini diviniori ipsum per esse divinum supradiderit, me Hercule satis ist, it plusquam satis. 2. I cannot, however, but wish that the answer of Jesus to Satan in the 4th book, v. 285, think not but that I know these things, or think I know them not therefore am I short of knowing what I ought, and C had breathed the spirit of Haley's noble quotation rather than the narrow bigotry of Gregory the Great. The passage is, indeed, excellent, and is partially true, but partial truth is the worst mode of conveying falsehood. Haley, p. 75. The sincerest friends of Milton may here agree with Johnson, who speaks of his controversial merriment as disgusting. The man who reads a work meant for immediate effect on one age with the notions and feelings of another, may be a refined gentleman, but must be a sorry critic. He who possesses imagination enough to live with his forefathers, and, leaving comparative reflection for an after moment, to give himself up during the first perusal to the feelings of a contemporary, if not a partisan, will, I dare aver, rarely find any part of Milton's prose works disgusting. Haley, p. 104. Haley is speaking of the passage in Milton's answer to Icon Bacillus, in which he accuses Charles of taking his prayer in captivity from Pamela's prayer in the 3rd book of Sidney's Arcadia. The passage begins, "But this king, not content with that which, although in a thing holy, is no holy theft, to attribute to his own making other men's whole prayers," and c. Symonds ed 1806, p. 407. Assuredly, I regret that Milton should have written this passage, and yet the adoption of a prayer from a romance on such an occasion does not evince a delicate or deeply sincere mind. We are the creatures of association. There are some excellent moral and even serious lines in Hudibras, but what if a clergyman should adorn his sermon with a quotation from that poem? Would the abstract propriety of the verses leave him honorably acquitted? The Christian baptism of a line in Virgil is so far from being a parallel, that it is ridiculously inappropriate, an absurdity as glaring as that of the bigoted Puritans, who objected to some of the noblest and most scriptural prayers ever dictated by wisdom and piety, simply because the Roman Catholics had used them. Haley, p. 107. The ambition of Milton and c. I do not approve the so frequent use of this word relatively to Milton. Indeed, the fondness for engrafting a good sense on the word ambition is not a Christian impulse in general. Haley, p. 110. Milton himself seems to have thought it allowable in literary contention to vilify, and see the character of an opponent, but surely this doctrine is unworthy and c. If ever it were allowable, in this ease it was especially so. But these general observations, without meditation on the particular times and the genius of the times, are most often as unjust as they are always superficial. Haley, p. 133. Haley is speaking of Milton's panegyric on Cromwell's government Happy Smiley. Besides, However Milton might and did regret the immediate necessity, yet what alternative was there? Was it not better that Cromwell should usurp power, to protect religious freedom at least, than that the Presbyterians should usurp it to introduce a religious persecution, extending the notion of spiritual concerns so far as to leave no freedom even to a man's bedchamber? Haley, p. 250. Haley's conjectures on the origin of the Paradise Lost. If Milton borrowed a hint from any writer, it was more probably from Strada's Prelusions, in which the fall of the angels is pointed out as the noblest subject for a Christian poet. 1. The more dissimilar the detailed images are, the more likely it is that a great genius should catch the general idea. Hale, p. 294. Extracts from the Adamo of Andrani. El Lucifero. Che dal mio center oscuro mi giamara rimracutanta luz. Who from my dark abyss calls me to gaze on this excess of light? The words in italics are an unfair translation. They may suggest that Milton really had read and did imitate this drama. The original is in so great light. Indeed, the whole version is affectedly and inaccurately Miltonic. P.V. 11. Che di fango a profesti forming thy works of dust, no, dirt. Ib. 17. Tessa per stella a stella viaggiango e luna, e sol. Let him unite above star upon star, moon, sun. Let him weave star to star, then join both moon and sun. Ib. 21. Ch alfin con biasmo e scorno vana ella prasara, vano il sudor. Since in the end division shall prove his works and all his efforts vain. Since finally with censure and disdain vain shall the work be, and his toil be vain. 1796. 3. The reader of Milton must be always on his duty. He is surrounded with sense, it rises in every line, every word is to the purpose. There are no lazy intervals, all has been considered, and demands and merits observation. If this be called obscurity, let it be remembered that it is such an obscurity as is a compliment to the reader, not that vicious obscurity, which proceeds from a muddled head. Footnote 1. These notes were written by Mr. Coleridge in a copy of Haley's Life of Milton, 4-1796, belonging to Mr. Poole. By him they were communicated, and this seems the fittest place for their publication. Ed. Return to footnote mark footnote 2. The reference seems generally to be to the fifth prelusion of the first book. Hic arcus ac tella, quibus olim in magno illo superum tumultu princeps amorum Michael confixit auctorem proditionis, hic fulmina humani mentis terra. In nubibus armatas bello legions instruam, atque de pro renata auxiliares ad terram copias evocabo. Hic mihi silites, quos esferunt elementorum tuteles, prima ilia corporum isbunt. Sect. 4. Ed. Return to footnote mark footnote 3, from a commonplace book of Mr. C.S., communicated by Mr. J. M. Gutch. Ed. Contents 2p Lecture 11 Asiatic and Greek Mythologies Robinson Crusoe Use of Works of Imagination in Education 1am Confounding of God with Nature, and an Incapacity of Finding Unity in the Manifold and Infinity in the Individual. These are the origin of polytheism. The most perfect instance of this kind of theism is that of early Greece. Other nations seem to have either transcended, or come short of, the old Hellenic standard, a mythology in itself fundamentally allegorical, and typical of the powers and functions of nature, but subsequently mixed up with a deification of great men and hero worship, so that finally the original idea became inextricably combined with the form and attributes of some legendary individual. In Asia, probably from the greater unity of the government and the still surviving influence of patriarchal tradition, the idea of the unity of God, in a distorted reflection of the Mosaic scheme, was much more generally preserved, and accordingly all other super or ultra-human beings could only be represented as ministers of, or rebels against, his will. The Asiatic genii and fairies are, therefore, always endowed with moral qualities, and distinguishable as malignant or benevolent to man. It is this uniform attribution of fixed moral qualities to the supernatural agents of Eastern mythology that particularly separates them from the divinities of Old Greece. Yet it is not altogether improbable that in the Samothracian or Kabiric mysteries the link between the Asiatic and Greek popular schemes of mythology lay concealed. Of these mysteries there are conflicting accounts, and, perhaps, there were variations of doctrine in the lapse of ages and intercourse with other systems. But, upon a review of all that is left to us on this subject in the writings of the ancients, we may, I think, make out thus much of an interesting fact, that Kabiri, impliedly at least, meant society, complices, having a hypostatic or fundamental union with, or relation to, each other, that these mysterious divinities were, ultimately at least, divided into a higher and lower triad, that the lower triad, primi quia infimi, consisted of the old titanic deities or powers of nature, under the obscure names of Axyrus, Axiokasos, and Axiokasa, representing symbolically different modifications of animal desire or material action, such as hunger, thirst, and fire, without consciousness, that the higher triad, ultimi quia superiors, consisted of Jupiter, Pallas, or Apollo, or Bacchus, or Mercury, mystically called Cadmelos, and Venus, representing, as before, the Greek, nous or reason, the Greek, logos or word or communicative power, and the Greek, eros or love, that the Cadmelos or Mercury, the manifested, communicated, or sent, appeared not only in his proper person as second of the higher triad, but also as a mediator between the higher and lower triad, and so there were 7 divinities, and, indeed, according to some authorities, it might seem that the Cadmelos acted once as a mediator of the higher, and once of the lower, triad, and that so there were 8 Kabiric divinities. The lower or titanic powers being subdued, chaos ceased, and creation began in the reign of the divinities of mind and love, but the chaotic gods still existed in the abyss, and the notion of evoking them was the origin, the idea, of the Greek necromancy. These mysteries, like all the others, were certainly in connection with either the Phoenician or Egyptian systems, perhaps with both. Hence the old Kabiric powers were soon made to answer to the corresponding popular divinities, and the lower triad was called by the uninitiated, Ceres, Vulcan or Pluto, and Proserpine, and the Cadmilos became Mercury. It is not without ground that I direct your attention, under these circumstances, to the probable derivation of some portion of this most remarkable system from patriarchal tradition, and to the connection of the Kabiri with the Kabbalah. The Samothracian mysteries continued in celebrity till some time after the commencement of the Christian era. But they gradually sank with the rest of the ancient system of mythology, to which, in fact, they did not properly belong. The peculiar doctrines, however, were preserved in the memories of the initiated, and handed down by individuals. No doubt they were propagated in Europe, and it is not improbable that Paracelsus received many of his opinions from such persons, and I think a connection may be traced between him and Jacob Behmen. The Asiatic supernatural beings are all produced by imagining an excessive magnitude, or an excessive smallness combined with great power, and the broken associations, which must have given rise to such conceptions, are the sources of the interest which they inspire, as exhibiting, through the working of the imagination, the idea of power in the will. This is delightfully exemplified in the Arabian Nights entertainments, and indeed, more or less, in other works of the same kind. In all these there is the same activity of mind as in dreaming, that is an exertion of the fancy in the combination and recombination of familiar objects so as to produce novel and wonderful imagery. To this must be added that these tales cause no deep feeling of a moral kind whether of religion or love, but an impulse of motion is communicated to the mind without excitement, and this is the reason of their being so generally read and admired. I think it not unlikely that the Milesian tales contained the germs of many of those now in the Arabian Nights. Indeed, it is scarcely possible to doubt that the Greek Empire must have left deep impression on the Persian intellect. So also many of the Roman Catholic legends are taken from Apuleius. In that exquisite story of Cupid and Psyche, the allegory is of no injury to the dramatic vividness of the tale. It is evidently a philosophic attempt to parry Christianity with a quasi-Platonic account of the fall and redemption of the soul. The charm of Defoe's works, especially of Robinson Crusoe, is founded on the same principle. It always interests, never agitates. Crusoe himself is merely a representative of humanity in general. Neither his intellectual nor his moral qualities set him above the middle degree of mankind. His only prominent characteristic is the spirit of enterprise and wandering, which is, nevertheless, a very common disposition. You will observe that all that is wonderful in this tale is the result of external circumstances, of things which fortune brings to Crusoe's hand. Footnote 1, partly from Mr. Green's note. Ed. Return to footnote mark footnote 2. In the reign of Tiberius, AD 18, Germanicus attempted to visit Samothrace, illum in regressu sacra Samothracum visea nitantum obei aquilones dipularia. Tacit. An. 2E54. Ed. Return to footnote mark notes on Robinson Crusoe 1, volume IP17. But my ill fate pushed me on now with an obstinacy that nothing could resist, and though I had several times loud calls from my reason, and my more composed judgment to go home, yet I had no power to do it. I know not what to call this, nor will I urge that it is a secret overruling decree that hurries us on to be the instruments of our own destruction, even though it be before us, and that we rush upon it with our eyes open. The wise only possess ideas, the greater part of mankind are possessed by them. Robinson Crusoe was not conscious of the master impulse, even because it was his master, and had taken, as he says, full possession of him. When once the mind, in despite of the remonstrating conscience, has abandoned its free power to a haunting impulse or idea, then whatever tends to give depth and vividness to this idea or indefinite imagination, increases its despotism, and in the same proportion renders the reason and free will ineffectual. Now, fearful calamities, sufferings, horrors, and hairbreadth escapes will have this effect, far more than even sensual pleasure and prosperous incidents. Hence the evil consequences of sin in such cases, instead of retracting or deterring the sinner, goad him on to his destruction. This is the moral of Shakespeare's Macbeth, and the true solution of this paragraph, not any overruling decree of divine wrath, but the tyranny of the sinner's own evil imagination, which he has voluntarily chosen as his master. Compare the contemptuous Swift with the contemned Defoe, and how superior will the latter be found? But by what test? Even by this, that the writer who makes me sympathize with his presentations with the whole of my being, is more estimable than he who calls forth, and appeals but to, a part of my being, my sense of the ludicrous, for instance. Defoe's excellence it is, to make me forget my specific class, character, and circumstances, and to raise me while I read him, into the universal man. I smiled to myself at the sight of this money, O drug, said I aloud, and see. However, upon second thoughts, I took it away, and wrapping all this in a piece of canvas, and see worthy of Shakespeare. And yet the simple semicolon after it, the instant passing on without the least pause of reflex consciousness, is more exquisite and masterlike than the touch itself. A meaner writer, a Marmontel, would have put an after away and have commenced a fresh paragraph. The 30th of July, 1830. p. 111, and I must confess, my religious thankfulness to God's providence began to abate too, upon the discovering that all this was nothing but what was common, though I ought to have been as thankful for so strange and unforeseen a providence, as if it had been miraculous. To make men feel the truth of this is one characteristic object of the miracles worked by Moses. In them the providence is miraculous, the miracles providential. p. 126. The growing up of the corn, as is hinted in my journal, had, at first, some little influence upon me, and began to affect me with seriousness, as long as I thought it had something miraculous in it, and see. By far the ablest vindication of miracles which I have met with. it is indeed the true ground, the proper purpose and intention of a miracle. P. 141. To think that this was all my own, that I was king and lord of all this country indefeasibly, and c. By the by, what is the law of England respecting this? Suppose I had discovered, or been wrecked on an uninhabited island, would it be mine or the king's? P. 223. I considered that as I could not foresee what the ends of divine wisdom might be in all this, so I was not to dispute his sovereignty, who, as I was his creature, had an undoubted right, by creation, to govern and dispose of me absolutely as he thought fit, and c. I could never understand this reasoning, grounded on a complete misapprehension of St. Paul's image of the potter, Rom. 9, or rather I do fully understand the absurdity of it. The susceptibility of pain and pleasure, of good and evil, constitutes a right in every creature endowed therewith in relation to every rational and moral being, a fortiori, therefore, to the supreme reason, to the absolutely good being. Remember Davenant's verses, doth it our reason's mutinies appease to say, the potter may his own clay mould to every use, or in what shape he please, at first not counselled, nor at last controlled. Power's hand can neither easy be, nor strict to lifeless clay, which ease nor torment knows, and where it cannot favor or afflict, it neither justice or injustice shows. But souls have life, and life eternal too, therefore, if doomed before they can offend, it seems to show what heavenly power can do, but does not in that deed that power commend. Death of Astragon St. 88, and CP 232-3. And this I must observe with grief too, that the discomposure of my mind had too great impressions also upon the religious parts of my thoughts, praying to God being properly an act of the mind, not of the body. As justly conceived as it is beautifully expressed. And a mighty motive for habitual prayer, for this cannot but greatly facilitate the performance of rational prayer even in moments of urgent distress. P. 244. That this would justify the conduct of the Spaniards in all their barbarities practiced in America. Defoe was a true philanthropist, who had risen above the antipathies of nationality, but he was evidently partial to the Spanish character, which, however, it is not, I fear, possible to acquit of cruelty. Witness the Netherlands, the Inquisition, the late guerrilla warfare, and c. p. 249. That I shall not discuss, and perhaps cannot account for, but certainly they are a proof of the converse of spirits, and c. This reminds me of a conversation I once overheard. How a statement so injurious to Mr. and so contrary to the truth, should have been made to you by Mr. B. I do not pretend to account for, only I know of my own knowledge that B is an inveterate liar, and has long borne malice against Mr. A. And I can prove that he has repeatedly declared that in some way or other he would do Mr. A mischief. P. 254. The place I was in was a most delightful cavity or grotto of its kind, as could be expected, though perfectly dark. The floor was dry and level, and had a sort of small loose gravel on it, and c. How accurate an observer of nature Defoe was! the reader will at once recognize Professor Buckland's caves and the diluvial gravel. p. 308. I entered into a long discourse with him about the devil, the original of him, his rebellion against God, his enmity to man, the reason of it, his setting himself up in the dark parts of the world to be worshipped instead of God, and c. I presume that Milton's Paradise Lost must have been bound up with one of Crusoe's Bibles. Otherwise I should be puzzled to know where he found all this history of the old gentleman. Not a word of it in the Bible itself, I am quite sure. But to be serious, Defoe did not reflect that all these difficulties are attached to a mere fiction, or, at the best, an allegory, supported by a few popular phrases and figures of speech used incidentally or dramatically by the evangelists, and that the existence of a personal, intelligent, evil being, the counterpart and antagonist of God, is in direct contradiction to the most express declarations of Holy Writ. Shall there be evil in a city, and the Lord hath not done it? Amos 3. 6. I make peace and create evil. Isa. XLV 7. This is the deep mystery of the abyss of God. Volume 2 p. 3. I have often heard persons of good judgment say, that there is no such thing as a spirit appearing, a ghost walking, and the like, and c. I cannot conceive a better definition of body than spirit appearing, or of a flesh and blood man than a rational spirit apparent. But a spirit per se appearing is tantamount to a spirit appearing without its appearances. And as for ghosts, it is enough for a man of common sense to observe, that a ghost and a shadow are concluded in the same definition, that is, visibility without tangibility. p. 9. She was, in a few words, the stay of all my affairs, the center of all my enterprises, and c. the stay of his affairs, the center of his interests, the regulator of his schemes and movements, whom it soothed his pride to submit to, and in complying with whose wishes the conscious sensation of his acting will increase the impulse, while it disguised the coercion, of duty. The clinging dependent, yet the strong supporter, the comforter, the comfort, and the soul's living home. This is Defoe's comprehensive character of the wife, as she should be, and, to the honor of womanhood be it spoken, there are few neighborhoods in which one name at least might not be found for the portrait. The exquisite paragraphs in this and the next page, in addition to others scattered, though with a sparing hand, through his novels, afford sufficient proof that Defoe was a first-rate master of periodic style, but with sound judgment, and the fine tact of genius, he has avoided it as adverse to, nay, incompatible with, the everyday matter of fact realness, which forms the charm and the character of all his romances. The Robinson Crusoe is like the vision of a happy nightmare, such as a denizen of Elysium might be supposed to have from a little excess in his nectar and ambrosia supper. Our imagination is kept in full play, excited to the highest, yet all the while we are touching, or touched by, common flesh and blood. p. 67. The ungrateful creatures began to be as insolent and troublesome as before, and see. How should it be otherwise? They were idle, and when we will not sow corn, the devil will be sure to sow weeds, nightshade, henbane, and devil's bit. p. 82. That hardened villain was so far from denying it, that he said it was true, and him they would do it still before they had done with them. Observe, when a man has once abandoned himself to wickedness, he cannot stop, and does not join the devils till he has become a devil himself. Rebelling against his conscience, he becomes the slave of his own furious will. One excellence of Defoe, amongst many, is his sacrifice of lesser interest to the greater because more universal. Had he, as without any improbability he might have done, given his Robinson Crusoe any of the turn for natural history, which forms so striking and delightful a feature in the equally uneducated Dampier, had he made him find out qualities and uses in the before, to him, unknown plants of the island, discover, for instance, a substitute for hops, or describe birds, and see many delightful pages and incidents might have enriched the book, but then Crusoe would have ceased to be the universal representative, the person, for whom every reader could substitute himself. But now nothing is done, thought, suffered, or desired, but what every man can imagine himself doing, thinking, feeling, or wishing for. Even so very easy a problem as that of finding a substitute for ink, is with exquisite judgment made to baffle Crusoe's inventive faculties. And in what he does, he arrives at no excellence. He does not make basket work like Will Atkins. The carpentering, tailoring, pottery, and sea are all just what will answer his purposes, and those are confined to needs that all men have, and comforts that all men desire. Crusoe rises only to the point to which all men may be made to feel that they might, and that they ought to, rise in religion, to resignation, dependence on, and thankful acknowledgment of, the divine mercy and goodness. In the education of children, love is first to be instilled, and out of love obedience is to be educed. Then impulse and power should be given to the intellect, and the ends of a moral being be exhibited. For this object thus much is effected by works of imagination, that they carry the mind out of self, and show the possible of the good and the great in the human character. The height, whatever it may be, of the imaginative standard will do no harm. We are commanded to imitate one who is inimitable. We should address ourselves to those faculties in a child's mind, which are first awakened by nature, and consequently first admit of cultivation, that is to say, the memory and the imagination. The comparing power, the judgment, is not at that age active, and ought not to be forcibly excited, as is too frequently and mistakenly done in the modern systems of education, which can only lead to selfish views, debtor and creditor principles of virtue, and an inflated sense of merit. In the imagination of man exist the seeds of all moral and scientific improvement. Chemistry was first alchemy, and out of astrology sprang astronomy. In the childhood of those sciences the imagination opened a way, and furnished materials, on which the ratiocinative powers in a maturer state operated with success. The imagination is the distinguishing characteristic of man as a progressive being, and I repeat that it ought to be carefully guided and strengthened as the indispensable means and instrument of continued amelioration and refinement. Men of genius and goodness are generally restless in their minds in the present, and this, because they are by a law of their nature unremittingly regarding themselves in the future, and contemplating the possible of moral and intellectual advance towards perfection. Thus we live by hope and faith, thus we are for the most part able to realize what we will, and thus we accomplish the end of our being. The contemplation of futurity inspires humility of soul in our judgment of the present. I think the memory of children cannot, in reason, be too much stored with the objects and facts of natural history. God opens the images of nature, like the leaves of a book, before the eyes of his creature, man, and teaches him all that is grand and beautiful in the foaming cataract, the glassy lake, and the floating mist. The common modern novel, in which there is no imagination, but a miserable struggle to excite and gratify mere curiosity, ought, in my judgment, to be wholly forbidden to children. Novel reading of this sort is especially injurious to the growth of the imagination, the judgment, and the morals, especially to the latter, because it excites mere feelings without at the same time ministering an impulse to action. Women are good novelists, but indifferent poets, and this because they rarely or never thoroughly distinguish between fact and fiction. In the jumble of the two lies the secret of the modern novel, which is the medium liquid between them, having just so much of fiction as to obscure the fact, and so much of fact as to render the fiction insipid. The perusal of a fashionable lady's novel is to me very much like looking at the scenery and decorations of a theatre by broad daylight. The source of the common fondness for novels of this sort rests in that dislike of vacancy and that love of sloth, which are inherent in the human mind. They afford excitement without producing reaction. By reaction I mean an activity of the intellectual faculties, which shows itself in consequent reasoning and observation, and originates action and conduct according to a principle. Thus, the act of thinking presents two sides for contemplation, that of external causality, in which the train of thought may be considered as the result of outward impressions, of accidental combinations, of fancy, or the associations of the memory, and on the other hand, that of internal causality, or of the energy of the will on the mind itself. Thought, therefore, might thus be regarded as passive or active, and the same faculties may in a popular sense be expressed as perception or observation, fancy or imagination, memory or recollection. Footnote 1. These notes were written by Mr. C. in Mr. Gilman's copy of Robinson Crusoe, in the summer of 1830. The references in the text are to Major's edition, 1831. Ed. Return to footnote mark Contents 2p Lecture 12 Dreams Apparitions Alchemist's Personality of the Evil Being Bodily Identity. It is a general, but, as it appears to me, a mistaken opinion, that in our ordinary dreams we judge the objects to be real. I say our ordinary dreams, because as to the nightmare the opinion is to a considerable extent just. But the nightmare is not a mere dream, but takes place when the waking state of the brain is recommencing, and most often during a rapid alternation, a twinkling, as it were, of sleeping and waking, while either from pressure on, or from some derangement in, the stomach or other digestive organs acting on the external skin, which is still in sympathy with the stomach and bowels, and benumbing it, the sensations sent up to the brain by double touch, that is, when my own hand touches my side or breast, are so faint as to be merely equivalent to the sensation given by single touch, as when another person's hand touches me. The mind, therefore, which at all times, with and without our distinct consciousness, seeks for, and assumes, some outward cause for every impression from without, and which in sleep, by aid of the imaginative faculty, converts its judgments respecting the cause into a personal image as being the cause. The mind, I say, in this case, deceived by past experience, attributes the painful sensation received to a correspondent agent, an assassin, for instance, stabbing at the side, or a goblin sitting on the breast. Add to that the impressions of the bed, curtains, room, and sea received by the eyes in the half moments of their opening, blend with, and give vividness and appropriate distance to, the dream image which returns when they close again, and thus we unite the actual perceptions, or their immediate relics, with the phantoms of the inward sense, and in this manner so confound the half-waking, half-sleeping, reasoning power, that we actually do pass a positive judgment on the reality of what we see. And here, though often accompanied by doubt and self-questioning, which, as I have myself experienced, will at times become strong enough, even before we awake, to convince us that it is what it is, namely, the nightmare. In ordinary dreams we do not judge the objects to be real, we simply do not determine that they are unreal. The sensations which they seem to produce, are in truth the causes and occasions of the images, of which there are two obvious proofs. First, that in dreams the strangest and most sudden metamorphoses do not create any sensation of surprise, and the second, that as to the most dreadful images, which during the dream were accompanied with agonies of terror, we merely awake, or turn round on the other side, and off fly both image and agony, which would be impossible if the sensations were produced by the images. This has always appeared to me an absolute demonstration of the true nature of ghosts and apparitions, such I mean of the tribe, as were not pure inventions. 50 years ago, and to this day in the ruder parts of Great Britain and Ireland, in almost every kitchen and in too many parlours it is nearly the same. You might meet persons who would assure you in the most solemn manner, so that you could not doubt their veracity at least, that they had seen an apparition of such and such a person, in many cases, that the apparition had spoken to them, and they would describe themselves as having been in an agony of terror. They would tell you the story in perfect health. Now take the other class of facts, in which real ghosts have appeared, I mean, where figures have been dressed up for the purpose of passing for apparitions. In every instance I have known or heard of, and I have collected very many, the consequence has been either sudden death, or fits, or idiocy, or mania, or a brain fever. Whence comes the difference? Evidently from this, that in the one case the whole of the nervous system has been by slight internal causes gradually and altogether brought into a certain state, the sensation of which is extravagantly exaggerated during sleep, and of which the images are the mere effects and exponents, as the motions of the weathercock are of the wind, while in the other case, the image rushing through the senses upon a nervous system, wholly unprepared, actually causes the sensation, which is sometimes powerful enough to produce a total check, and almost always a lesion or inflammation. Who has not witnessed the difference in shock when we have leaped down half a dozen steps intentionally, and that of having missed a single stair? How comparatively severe the latter is. The fact really is, as to apparitions, that the terror produces the image instead of the contrary, for in omnem actum perceptionis influit imaginatio, as says Wolfe. Oh, strange is the self-power of the imagination when painful sensations have made it their interpreter, or returning gladsomeness or convalescence has made its chilled and evanished figures and landscape bud, blossom, and live in scarlet, green, and snowy white, like the fire screen inscribed with the nitrate and muriate of cobalt. Strange is the power to represent the events and circumstances, even to the anguish or the triumph of the quasi-credent soul, while the necessary conditions, the only possible causes of such contingencies, are known to be in fact quite hopeless, yet, when the pure mind would recoil from the eve-lengthened shadow of an approaching hope, as from a crime, and yet the effect shall have place, and substance, and living energy, and, on a blue islet of ether, in a whole sky of blackest cloudage, shine like a firstling of creation. To return, however, to apparitions, and by way of an amusing illustration of the nature and value of even contemporary testimony upon such subjects, I will present you with a passage, literally translated by my friend, Mr. Southey, from the well-known work of Bernal Diaz, one of the companions of Cortés, in the conquest of Mexico. Here it is that Gomra says, that Francisco de Mola rode forward on a dappled grey horse, before Cortés and the cavalry came up, and that the apostle Saint Iago, or Street Peter, was there. I must say that all our works and victories are by the hand of our Lord Jesus Christ, and that in this battle there were for each of us so many Indians, that they could have covered us with handfuls of earth, if it had not been that the great mercy of God helped us in everything. And it may be that he of whom Gomra speaks, was the glorious Santiago or San Pedro, and I, as a sinner, was not worthy to see him, but he whom I saw there and knew, was Francisco de Mola on a chestnut horse, who came up with Cortés. And it seems to me that now while I am writing this, the whole war is represented before these sinful eyes, just in the manner as we then went through it. And though I, as an unworthy sinner, might not deserve to see either of these glorious apostles, there were in our company above 400 soldiers, and Cortés, and many other knights, and it would have been talked of and testified, and they would have made a church, when they peopled the town, which would have been called Santiago de la Victoria, or San Pedro de la Victoria, as it is now called, Santa Maria de la Victoria. And if it was, as Gomra says, bad Christians must we have been, when our Lord God sent us his holy apostles, not to acknowledge his great mercy, and venerate his church daily. And would to God, it had been, as the chronicler says. But till I read his chronicle, I never heard such a thing from any of the conquerors who were there. Now, what if the odd accident of such a man as Bernaldier's writing a history had not taken place? Gomera's account, the account of a contemporary, which yet must have been read by scores who were present, would have remained uncontradicted. I remember the story of a man, whom the devil met and talked with, but left at a particular lane. The man followed him with his eyes, and when the devil got to the turning or bend of the lane, he vanished. The devil was upon this occasion dressed in a blue coat, plush waistcoat, leather breeches and boots, and talked and looked just like a common man, except as to a particular lock of hair which he had. And how do you know then that it was the devil? How do I know, replied the fellow. Why, if it had not been the devil, being dressed as he was, and looking as he did, why should I have been sore stricken with fright, when I first saw him? And why should I be in such a tremble all the while he talked? And, moreover, he had a particular sort of a kind of a lock, and when I groaned and said, upon every question he asked me, Lord have mercy upon me, or, Christ have mercy upon me, it was plain enough that he did not like it, and so he left me. The man was quite sober when he related this story, but as it happened to him on his return from market, it is probable that he was then muddled. As for myself, I was actually seen in Newgate in the winter of 1798. The person who saw me there, said he had asked my name of Mr. B, a known acquaintance of mine, who told him that it was young Coleridge, who had married the eldest miss. Will you go to Newgate, sir, said my friend, for I assure you that Mr. C is now in Germany. Very willingly, replied the other, and away they went to Newgate, and sent for a B. Coleridge, cried he, in Newgate. God forbid. I said, young Cole who married the eldest miss. The names were something similar. And yet this person had himself really seen me at one of my lectures. I remember, upon the occasion of my inhaling the nitrous oxide at the Royal Institution, about 5 minutes afterwards, a gentleman came from the other side of the theatre and said to me, was it not ravishingly delightful, sir? It was highly pleasurable, no doubt. Was it not very like sweet music? I cannot say I perceived any analogy to it. Did you not say it was very like Mrs. Billington singing by your ear? No, sir, I said that while I was breathing the gas, there was a singing in my ears. To return, however, to dreams, I not only believe, for the reasons given, but have more than once actually experienced that the most fearful forms, when produced simply by association, instead of causing fear, operate no other effect than the same would do if they had passed through my mind as thoughts, while I was composing a fairy tale, the whole depending on the wise and gracious law in our nature, that the actual bodily sensations, called forth according to the law of association by thoughts and images of the mind, never greatly transcend the limits of pleasurable feeling in a tolerably healthy frame, unless where an act of the judgment supervenes and interprets them as purporting instant danger to ourselves. 1. There have been very strange and incredible stories told of and by the alchemists. Perhaps in some of them there may have been a specific form of mania, originating in the constant intention of the mind on an imaginary end, associated with an immense variety of means, all of them substances not familiar to men in general, and in forms strange and unlike to those of ordinary nature. Sometimes, it seems as if the alchemists wrote like the Pythagoreans on music, imagining a metaphysical and inaudible music as the basis of the audible. It is clear that by sulfur they meant the solar rays or light, and by mercury the principle of ponderability, so that their theory was the same with that of the Heraclitic physics, or the modern German nature philosophy, which deduces all things from light and gravitation, each being bipolar. Gravitation equals north and south, or attraction and repulsion. Light equals east and west, or contraction and dilation, and gold being the tetrad, or interpenetration of both, as water was the did of light, and iron the did of gravitation. It is, probably, unjust to accuse the alchemists generally of dabbling with attempts at magic in the common sense of the term. The supposed exercise of magical power always involved some moral guilt, directly or indirectly, as in stealing a piece of meat to lay on warts, touching humours with the hand of an executed person, and rites of this sort and other practices of sorcery have always been regarded with trembling abhorrence by all nations, even the most ignorant, as by the Africans, the Hudson's Bay people and others. The alchemists were, no doubt, often considered as dealers in art magic, and many of them were not unwilling that such a belief should be prevalent, and the more earnest among them evidently looked at their association of substances, fumigations, and other chemical operations as merely ceremonial, and seem, therefore, to have had a deeper meaning, that of evoking a latent power. It would be profitable to make a collection of all the cases of cures by magical charms and incantations. Much useful information might, probably, be derived from it, for it is to be observed that such rites are the form in which medical knowledge would be preserved amongst a barbarous and ignorant people. Footnote 1, from Mr. Green's note. Ed. Return to footnote mark note 1 June, 1827. The apocryphal Book of Tobit consists of a very simple, but beautiful and interesting, family memoir, into which some later Jewish poet or fabulist of Alexandria wove the ridiculous and frigid machinery, borrowed from the popular superstitions of the Greeks, though, probably, of Egyptian origin, and accommodated, clumsily enough, to the purer monotheism of the Mosaic law. The rape of the lock is another instance of a simple tale thus enlarged at a later period, though in this case by the same author, and with a very different result. Now, unless Mr. Hillhouse is Romanist enough to receive this nursery tale garnish of a domestic incident as grave history and holy writ, for which, even from learned Roman Catholics, he would gain more credit as a very obedient child of the Church than as a biblical critic, he will find it no easy matter to support this assertion of his by the passages of Scripture here referred to, consistently with any sane interpretation of their import and purpose. either fallen spirits. This is the mythological form, or, if you will, the symbolical representation, of a profound idea necessary as the presuppositum of the Christian scheme, or a postulate of reason, indispensable, if we would render the existence of a world of finites compatible with the assumption of a supermundane God, not one with the world. In short, this idea is the condition under which alone the reason of man can retain the doctrine of an infinite and absolute being, and yet keep clear of pantheism as exhibited by Benedict Spinoza. To the Egyptian magicians. This whole narrative is probably a relic of the old diplomatic lingua arcana, or state symbolic, in which the prediction of events is expressed as the immediate causing of them. Thus the prophet is said to destroy the city, the destruction of which he predicts. The word which our version renders by enchantments signifies flames or burnings, by which it is probable that the Egyptians were able to deceive the spectators, and substitute serpents for staves. See Parkhurst in Voce. And with regard to the possessions in the Gospels, bear in mind first of all, that spirits are not necessarily souls or eyes, hidden or self-consciousnesses, and that the most ludicrous absurdities would follow from taking them as such in the Gospel instances, and secondly, that the evangelist, who has recorded the most of these incidents, himself speaks of one of these possessed persons as a lunatic, Greek, Selenisate epsilthon ap auton to daemonian mat. 1715.18, while St. John names them not at all, but seems to include them under the description of diseased or deranged persons. That madness may result from spiritual causes, and not only or principally from physical ailments, may readily be admitted. Is not our will itself a spiritual power? Is it not the spirit of the man? The mind of a rational and responsible being, that is, of a free agent, is a spirit, though it does not follow that all spirits are minds. Who shall dare determine what spiritual influences may not arise out of the collective evil wills of wicked men? Even the bestial life, sinless in animals and their nature, may, when awakened in the man and by his own act admitted into his will, become a spiritual influence. He receives a nature into his will, which by this very act becomes a corrupt will, and vice versa. This will becomes his nature, and thus a corrupt nature. This may be conceded, and this is all that the recorded words of our Saviour absolutely require in order to receive an appropriate sense, but this is altogether different from making spirits to be devils, and devils self-conscious individuals. Footnote 1, written in a copy of Mr. Hillhouse's Hardard. Ed. Return to footnote. Mark notes 1 March, 1824. A Christian's Conflicts and Conquests, p. 459. By the devil we are to understand that apostate spirit which fell from God, and is always designing to hail down others from God also. The old dragon, mentioned in the Revelation, with his tail drew down the third part of the stars of heaven and cast them to the earth. How much is it to be regretted, that so enlightened and able a divine as Smith, had not philosophically and scripturally enucleated this so difficult yet important question, respecting the personal existence of the evil principle, that is, whether as to theon of paganism is o theos in Christianity, so the to paneron is to be o paneros, and whether this is an express doctrine of Christ, and not merely a Jewish dogma left undisturbed to fade away under the increasing light of the gospel. Instead of assuming the former, and confirming the position by a verse from a poetic tissue of visual symbols, a verse alien from the subject, and by which the Apocalypse enigmatized the Neronian persecutions and the apostasy through fear occasioned by it in a large number of converts. Ib p. 463. When we say, the devil is continually busy with us, I mean not only some apostate spirit as one particular being, but that spirit of apostasy which is lodged in all men's natures, and this may seem particularly to be aimed at in this place, if we observe the context as the Scripture speaks of Christ not only as a particular person, but as a divine principle in holy souls. Indeed, the devil is not only the name of one particular thing, but a nature. May I not venture to suspect that this was Smith's own belief and judgment? And that his conversion of the Satan, that is, circuiter, or minister of police, what our Stern calls the accusing angel, in the prologue to Job into the devil was a mere condescension to the prevailing prejudice. Here, however, he speaks like himself, and like a true religious philosopher, who felt that the personality of evil spirits is a trifling question, compared with the personality of the evil principle. This is indeed most momentous. Footnote 1, written in a copy of Select Discourses by John Smith, of Queen's College, Cambridge, 1660, and communicated by the Reverend Edward Coleridge. Ed. Return to footnote mark note on a passage in the life of Henry, Earl of Morland. 20th of June, 1827. The defect of this and all similar theories that I am acquainted with, or rather, let me say, the desideratum, is the neglect of a previous definition of the term body. What do you mean by it? The immediate grounds of a man's size, visibility, tangibility, and c. But these are in a continual flux even as a column of smoke. The material particles of carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen, lime, phosphorus, sulfur, soda, iron, that constitute the ponderable organism in May, 1827, at the moment of Polio's death in his 70th year, have no better claim to be called his body than the numerical particles of the same names that constituted the ponderable mass in May, 1787, in Polio's prime of manhood in his 30th year, the latter no less than the former go into the grave, that is, suffer dissolution, the one in a series, the other simultaneously. The result to the particles is precisely the same in both, and of both therefore we must say with holy Paul, thou fool! That which thou sowest not that body that shall be and see. Neither this nor that is the body that abideth. Abideth, I say, for that which riseth again must have remained, though perhaps in an inert state. It is not dead, but sleepeth, that is, it is not dissolved any more than the exterior or phenomenal organism appears to us dissolved when it lieth in apparent inactivity during our sleep. Sound reasoning this, to the best of my judgment, as far as it goes. But how are we to explain the reaction of this fluxional body on the animal? In each moment the particles by the informing force of the living principle constitute an organ not only of motion and sense, but of consciousness. The organ plays on the organist. How is this conceivable? The solution requires a depth, stillness, and subtlety of spirit not only for its discovery, but even for the understanding of it when discovered, and in the most appropriate words enunciated. I can merely give a hint. The particles themselves must have an interior and gravitative being, and the multity must be a removable or at least suspensible accident. Contents 2p Lecture 13 on Poesy or Art. Man communicates by articulation of sounds, and paramountly by the memory in the ear, nature by the impression of bounds and surfaces on the eye, and through the eye it gives significance and appropriation, and thus the conditions of memory, or the capability of being remembered, to sounds, smells, and see. Now art, used collectively for painting, sculpture, architecture and music, is the mediatress between, and reconciler of, nature and man. It is, therefore, the power of humanizing nature, of infusing the thoughts and passions of man into everything which is the object of his contemplation. Color, form, motion and sound are the elements which it combines, and it stamps them into unity in the mold of a moral idea. The primary art is writing, primary, if we regard the purpose abstracted from the different modes of realizing it, those steps of progression of which the instances are still visible in the lower degrees of civilization. First, there is mere gesticulation, then rosaries or wampan, then picture language, then hieroglyphics, and finally alphabetic letters. These all consist of a translation of man into nature, of a substitution of the visible for the audible. The so-called music of savage tribes as little deserves the name of art for the understanding as the ear warrants it for music. Its lowest state is a mere expression of passion by sounds which the passion itself necessitates. The highest amounts to no more than a voluntary reproduction of these sounds in the absence of the occasioning causes, so as to give the pleasure of contrast, for example, by the various outcries of battle in the song of security and triumph. Poetry also is purely human, for all its materials are from the mind, and all its products are for the mind. But it is the apotheosis of the former state, in which by excitement of the associative power passion itself imitates order, and the order resulting produces a pleasurable passion, and thus it elevates the mind by making its feelings the object of its reflection. So likewise, whilst it recalls the sights and sounds that had accompanied the occasions of the original passions, poetry impregnates them with an interest not their own by means of the passions, and yet tempers the passion by the calming power which all distinct images exert on the human soul. In this way poetry is the preparation for art, inasmuch as it avails itself of the forms of nature to recall, to express, and to modify the thoughts and feelings of the mind. Still, however, poetry can only act through the intervention of articulate speech, which is so peculiarly human, that in all languages it constitutes the ordinary phrase by which man and nature are contradistinguished. It is the original force of the word brute, and even mute and dumb do not convey the absence of sound, but the absence of articulated sounds. As soon as the human mind is intelligibly addressed by an outward image exclusively of articulate speech, so soon does art commence. But please to observe that I have laid particular stress on the words human mind, meaning to exclude thereby all results common to man and all other sentient creatures, and consequently confining myself to the effect produced by the congruity of the animal impression with the reflective powers of the mind, so that not the thing presented, but that which is represented by the thing shall be the source of the pleasure. In this sense nature itself is to a religious observer the art of God, and for the same cause art itself might be defined as of a middle quality between a thought and a thing, or as I said before, the union and reconciliation of that which is nature with that which is exclusively human. It is the figured language of thought, and is distinguished from nature by the unity of all the parts in one thought or idea. Hence nature itself would give us the impression of a work of art if we could see the thought which is present at once in the whole and in every part, and a work of art will be just in proportion as it adequately conveys the thought, and rich in proportion to the variety of parts which it holds in unity. If, therefore, the term mute be taken as opposed not to sound but to articulate speech, the old definition of painting will in fact be the true and best definition of the fine arts in general, that is, mute poiesis, mute poesy, and so of course poesy. And, as all languages perfect themselves by a gradual process of desynonymizing words originally equivalent, I have cherished the wish to use the word poesy as the generic or common term, and to distinguish that species of poesy which is not mute poiesis by its usual name poetry, while of all the other species which collectively form the fine arts, there would remain this as the common definition, that they all, like poetry, are to express intellectual purposes, thoughts, conceptions, and sentiments which have their origin in the human mind, not, however, as poetry does, by means of articulate speech, but as nature or the divine art does, by form, color, magnitude, proportion, or by sound, that is, silently or musically. Well, it may be said, but who has ever thought otherwise? We all know that art is the imitatress of nature. And, doubtless, the truths which I hope to convey would be barren truisms, if all men meant the same by the words imitate and nature. But it would be flattering mankind at large, to presume that such is the fact. First, to imitate. The impression on the wax is not an imitation, but a copy, of the seal itself is an imitation. But, further, in order to form a philosophic conception, we must seek for the kind, as the heat in ice, invisible light, and see whilst, for practical purposes, we must have reference to the degree. It is sufficient that philosophically we understand that in all imitation two elements must coexist, and not only coexist, but must be perceived as coexisting. These two constituent elements are likeness and unlikeness, or sameness and difference, and in all genuine creations of art there must be a union of these disparates. The artist may take his point of view where he pleases, provided that the desired effect be perceptibly produced, that there be likeness in the difference, difference in the likeness, and a reconcilement of both in one. If there be likeness to nature without any check of difference, the result is disgusting, and the more complete the delusion, the more loathsome the effect. Why are such simulations of nature, as waxwork figures of men and women, so disagreeable? Because, not finding the motion and the life which we expected, we are shocked as by a falsehood, every circumstance of detail, which before induced us to be interested, making the distance from truth more palpable. You set out with a supposed reality and are disappointed and disgusted with the deception, whilst, in respect to a work of genuine imitation, you begin with an acknowledged total difference, and then every touch of nature gives you the pleasure of an approximation to truth. The fundamental principle of all this is undoubtedly the horror of falsehood and the love of truth inherent in the human breast. The Greek tragic dance rested on these principles, and I can deeply sympathize in imagination with the Greeks in this favorite part of their theatrical exhibitions, when I call to mind the pleasure I felt in beholding the combat of the Horatii and Curiatii most exquisitely danced in Italy to the music of Cimarosa. Secondly, as to nature. We must imitate nature. Yes, but what in nature, all and everything? No, the beautiful in nature. And what then is the beautiful? What is beauty? It is, in the abstract, the unity of the manifold, the coalescence of the diverse; in the concrete, it is the union of the shapely, formosum, with the vital. In the dead organic it depends on regularity of form, the first and lowest species of which is the triangle with all its modifications, as in crystals, architecture, and c. In the living organic it is not mere regularity of form, which would produce a sense of formality, neither is it subservient to anything beside itself. It may be present in a disagreeable object, in which the proportion of the parts constitutes a whole. It does not arise from association, as the agreeable does, but sometimes lies in the rupture of association. It is not different to different individuals and nations, as has been said, nor is it connected with the ideas of the good, or the fit, or the useful. The sense of beauty is intuitive, and beauty itself is all that inspires pleasure without, and aloof from, and even contrarily to, interest. If the artist copies the mere nature, the natura naturator, what idle rivalry! If he proceeds only from a given form, which is supposed to answer to the notion of beauty, what an emptiness! What an unreality there always is in his productions, as in Cipriani's pictures. Believe me, you must master the essence, the natura naturans, which presupposes a bond between nature in the higher sense and the soul of man. The wisdom in nature is distinguished from that in man by the co-instantaneity of the plan and the execution. The thought and the product are one, or are given at once, but there is no reflex act, and hence there is no moral responsibility. In man there is reflection, freedom, and choice. He is, therefore, the head of the visible creation. In the objects of nature are presented, as in a mirror, all the possible elements, steps, and processes of intellect antecedent to consciousness, and therefore to the full development of the intelligential act, and man's mind is the very focus of all the rays of intellect which are scattered throughout the images of nature. Now so to place these images, totalized, and fitted to the limits of the human mind, as to elicit from, and to superinduce upon, the forms themselves the moral reflections to which they approximate, to make the external internal, the internal external, to make nature thought, and thought nature. This is the mystery of genius in the fine arts. Dare I add that the genius must act on the feeling, that body is but a striving to become mind, that it is mind in its essence. In every work of art there is a reconcilement of the external with the internal. The conscious is so impressed on the unconscious as to appear in it, as compare mere letters inscribed on a tomb with figures themselves constituting the tomb. He who combines the two is the man of genius, and for that reason he must partake of both. Hence there is in genius itself an unconscious activity, nay, that is the genius in the man of genius. And this is the true exposition of the rule that the artist must first eloign himself from nature in order to return to her with full effect. Why this? Because if he were to begin by mere painful copying, he would produce masks only, not forms breathing life. He must out of his own mind create forms according to the severe laws of the intellect, in order to generate in himself that coordination of freedom and law, that involution of obedience in the prescript, and of the prescript in the impulse to obey, which assimilates him to nature, and enables him to understand her. He merely absents himself for a season from her, that his own spirit, which has the same ground with nature, may learn her unspoken language in its main radicals, before he approaches to her endless compositions of them. Yes, not to acquire cold notions, lifeless technical rules, but living and life-producing ideas, which shall contain their own evidence, the certainty that they are essentially one with the germinal causes in nature, his consciousness being the focus and mirror of both. For this does the artist for a time abandon the external real in order to return to it with a complete sympathy with its internal and actual. For of all we see, hear, feel and touch, the substance is and must be in ourselves, and therefore there is no alternative in reason between the dreary, and thank heaven, almost impossible, belief that everything around us is but a phantom, or that the life which is in us is in them likewise, and that to know is to resemble, when we speak of objects out of ourselves, even as within ourselves to learn is, according to Plato, only to recollect, the only effective answer to which, that I have been fortunate to meet with, is that which Pope has consecrated for future use in the line, and coxcombs vanquish Berkeley with a grin. The artist must imitate that which is within the thing, that which is active through form and figure, and discourses to us by symbols, the Naturegeist, or spirit of nature, as we unconsciously imitate those whom we love. For so only can he hope to produce any work truly natural in the object and truly human in the effect. The idea which puts the form together cannot itself be the form. It is above form, and is its essence, the universal in the individual, or the individuality itself, the glance and the exponent of the indwelling power. Each thing that lives has its moment of self-exposition, and so has each period of each thing, if we remove the disturbing forces of accident. To do this is the business of ideal art, whether in images of childhood, youth, or age, in man or in woman. Hence a good portrait is the abstract of the personal, it is not the likeness for actual comparison, but for recollection. This explains why the likeness of a very good portrait is not always recognized, because some persons never abstract, and amongst these are especially to be numbered the near relations and friends of the subject, in consequence of the constant pressure and check exercised on their minds by the actual presence of the original. And each thing that only appears to life has also its possible position of relation to life, as nature herself testifies, who, where she cannot be, prophesies her being in the crystallized metal, or the inhaling plant. The charm, the indispensable requisite, of sculpture is unity of effect. But painting rests in a material remoter from nature, and its compass is therefore greater. Light and shade give external, as well internal, being even with all its accidents, whilst sculpture is confined to the latter. And here I may observe that the subjects chosen for works of art, whether in sculpture or painting, should be such as really are capable of being expressed and conveyed within the limits of those arts. Moreover, they ought to be such as will affect the spectator by their truth, their beauty, or their sublimity, and therefore they may be addressed to the judgment, the senses, or the reason. The peculiarity of the impression which they may make, may be derived either from color and form, or from proportion and fitness, or from the excitement of the moral feelings, or all these may be combined. Such works as do combine these sources of effect must have the preference in dignity. Imitation of the antique may be too exclusive, and may produce an injurious effect on modern sculpture, first, generally, because such an imitation cannot fail to have a tendency to keep the attention fixed on externals rather than on the thought within. 2 ndly, because, accordingly, it leads the artist to rest satisfied with that which is always imperfect, namely, bodily form, and circumscribes his views of mental expression to the ideas of power and grandeur only. 3 rdly, because it induces an effort to combine together two incongruous things, that is to say, modern feelings in antique forms. 4 thly, because it speaks in a language, as it were, learned and dead, the tones of which, being unfamiliar, leave the common spectator cold and unimpressed, and lastly, because it necessarily causes a neglect of thoughts, emotions and images of profounder interest and more exalted dignity, as motherly, sisterly, and brotherly love, piety, devotion, the divine become human, the Virgin, the Apostle, the Christ. The artist's principle in the statue of a great man should be the illustration of departed merit, and I cannot but think that a skillful adoption of modern habiliments would, in many instances, give a variety and force of effect which a bigoted adherence to Greek or Roman costume precludes. It is, I believe, from artists finding Greek models unfit for several important modern purposes, that we see so many allegorical figures on monuments and elsewhere. Painting was, as it were, a new art, and being unshackled by old models it chose its own subjects, and took an eagle's flight. And a new field seems opened for modern sculpture in the symbolical expression of the ends of life, as in Guy's monument, Chantrey's Children in Worcester Cathedral, and see architecture exhibits the greatest extent of the difference from nature which may exist in works of art. It involves all the powers of design, and is sculpture and painting inclusively. It shows the greatness of man, and should at the same time teach him humility. Music is the most entirely human of the fine arts, and has the fewest analoga in nature. Its first delightfulness is simple accordance with the ear, but it is an associated thing, and recalls the deep emotions of the past with an intellectual sense of proportion. Every human feeling is greater and larger than the exciting cause, a proof, I think, that man is designed for a higher state of existence, and this is deeply implied in music in which there is always something more and beyond the immediate expression. With regard to works in all the branches of the fine arts, I may remark that the pleasure arising from novelty must of course be allowed its due place and weight. This pleasure consists in the identity of two opposite elements, that is to say sameness and variety. If in the midst of the variety there be not some fixed object for the attention, the unceasing succession of the variety will prevent the mind from observing the difference of the individual objects, and the only thing remaining will be the succession, which will then produce precisely the same effect as sameness. This we experience when we let the trees or hedges pass before the fixed eye during a rapid movement in a carriage, or on the other hand, when we suffer a file of soldiers or ranks of men in procession to go on before us without resting the eye on any one in particular. In order to derive pleasure from the occupation of the mind, the principle of unity must always be present, so that in the midst of the multitude the centripetal force be never suspended, nor the sense be fatigued by the predominance of the centrifugal force. This unity in multitude I have elsewhere stated as the principle of beauty. It is equally the source of pleasure in variety, and in fact a higher term including both. What is the seclusive or distinguishing term between them? Remember that there is a difference between form as proceeding, and shape as superinduced. The latter is either the death or the imprisonment of the thing, the former is its self-witnessing and self-affected sphere of agency. Art would or should be the abrigment of nature. Now the fullness of nature is without character, as water is purest when without taste, smell, or color, but this is the highest, the apex only, it is not the whole. The object of art is to give the whole ad hominem, hence each step of nature'th its ideal, and hence the possibility of a climax up to the perfect form of a harmonized chaos. To the idea of life victory or strife is necessary, as virtue consists not simply in the absence of vices, but in the overcoming of them. So it is in beauty. The sight of what is subordinated and conquered heightens the strength and the pleasure, and this should be exhibited by the artist either inclusively in his figure, or else out of it and beside it to act by way of supplement and contrast. And with a view to this, remark the seeming identity of body and mind in infants, and thence the loveliness of the former, the commencing separation in boyhood, and the struggle of equilibrium in youth. Thence onward the body is first simply indifferent, then demanding the translucency of the mind not to be worse than indifferent, and finally all that presents the body as body becoming almost of an excremental nature. Contents 2p Lecture 14 on Style. I have, I believe, formerly observed with regard to the character of the governments of the East, that their tendency was despotic, that is, towards unity, whilst that of the Greek governments, on the other hand, leaned to the manifold and the popular, the unity in them being purely ideal, namely of all as an identification of the whole. In the northern or Gothic nations the aim and purpose of the government were the preservation of the rights and interests of the individual in conjunction with those of the whole. The individual interest was sacred. In the character and tendency of the Greek and Gothic languages there is precisely the same relative difference. In Greek the sentences are long, and the structure architectural, so that each part or clause is insignificant when compared with the whole. The result is everything, the steps and processes nothing. But in the Gothic and, generally, in what we call the modern languages, the structure is short, simple, and complete in each part, and the connection of the parts with the sum total of the discourse is maintained by the sequency of the logic, or the community of feelings excited between the writer and his readers. As an instance equally delightful and complete, of what may be called the Gothic structure as contradistinguished from that of the Greeks, let me cite a part of our famous Chaucer's character of a parish priest as he should be. Can it ever be quoted too often? A good man there was of religion that was a poor parson of a town, but rich he was of holy thought and work, he was also a learned man, a clerk, that Christ's gospel truly wold preach. His parish ends one devoutly wold he tesh, benign he was, and wonder too diligent, and in adversite full patient, and switch 3 he was yproved 4 often siths 5, full lote were him to cursen for his tithes, but rather wold he even 6 out of doubt unto his poor parish ends about of his offering, and eke of his substance. He could in light healthing have sufficance, wide was his parish, and houses fur asunder, but he any 7 left naught for no rain any 8 thunder, in sickness and in mischief to visit the first 9 in his parish mosh and light 10 upon his feet, and in his hand a staff, this noble ensample to his shep he off, 11 that first he wrought, and afterward he taught, out of the gospel he the words caught, and this figure he added yet thereto, that if gold rust, what should iron do? He set not his benefice to hire, and let 12 his shep accumbered 13 in the mire, and ran unto London unto St. Paul's, to seeken him a chantry for souls, or with a brotherhood to be withheld, but dwelt at home, and kept well his fold, so that the wolf any made it not miscarry. He was a shepherd and no mercenary, and though he holy were and virtuous, he was to sinful men not disputous. 14 any of his spech dangerous any dign, 15 but in his taking discreet and benign, to draw folk to Heaven with fairness, by good ensample was his business, but it were any person obstinate, whatso he were of high or low estate, him wold he snub en 16 sharply for the nuns, a better priest I trow that nowhere none is, he waited after no pomp any reverence, he maked him no spiced conscience, but Christ's love and his apostles 12 he taught, but first he forwarded himself. 17 Footnote 1. Parishioners, return, footnote 2, wondrous, return, footnote 3, such, return, footnote 4, proved, return, footnote 5, times, return, footnote 6, give or have given, return, footnote 7, not, return, footnote 8, nor, return, footnote 9, farthest, return, footnote 10, great and small, return, footnote 11, gave, return, footnote 12, left, return, footnote 13, encumbered, return, footnote 14, dispiteous, return, footnote 15, proud, return, footnote 16, reprove, return, footnote 17. Prologue to Canterbury Tales, return. Such changes really took place in the style of our literature after Chaucer's time is with difficulty perceptible, on account of the dearth of writers, during the civil wars of the L5th century. But the transition was not very great, and accordingly we find in Latimer and our other venerable authors about the time of Edward VI. As in Luther, the general characteristics of the earliest manner, that is, every part popular, and the discourse addressed to all degrees of intellect, the sentences short, the tone vehement, and the connection of the whole produced by honesty and singleness of purpose, intensity of passion, and pervading importance of the subject. Another and a very different species of style is that which was derived from, and founded on, the admiration and cultivation of the classical writers, and which was more exclusively addressed to the learned class in society. I have previously mentioned Boccaccio as the original Italian introducer of this manner, and the great models of it in English are Hooker, Bacon, Milton, and Taylor, although it may be traced in many other authors of that age. In all these the language is dignified but plain, genuine English, although elevated and brightened by superiority of intellect in the writer. Individual words themselves are always used by them in their precise meaning, without either affectation or slip-slop. The letters and state papers of Sir Francis Walsingham are remarkable for excellence in style of this description. In Jeremy Taylor the sentences are often extremely long, and yet are generally so perspicuous in consequence of their logical structure, that they require no reperusal to be understood, and it is for the most part the same in Milton and Hooker. Take the following sentence as a specimen of the sort of style to which I have been alluding concerning faith. The principal object whereof is that eternal verity which hath discovered the treasures of hidden wisdom in Christ, concerning hope. The highest object whereof is that everlasting goodness which in Christ doth quicken the dead, concerning charity. The final object whereof is that incomprehensible beauty which shineth in the countenance of Christ, the Son of the living God, concerning these virtues, the first of which beginning here with a weak apprehension of things not seen, endeth with the intuitive vision of God in the world to come, the second beginning here with a trembling expectation of things far removed, and as yet but only heard of, endeth with real and actual fruition of that which no tongue can express, the third beginning here with a weak inclination of heart towards him unto whom we are not able to approach, endeth with endless union, the mystery whereof is higher than the reach of the thoughts of men, concerning that faith, hope, and charity, without which there can be no salvation, was there ever any mention made saving only in that law which God himself hath from heaven revealed. There is not in the world a syllable muttered with certain truth concerning any of these three, more than hath been supernaturally received from the mouth of the eternal God. Eccles. Paul. Is 11. The unity in these writers is produced by the unity of the subject, and the perpetual growth and evolution of the thoughts, one generating, and explaining, and justifying, the place of another, not, as it is in Seneca, where the thoughts, striking as they are merely strung together like beads, without any causation or progression. The words are selected because they are the most appropriate, regard being had to the dignity of the total impression, and no merely big phrases are used where plain ones would have sufficed, even in the most learned of their works. There is some truth in a remark, which I believe was made by Sir Joshua Reynolds, that the greatest man is he who forms the taste of a nation, and that the next greatest is he who corrupts it. The true classical style of Hooker and his fellows was easily open to corruption, and Sir Thomas Browne it was, who, though a writer of great genius, first effectually injured the literary taste of the nation by his introduction of learned words, merely because they were learned. It would be difficult to describe Browne adequately, exuberant in conception and conceit, dignified, hypoltonistic, a quiet and sublime enthusiast, yet a fantast, a humorist, a brain with a twist, egotistic like Montaigne, yet with a feeling heart and an active curiosity, which, however, too often degenerates into a hunting after oddities. In his Hydriotophia and, indeed, almost all his works the entireness of his mental action is very observable, he metamorphoses everything, be it what it may, into the subject under consideration. But Sir Thomas Browne with all his faults had a genuine idiom, and it is the existence of an individual idiom in each, that makes the principal writers before the Restoration the great patterns or integers of English style. In them the precise intended meaning of a word can never be mistaken, whereas in the later writers, as especially in Pope, the use of words is for the most part purely arbitrary, so that the context will rarely show the true specific sense, but only that something of the sort is designed. A perusal of the authorities cited by Johnson in his dictionary under any leading word, will give you a lively sense of this declension in etymological truth of expression in the writers after the Restoration, or perhaps, strictly, after the middle of the reign of Charles II. The general characteristic of the style of our literature down to the period which I have just mentioned, was gravity, and in Milton and some other writers of his day there are perceptible traces of the sternness of republicanism. Soon after the Restoration a material change took place, and the cause of royalism was graced, sometimes disgraced, by every shade of lightness of manner. A free and easy style was considered as a test of loyalty, or at all events, as a badge of the Cavalier party. You may detect it occasionally even in Barrow, who is, however, in general remarkable for dignity and logical sequency of expression, but in L'Estrange, Collier, and the writers of that class, this easy manner was carried out to the utmost extreme of slang and ribaldry. Yet still the works, even of these last authors, have considerable merit in one point of view. Their language is level to the understandings of all men. It is an actual transcript of the colloquialism of the day, and is accordingly full of life and reality. Roger North's Life of his brother the Lord Keeper is the most valuable specimen of this class of our literature. It is delightful, and much beyond any other of the writings of his contemporaries. From the common opinion that the English style attained its greatest perfection in and about Queen Anne's reign I altogether dissent, not only because it is in one species alone in which it can be pretended that the writers of that age excelled their predecessors, but also because the specimens themselves are not equal, upon sound principles of judgment, to much that had been produced before. The classical structure of Hooker the impetuous, thought-agglomerating, flood of Taylor to these there is no pretence of a parallel, and for mere ease and grace, is Cowley inferior to Addison, being as he is so much more thoughtful and full of fancy. Cowley, with the omission of a quaintness here and there, is probably the best model of style for modern imitation in general. Taylor's periods have been frequently attempted by his admirers. You may, perhaps, just catch the turn of a simile or single image, but to write in the real manner of Jeremy Taylor would require as mighty a mind as his. Many parts of Algernon Sidney's treatises afford excellent exemplars of a good modern practical style, and Dryden in his prose works is a still better model, if you add a stricter and purer grammar. It is, indeed, worthy of remark that all our great poets have been good prose writers, as Chaucer, Spenser, Milton, and this probably arose from their just sense of metre. For a true poet will never confound verse and prose, whereas it is almost characteristic of indifferent prose writers that they should be constantly slipping into scraps of metre. Swift's style is, in its line, perfect. The manner is a complete expression of the matter, the terms appropriate, and the artifice concealed. It is simplicity in the true sense of the word. After the Revolution, the spirit of the nation became much more commercial than it had been before. A learned body, or clerisy, as such, gradually disappeared, and literature in general began to be addressed to the common miscellaneous public. That public had become accustomed to, and required, a strong stimulus, and to meet the requisitions of the public taste, a style was produced which by combining triteness of thought with singularity and excess of manner of expression, was calculated at once to soothe ignorance and to flatter vanity. The thought was carefully kept down to the immediate apprehension of the commonest understanding, and the dress was as anxiously arranged for the purpose of making the thought appear something very profound. The essence of this style consisted in a mock antithesis, that is, an opposition of mere sounds, in a rage for personification, the abstract made animate, far-fetched metaphors, strange phrases, metrical scraps, in everything, in short, but genuine prose. Style is, of course, nothing else but the art of conveying the meaning appropriately and with perspicuity, whatever that meaning may be, and one criterion of style is that it shall not be translatable without injury to the meaning. Johnson's style has pleased many from the very fault of being perpetually translatable. He creates an impression of cleverness by never saying anything in a common way. The best specimen of this manner is in Junius, because his antithesis is less merely verbal than Johnson's. Gibbon's manner is the worst of all. It has every fault of which this peculiar style is capable. Tacitus is an example of it in Latin. In coming from Cicero you feel the falsetto immediately. In order to form a good style, the primary rule and condition is, not to attempt to express ourselves in language before we thoroughly know our own meaning. When a man perfectly understands himself, appropriate diction will generally be at his command either in writing or speaking. In such cases the thoughts and the words are associated. In the next place preciseness in the use of terms is required, and the test is whether you can translate the phrase adequately into simpler terms. Regard being had to the feeling of the whole passage. Try this upon Shakespeare, or Milton, and see if you can substitute other simpler words in any given passage without a violation of the meaning or tone. The source of bad writing is the desire to be something more than a man of sense, the straining to be thought a genius. And it is just the same in speech-making. If men would only say what they have to say in plain terms, how much more eloquent they would be. Another rule is to avoid converting mere abstractions into persons. I believe you will very rarely find in any great writer before the Revolution the possessive case of an inanimate noun used in prose instead of the dependent case, as the watch's hand for the hand of the watch. The possessive or Saxon genitive was confined to persons, or at least to animated subjects. And I cannot conclude this lecture without insisting on the importance of accuracy of style as being near akin to veracity and truthful habits of mind. He who thinks loosely will write loosely, and, perhaps, there is some moral inconvenience in the common forms of our grammars which give children so many obscure terms for material distinctions. Let me also exhort you to careful examination of what you read, if it be worth any perusal at all. Such examination will be a safeguard from fanaticism, the universal origin of which is in the contemplation of phenomena without investigation into their causes. Contents 2p Notes on Sir Thomas Browne's Religio Medici. One strong feeling and an active intellect conjoined, lead almost necessarily, in the first stage of philosophizing, to Spinocism. Sir T. Browne was a Spinozist without knowing it. If I have not quite all the faith that the author of the Religio Medici possessed, I have all the inclination to it. It gives me pleasure to believe. The postscript at the very end of the book is well worth reading. Sir K. Digby's observations, however, are those of a pedant in his own system and opinion. He ought to have considered the RM in a dramatic, and not in a metaphysical, view, as a sweet exhibition of character and passion, and not as an expression, or investigation, of positive truth. The RM is a fine portrait of a handsome man in his best clothes. It is much of what he was at all times, a good deal of what he was only in his best moments. I have never read a book in which I felt greater similarity to my own make of mind active in inquiry, and yet with an appetite to believe in short and affectionate visionary. But then I should tell a different tale of my own heart, for I would not only endeavour to tell the truth, which I doubt not Sir T.B. has done, but likewise to tell the whole truth, which most assuredly he has not done. However, it is a most delicious book. His own character was a fine mixture of humorist, genius, and pedant. A library was a living world to him, and every book a man, absolute flesh and blood. And the gravity with which he records contradictory opinions is exquisite. Part 1 Sect 9. Now contrarily, I bless myself, and am thankful that I lived not in the days of miracles, that I never saw Christ nor his disciples, and see. So say I, s. 15. I could never content my contemplation with those general pieces of wonder, the flux and reflux of the sea, the increase of Nile, the conversion of the needle to the north, and have studied to match and parallel those in the more obvious and neglected pieces of nature, which without further travel I can do in the cosmography of myself. We carry with us the wonders we seek without us. There is all Africa and her prodigies in us. We are that bold and adventurous piece of nature, which he that studies wisely learns in a compendium what others labor at in a divided piece and endless volume. This is the true characteristic of genius. Our destiny and instinct is to unriddle the world, and he is the man of genius who feels this instinct fresh and strong in his nature, who perceiving the riddle and the mystery of all things, even the commonest, needs no strange and out-of-the-way tales or images to stimulate him into wonder and a deep interest. S. 16, 17. All this is very fine philosophy, and the best and most ingenious defense of revelation. Moreover, I do hold and believe that a toad is a comely animal, but nevertheless a toad is called ugly by almost all men, and it is the business of a philosopher to explain the reason of this. S. 19. This is exceedingly striking. Had Sir T.B. lived nowadays, he would probably have been a very ingenious and bold infidel in his real opinions, though the kindness of his nature would have kept him aloof from vulgar prating obtrusive infidelity. S. 35. An excellent burlesque on parts of the schoolman, though I believe an unintentional one. S. 36. Truly sublime and in Sir T.B.'s very best manner. S. 39. This is a most admirable passage. Yes, the history of a man for the 9 months preceding his birth would, probably, be far more interesting, and contain events of greater moment than all the 70 years that follow it. S. 48. This is made good by experience, which can from the ashes of a plant revive the plant, and from its cinders recall it into its stalks and leaves again. Stuff. This was, I believe, some lying boast of Paracelsus, which the good Sir T.B. has swallowed for a fact. Part 2s2. I give no alms to satisfy the hunger of my brother, but to fulfill and accomplish the will and command of my God. We ought not to relieve a poor man merely because our own feelings impel us, but because these feelings are just and proper feelings. My feelings might impel me to revenge with the same force with which they urge me to charity. I must therefore have some rule by which I may judge my feelings, and this rule is God's will. S5:6. I never yet cast a true affection on a woman, but I have loved my friend as I do virtue, my soul, my God. We cannot love a friend as a woman, but we may love a woman as a friend. Friendship satisfies the highest parts of our nature, but a wife, who is capable of friendship, satisfies all. The great business of real unostentatious virtue is not to eradicate any genuine instinct or appetite of human nature, but to establish a concord and unity betwixt all parts of our nature, to give a feeling and a passion to our purer intellect, and to intellectualize our feelings and passions. This a happy marriage, blessed with children, effectuates in the highest degree, of which our nature is capable, and is therefore chosen by St. Paul as the symbol of the union of the Church with Christ, that is, of the souls of all good men with God. I scarcely distinguish, said once a good old man, the wife of my old age from the wife of my youth, for when we were both young, and she was beautiful, for once that I caressed her with a meaner passion, I caressed her 1,000 times with love, and these caresses still remain to us. Besides, there is another reason why friendship is of somewhat less value than love, which includes friendship. It is this: we may love many persons, all very dearly, but we cannot love many persons all equally dearly. There will be differences, there will be gradations. But our nature imperiously asks a summit, a resting place. It is with the affections in love as with the reason in religion. We cannot diffuse and equalize, we must have a supreme, a one, the highest. What is more common than to say of a man in love, he idolizes her, he makes a god of her? Now, in order that a person should continue to love another better than all others, it seems necessary that this feeling should be reciprocal. For if it be not so, sympathy is broken off in the very highest point. We will say by way of illustration, loves be above all others, in the best and fullest sense of the word, love, but be love C above all others. Either, therefore, A does not sympathize with B in this most important feeling, and then his love must necessarily be incomplete, and accompanied with a craving after something that is not, and yet might be, or he does sympathize with B in loving C above all others, and then, of course, he loves C better than B. Now it is selfishness, at least it seems so to me, to desire that your friend should love you better than all others, but not to wish that a wife should. S6. Another misery there is in affection, that whom we truly love like ourselves, we forget their looks, nor can our memory retain the idea of their faces, and it is no wonder, for they are ourselves, and our affection makes their looks our own. A thought I have often had, and once expressed it in almost the same language. The fact is certain, but the explanation here given is very unsatisfactory. For why do we never have an image of our own faces, an image of fancy, I mean? S7. I can hold there is no such thing as injury, that if there be, there is no such injury as revenge, and no such revenge as the contempt of an injury, that to hate another, is to malign himself, and that the truest way to love another is to despise ourselves. I thank God that I can, with a full and unfeigning heart, utter Amen to this passage. S10. In brief, there can be nothing truly alone, and by itself, which is not truly one, and such is only God. Reciprocity is that which alone gives stability to love. It is not mere selfishness that impels all kind natures to desire that there should be some one human being, to whom they are most dear. It is because they wish some one being to exist, who shall be the resting place and summit of their love, and this in human nature is not possible, unless the two affections coincide. The reason is, that the object of the highest love will not otherwise be the same in both parties. S11. I thank God for my happy dreams, and see, I am quite different from Sir T.B. in this, for all, or almost all, the painful and fearful thoughts that I know, are in my dreams, so much so, that when I am wounded by a friend, or receive an unpleasant letter, it throws me into a state very nearly resembling that of a dream. S13. Statists that labor to contrive a commonwealth without any poverty, take away the object of our charity, not only not understanding the commonwealth of a Christian, but forgetting the prophecies of Christ. Oh, for shame! For shame! Is there no fit object of charity but abject poverty? And what sort of a charity must that be which wishes misery in order that it may have the credit of relieving a small part of it, pulling down the comfortable cottages of independent industry to build almshouses out of the ruins? This book paints certain parts of my moral and intellectual being, the best parts, no doubt, better than any other book I have ever met with, and the style is throughout delicious. Footnote 1, communicated by Mr. Wordsworth. Ed. Return to footnote mark contents 2p notes on Junius 1807. Stat nominis umbra. As he never dropped the mask, so he too often used the poisoned dagger of an assassin. Dedication to the English nation. The whole of this dedication reads like a string of aphorisms arranged in chapters, and classified by a resemblance of subject, or a cento of points. Ib. If an honest, and I may truly affirm a laborious, zeal for the public service has given me any weight in your esteem, let me exhort and conjure you never to suffer an invasion of your political constitution, however minute the instance may appear, to pass by, without a determined persevering resistance. A longer sentence and proportionately inelegant. Ib. If you reflect that in the changes of administration which have marked and disgraced the present reign, although your warmest patriots have, in their turn, been invested with the lawful and unlawful authority of the Crown, and though other reliefs or improvements have been held forth to the people, yet that no one man in office has ever promoted or encouraged a bill for shortening the duration of parliaments, but that, whoever was minister, the opposition to this measure, ever since the Septennial Act passed, has been constant and uniform on the part of government. Long, and as usual, inelegant. Junius cannot manage a long sentence, it has all the ins and outs of a snappish figure dance. Preface an excellent preface, and the sentence is not so snipped as in the dedication. The paragraph near the conclusion beginning with some opinion may now be expected and ending with relation between guilt and punishment deserves to be quoted as a masterpiece of rhetorical ratiocination in a series of questions that permit no answer, or, as Junius says, carry their own answer along with them. The great art of Junius is never to say too much, and to avoid with equal anxiety a commonplace manner, and matter that is not commonplace. If ever he deviates into any originality of thought, he takes care that it shall be such as excites surprise for its acuteness, rather than admiration for its profundity. He takes care. Say rather, that nature took care for him. It is impossible to detract from the merit of these letters. They are suited to their purpose, and perfect in their kind. They impel to action, not thought. Had they been profound or subtle in thought, or majestic and sweeping in composition, they would have been adapted for the closet of a Sidney, or for a House of Lords such as it was in the time of Lord Bacon, but they are plain and sensible whenever the author is in the right, and whether right or wrong, always shrewd and epigrammatic, and fitted for the coffee-house, the Exchange, the lobby of the House of Commons, and to be read aloud at a public meeting. When connected, dropping the forms of connection, desultory without abruptness or appearance of disconnection, epigrammatic and antithetical to excess, sententious and personal, regardless of right or wrong, yet well skilled to act the part of an honest warm-hearted man, and even when he is in the right, saying the truth but never proving it, much less attempting to bottom it. This is the character of Junius, and on this character, and in the mold of these writings must every man cast himself, who would wish in factious times to be the important and long-remembered agent of a faction. I believe that I could do all that Junius has done, and surpass him by doing many things which he has not done, for example, by an occasional induction of startling facts, in the manner of Tom Paine, and lively illustrations and witty applications of good stories and appropriate anecdotes in the manner of Horne Tooke. I believe I could do it if it were in my nature to aim at this sort of excellence, or to be enamored of the fame, and immediate influence, which would be its consequence and reward. But it is not in my nature. I not only love truth, but I have a passion for the legitimate investigation of truth. The love of truth conjoined with a keen delight in a strict and skillful yet impassioned argumentation, is my master passion, and to it are subordinated even the love of liberty and all my public feelings, and to it whatever I labor under of vanity, ambition, and all my inward impulses. Letter I. From this letter all the faults and excellences of Junius may be exemplified. The moral and political aphorisms are just and sensible. The irony in which his personal satire is conveyed is fine, yet always intelligible, but it approaches too nearly to the nature of a sneer. The sentences are cautiously constructed without the forms of connection, the he and it everywhere substituted for the who and which. The sentences are short, laboriously balanced, and the antitheses stand the test of analysis much better than Johnson's. These are all excellences in their kind. Where is the defect? In this, there is too much of each, and there is a defect of many things, the presence of which would have been not only valuable for their own sakes, but for the relief and variety which they would have given. It is observable too that every letter adds to the faults of these letters, while it weakens the effect of their beauties. L3. A capital letter, addressed to a private person, and intended as a sharp reproof for intrusion. Its short sentences, its witty perversions and deductions, its questions and omissions of connectives, all in their proper places, are dramatically good. LV. For my own part, I willingly leave it to the public to determine whether your vindication of your friend has been as able and judicious as it was certainly well intended, and you, I think, may be satisfied with the warm acknowledgments he already owes you for making him the principal figure in a piece in which, but for your amicable assistance, he might have passed without particular notice or distinction. A long sentence and, as usual, inelegant and cumbrous. This letter is a faultless composition with exception of the one long sentence. L7. These are the gloomy companions of a disturbed imagination, the melancholy madness of poetry, without the inspiration. The rhyme is a fault. Fancy had been better, though but for the rhyme, imagination is the fitter word. Ib. Such a question might perhaps discompose the gravity of his muscles, but I believe it would little affect the tranquillity of his conscience. A false antithesis, a mere verbal balance, there are far too many of these. However, with these few exceptions, this letter is a blameless composition. Junius may be safely studied as a model for letters where he truly writes letters. Those to the Duke of Grafton and others, are small pamphlets in the form of letters. L8. To do justice to your Grace's humanity, you felt for Mac-Quick as you ought to do, and, if you had been contented to assist him indirectly, without a notorious denial of justice, or openly insulting the sense of the nation, you might have satisfied every duty of political friendship, without committing the honor of your sovereign, or hazarding the reputation of his government. An inelegant cluster of withouts. Junius asks questions incomparably well, but any quid nimis. L9. Perhaps the fair way of considering these letters would be as a kind of satirical poems. The short, and forever balanced, sentences constitute a true meter, and the connection is that of satiric poetry, a witty logic, an association of thoughts by amusing semblances of cause and effect, the sophistry of which the reader has an interest in not stopping to detect, for it flatters his love of mischief, and makes the sport. L12. One of Junius's arts, and which gives me a high notion of his genius, as a poet and satirist, is this: he takes for granted the existence of a character that never did and never can exist, and then employs his wit, and surprises and amuses his readers with analyzing its incompatibilities. L14. Continual sneer, continual irony, all excellent, if it were not for the all, but a countenance, with a malignant smile in statuary fixed on it, becomes at length an object of aversion, however beautiful the face, and however beautiful the smile. We are relieved, in some measure, from this by frequent just and well-expressed moral aphorisms, but then the preceding and following irony gives them the appearance of proceeding from the head, not from the heart. This objection would be less felt, when the letters were first published at considerable intervals, but Junius wrote for posterity. L23. Sneer and irony continued with such gross violation of good sense, as to be perfectly nonsense. The man who can address another on his most detestable vices in a strain of cold continual irony, is himself a wretch. LXXXV. To honor them with a determined predilection and confidence in exclusion of your English subjects, who placed your family, and, in spite of treachery and rebellion, have supported it upon the throne, is a mistake too gross even for the unsuspecting generosity of youth. The words "upon the throne" stand unfortunately for the harmonious effect of the balance of placed and supported. This address to the king is almost faultless in composition, and has been evidently tormented with the file. But it has fewer beauties than any other long letter of Junius, and it is utterly undramatic. There is nothing in the style, the transitions, or the sentiments, which represents the passions of a man emboldening himself to address his sovereign personally. Like a Presbyterian's prayer, you may substitute almost everywhere the third for the second person without injury. The newspaper, his closet, and his own person were alone present to the author's intention and imagination. This makes the composition vapid. It possesses an isocratic correctness, when it should have had the force and drama of a narration of Demosthenes. From this, however, the paragraph beginning with the words "as to the Scotch" and also the last two paragraphs must be honourably accepted. They are, perhaps, the finest passages in the whole collection. Contents 2p Notes on Berkeley's Argenis 1 1803. Heaven forbid that this work should not exist in its present form and language. Yet I cannot avoid the wish that it had, during the reign of James I, been moulded into an heroic poem in English octave stanza, or epic blank verse, which, however, at that time had not been invented, and which, alas, still remains the sole property of the inventor, as if the Muses had given him an unevadable patent for it. Of dramatic blank verse we have many and various specimens. For example, Shakespeare's as compared with Massinger's, both excellent in their kind of lyric, and of what may be called Orphic, or philosophic, blank verse. Perfect models may be found in Wordsworth. Of colloquial blank verse there are excellent, though not perfect, examples in Cowper, but of epic blank verse, since Milton, there is not one. It absolutely distresses me when I reflect that this work, admired as it has been by great men of all ages, and lately, I hear, by the poet Cowper, should be only not unknown to general readers. It has been translated into English 2 or 3 times, how, I know not, wretchedly, I doubt not. It affords matter for thought that the last translation, or rather, in all probability, miserable and faithless abridgment of some former one, was given under another name. What a mournful proof of the incelebrity of this great and amazing work among both the public and the people! For as Wordsworth, the greater of the 2 great men of this age, at least, except Davy and him, I have known, read of, heard of, no others, for as Wordsworth did me the honor of once observing to me, the people and the public are 2 distinct classes, and, as things go, the former is likely to retain a better taste, the less it is acted out by the latter. Yet Telemachus is in every mouth, in every schoolboy's and schoolgirl's hand. It is awful to say of a work, like the Argenis, the style and Latinity of which, judged, not according to classical pedantry, which pronounces every sentence right which can be found in any book prior to Boetius, however vicious the age, or affected the author, and every sentence wrong, however natural and beautiful, which has been of the author's own combination, but, according to the universal logic of thought as modified by feeling, is equal to that of Tacitus in energy and genuine conciseness, and is as perspicuous as that of Livy, whilst it is free from the affectations, obscurities, and lust to surprise of the former, and seems a sort of antithesis to the slowness and prolixity of the latter. This remark does not, however, impeach even the classicality of the language, which, when the freedom and originality, the easy motion and perfect command of the thoughts, are considered, is truly wonderful. Of such a work it is awful to say, that it would have been well if it had been written in English or Italian verse. Yet the event seems to justify the notion. Alas! It is now too late. What modern work, even of the size of the Paradise Lost, much less of the Faerie Queene, would be read in the present day, or even bought or be likely to be bought, unless it were an instructive work, as the phrase is, like Roscoe's quartos of Leo X, or entertaining like Boswell's 3 of Dr. Johnson's Conversations? It may be fairly objected, what work of surpassing merit has given the proof? Certainly, none. Yet still there are ominous facts, sufficient, I fear, to afford a certain prophecy of its reception, if such were produced. Footnote 1. Communicated by the Reverend Derwent Coleridge. Ed. Return to footnote. Mark contents. 2p. Note in Casaubon's Perseus 1807. There are 616 pages in this volume, of which 22 are text, and 594 commentary and introductory matter. Yet when I recollect that I have the whole works of Cicero, Livy, and Quintilian, with many others, the whole works of each in a single volume, either thick quarto with thin paper and small yet distinct print, or thick octavo or duodecimo of the same character, and that they cost me in the proportion of a shilling to a guinea for the same quantity of worse matter in modern books, or editions, I, a poor man, yet one whom Greek, transliterated Biblion Ctiesios ek Paidariou Danos ek Kraties. Pot hose collit remgk 20. Feel the liveliest gratitude for the age, which produced such editions, and for the education, which by enabling me to understand and taste the Greek and Latin writers, has thus put it in my power to collect on my own shelves, for my actual use, almost all the best books in spite of my small income. Somewhat too I am indebted to the ostentation of expense among the rich, which has occasioned these cheap editions to become so disproportionately cheap. Contents 2p Notes on Chapman's Homer. Extract of a letter sent with the volume 1 1807. Chapman, I have sent in order that you might read the Odyssey. The Iliad is fine, but less equal in the translation, as well as less interesting in itself. What is stupidly said of Shakespeare is really true and appropriate of Chapman, mighty faults counterpoised by mighty beauties. Excepting his quaint epithets which he affects to render literally from the Greek, a language above all others blessed in the happy marriage of sweet words, and which in our language are mere printers' compound epithets such as quaffed divine joy in the heart of man infusing wine. The undermarked is to be one word, because one sweet mellifluous word expresses it in Homer. Excepting this, it has no look, no air, of a translation. It is as truly an original poem as the Faerie Queen. It will give you small idea of Homer, though a far truer one than Pope's epigrams, or Cowper's cumbersome most anti-Homeric Miltonism. For Chapman writes and feels as a poet, as Homer might have written had he lived in England in the reign of Queen Elizabeth. In short, it is an exquisite poem, in spite of its frequent and perverse quaintnesses and harshnesses, which are, however, amply repaid by almost unexampled sweetness and beauty of language, all over spirit and feeling. In the main it is an English heroic poem, the tale of which is borrowed from the Greek. The dedication to the Iliad is a noble copy of verses, especially those sublime lines beginning, "Oh, 'tis wondrous much, though nothing pristine, that the right virtuous touch of a well-written soul, to virtue moves. Nor how we souls to purpose, if their loves of fitting objects be not so inflammed. How much then, were this kingdom's main soul maimed, to want this great inflamer of all powers that move in humane souls. All realms but yours, are honoured with him, and hold blessed that state that have his works to read and contemplate. In which, humanity to her height is raised, which all the world, yet, none enough, hath praised. Seas, earth, and heaven, he did in verse comprise, outsung the Muses, and did equalize their king Apollo, being so far from cause of princes' light thoughts, that their gravest laws may find stuff to be fashioned by his lines. Through all the pomp of kingdoms still he shines and grayeth all his graces. Then let lie your lutes, and viols, and more loftily make the heroics of your Homer sung, to drums and trumpets set his angel's tongue, and with the princely sports of hawks you use, behold the kingly flight of his high muse, and see how like the phoenix she renews her age, and starry feathers in your sun, thousands of years attending, every one blowing the holy fire, and throwing in their seasons, kingdoms, nations that have been subverted in them, laws, religions, all offered to change. and greedy funera, yet still your Homer lasting, living, reigning. And likewise the first, the 11th, and last but one, of the prefatory sonnets to the Odyssey. Could I have foreseen any other speedy opportunity, I should have begged your acceptance of the volume in a somewhat handsomer coat, but as it is, it will better represent the sender, to quote from myself a man disherited, in form and face, by nature and mishap, of outward grace. To Chapman in his moral heroic verse, as in this dedication and the prefatory sonnets to his Odyssey, stands above Ben Jonson, there is more dignity, more lustre, and equal strength, but not midway quite between him and the sonnets of Milton. I do not know whether I give him the higher praise, in that he reminds me of Ben Jonson with a sense of his superior excellence, or that he brings Milton to memory notwithstanding his inferiority. His moral poems are not quite out of books like Jonson's, nor yet do the sentiments so wholly grow up out of his own natural habit and grandeur of thought, as in Milton. The sentiments have been attracted to him by a natural affinity of his intellect, and so combined, but Jonson has taken them by individual and successive acts of choice. 3. All this and the preceding is well felt and vigorously, though harshly, expressed, respecting sublime poetry ingenia, but in reading Homer I look about me, and ask how does all this apply here? For surely never was there plainer writing. There are 1,000 charms of sun and moonbeam, ripple, and wave, and stormy billow, but all on the surface. Had Chapman read Proclus and Porphyry? And did he really believe them, or even that they believed themselves? They felt the immense power of a Bible, a Shasta, a Koran. There was none in Greece or Rome, and they tried therefore by subtle allegorical accommodations to conjure the poem of Homer into the Greek, transliterated Bibliontheoparadoton Colit Remgk 22.gif of Greek faith for Chapman's identification of his fate with Homer's, and his complete forgetfulness of the distinction between Christianity and idolatry, under the general feeling of some religion, is very interesting. It is amusing to observe how familiar Chapman's fancy has become with Homer, his life and its circumstances, though the very existence of any such individual, at least with regard to the Iliad and the hymns, is more than problematic. N.B. The rude engraving in the page was designed by no vulgar hand. It is full of spirit and passion. 5. I am so dull, that neither in the original nor in any translation could I ever find any wit or wise purpose in this poem. The whole humor seems to lie in the names. The frogs and mice are not frogs or mice, but men, and yet they do nothing that conveys any satire. In the Greek there is much beauty of language, but the joke is very flat. This is always the case in rude ages. Their serious vein is inimitable, their comic low and low indeed. The psychological cause is easily stated, and copiously exemplifiable. Footnote 1, communicated through Mr. Wordsworth. Ed. Return to footnote mark footnote 2, dedication to Prince Henry. Return to footnote mark footnote 3, footnote 3, epistle dedicatory to the Odyssey. Return to footnote mark footnote 4, Epistle dedicatory to the Batrachomai. Return to footnote mark footnote 5, end of the Batrachomai. Return to footnote mark contents 2p note in Baxter's Life of Himself 1820. Among the grounds for recommending the perusal of our elder writers Hooker Taylor Baxter, in short almost any of the folios composed from Edward VI to Charles II. I note, 1. The overcoming the habit of deriving your whole pleasure passively from the book itself, which can only be effected by excitement of curiosity or of some passion. Force yourself to reflect on what you read paragraph by paragraph, and in a short time you will derive your pleasure, an ample portion of it, at least, from the activity of your own mind. All else is picture sunshine. 2. The conquest of party and sectarian prejudices. When you have on the same table before you the works of a Hammond and a Baxter, and reflect how many and how momentous their points of agreement, how few and almost childish the differences, which estranged and irritated these good men. Let us but imagine what their blessed spirits now feel at the retrospect of their earthly frailties. And can we do other than strive to feel as they now feel, not as they once felt? So will it be with the disputes between good men of the present day, and if you have no other reason to doubt your opponent's goodness than the point in dispute, think of Baxter and Hammond, of Milton and Taylor, and let it be no reason at all. 3. It will secure you from the narrow idolatry of the present times and fashions, and create the noblest kind of imaginative power in your soul, that of living in past ages, wholly devoid of which power, a man can neither anticipate the future, nor ever live a truly human life, a life of reason in the present. For in this particular work we may derive a most instructive lesson, that in certain points, as of religion in relation to law, the medio tutis simus ibis is inapplicable. There is no medium possible, and all the attempts as those of Baxter, though no more were required than I believe in God through Christ, prove only the mildness of the proposer's temper, but as a rule would be either equal to nothing, at least exclude only the 2 or 3 in a century that make it a matter of religion to declare themselves atheists, or else be just as fruitful a rule for a persecutor as the most complete set of articles that could be framed by a Spanish Inquisition. For to believe must mean to believe aright, and God must mean the true God, and Christ the Christ in the sense and with the attributes understood by Christians who are truly Christians. An established church with a liturgy is the sufficient solution of the problem de jure magistratus. Articles of faith are in this point of view superfluous. For is it not too absurd for a man to hesitate at subscribing his name to doctrines which yet in the more awful duty of prayer and profession he dares affirm before his Maker? They are therefore, in this sense, merely superfluous, not worth re-enacting, had they ever been done away with, not worth removing now that they exist. 5. The characteristic contradistinction between the speculative reasoners of the age before the Revolution, and those since, is this: the former cultivated metaphysics without, or neglecting empirical, psychology; the latter cultivate a mechanical psychology to the neglect and contempt of metaphysics. Both, therefore, are almost equidistant from true philosophy. Hence the belief in ghosts, which is sensible replies to prayer, and see in Baxter and in 100 others. See also Luther's Table Talk. 6. The earlier part of this volume is interesting as materials for medical history. The state of medical science in the reign of Charles I was almost incredibly low. Contents 3p Fragment of an essay on taste 1810. The same arguments that decide the question, whether taste has any fixed principles, may probably lead to a determination of what those principles are. First then, what is taste in its metaphorical sense, or, which will be the easiest mode of arriving at the same solution, what is there in the primary sense of the word, which may give to its metaphorical meaning an import different from that of sight or hearing, on the one hand, and of touch or smell on the other. And this question seems the more natural, because in correct language we confine beauty, the main subject of taste, to objects of sight and combinations of sounds, and never, except sportively or by abuse of words, speak of a beautiful flavor or a beautiful scent. Now the analysis of our senses in the commonest books of anthropology has drawn our attention to the distinction between the perfectly organic, and the mixed senses, the first presenting objects, as distinct from the perception, the last as blending the perception with the sense of the object. Our eyes and ears. I am not now considering what is or is not the case really, but only that of which we are regularly conscious as appearances. Our eyes most often appear to us perfect organs of the sentient principle, and wholly in action, and our hearing so much more so than the three other senses, and in all the ordinary exertions of that sense, perhaps equally so with the sight, that all languages place them in one class, and express their different modifications by nearly the same metaphors. The three remaining senses appear in part passive, and combine with the perception of the outward object a distinct sense of our own life. Taste, therefore, as opposed to vision and sound, will teach us to expect in its metaphorical use a certain reference of any given object to our own being, and not merely a distinct notion of the object as in itself, or in its independent properties. From the sense of touch, on the other hand, it is distinguishable by adding to this reference to our vital being some degree of enjoyment, or the contrary, some perceptible impulse from pleasure or pain to complacency or dislike. The sense of smell, indeed, might perhaps have furnished a metaphor of the same import with that of taste, but the latter was naturally chosen by the majority of civilized nations on account of the greater frequency, importance, and dignity of its employment or exertion in human nature. By taste, therefore, as applied to the fine arts, we must be supposed to mean an intellectual perception of any object blended with a distinct reference to our own sensibility of pain or pleasure, or, vice versa, a sense of enjoyment or dislike co-instantaneously combined with, and appearing to proceed from, some intellectual perception of the object. Intellectual perception, I say, for otherwise it would be a definition of taste in its primary rather than in its metaphorical sense. Briefly, taste is a metaphor taken from one of our mixed senses, and applied to objects of the more purely organic senses, and of our moral sense, when we would imply the coexistence of immediate personal dislike or complacency. In this definition of taste, therefore, is involved the definition of fine arts, namely, as being such the chief and discriminative purpose of which it is to gratify the taste, that is, not merely to connect, but to combine and unite, a sense of immediate pleasure in ourselves, with the perception of external arrangement. The great question, therefore, whether taste in any one of the fine arts has any fixed principle or ideal, will find its solution in the ascertainment of two facts. First, whether in every determination of the taste concerning any work of the fine arts, the individual does not, with or even against the approbation of his general judgment, involuntarily claim that all other minds ought to think and feel the same, whether the common expressions, "I dare say I may be wrong, but that is my particular taste," are uttered as an offering of courtesy, as a sacrifice to the undoubted fact of our individual fallibility, or are spoken with perfect sincerity, not only of the reason but of the whole feeling, with the same entireness of mind and heart, with which we concede a right to every person to differ from another in his preference of bodily tastes and flavors. If we should find ourselves compelled to deny this, and to admit that, notwithstanding the consciousness of our liability to error, and in spite of all those many individual experiences which may have strengthened the consciousness, each man does at the moment so far legislate for all men, as to believe of necessity that he is either right or wrong, and that if it be right for him, it is universally right. We must then proceed to ascertain secondly, whether the source of these phenomena is at all to be found in those parts of our nature, in which each intellect is representative of all, and whether wholly, or partially. No person of common reflection demands even in feeling, that what tastes pleasant to him ought to produce the same effect on all living beings, but every man does and must expect and demand the universal acquiescence of all intelligent beings in every conviction of his understanding. Contents 3p Fragment of an Essay on Beauty 1818. The only necessary, but this the absolutely necessary, prerequisite to a full insight into the grounds of the beauty in the objects of sight, is the directing of the attention to the action of those thoughts in our own mind which are not consciously distinguished. Every man may understand this, if he will but recall the state of his feelings in endeavoring to recollect a name, which he is quite sure that he remembers, though he cannot force it back into consciousness. This region of unconscious thoughts, oftentimes the more working the more indistinct they are, may, in reference to this subject, be conceived as forming an ascending scale from the most universal associations of motion with the functions and passions of life, as when, on passing out of a crowded city into the fields on a day in June, we describe the grass and kingcups as nodding their heads and dancing in the breeze, up to the half-perceived, yet not fixable, resemblance of a form to some particular object of a diverse class, which resemblance we need only increase but a little, to destroy, or at least injure, its beauty-enhancing effect, and to make it a fantastic intrusion of the accidental and the arbitrary, and consequently a disturbance of the beautiful. This might be abundantly exemplified and illustrated from the paintings of Salvator Rosa. I am now using the term beauty in its most comprehensive sense, as including expression and artistic interest. That is, I consider not only the living balance, but likewise all the accompaniments that even by disturbing are necessary to the renewal and continuance of the balance. And in this sense I proceed to show that the beautiful in the object may be referred to two elements, lines and colors, the first belonging to the shapely, forma, formalis, formosius, and in this, to the law, and the reason, and the second, to the lively, the free, the spontaneous, and the self-justifying. As to lines, the rectilineal are in themselves the lifeless, the determined ab extra, but still in immediate union with the cycloidal, which are expressive of function. The curve line is a modification of the force from without by the force from within, or the spontaneous. These are not arbitrary symbols, but the language of nature, universal and intuitive, by virtue of the law by which man is impelled to explain visible motions by imaginary causative powers analogous to his own acts, as the dryads, hamadryads, naiads, and c. The better way of applying these principles will be by a brief and rapid sketch of the history of the fine arts, in which it will be found that the beautiful in nature has been appropriated to the works of man, just in proportion as the state of the mind in the artists themselves approached to the subjective beauty. Determine what predominance in the minds of the men is preventive of the living balance of excited faculties, and you will discover the exact counterpart in the outward products. Egypt is an illustration of this. Shapeliness is intellect without freedom, but colors are significant. The introduction of the arch is not less an epoch in the fine than in the useful arts. Order is beautiful arrangement without any purpose ad extra, therefore there is a beauty of order, or order may be contemplated exclusively as beauty. The form given in every empirical intuition, the stuff, that is, the quality of the stuff, determines the agreeable, but when a thing excites us to receive it in such and such a mold, so that its exact correspondence to that mold is what occupies the mind, this is taste or the sense of beauty. Whether dishes full of painted wood or exquisite viands were laid out on a table in the same arrangement, would be indifferent to the taste, as in ladies' patterns, but surely the one is far more agreeable than the other. Hence observe the disinterestedness of all taste, and hence also a sensual perfection with intellect is occasionally possible without moral feeling. So it may be in music and painting, but not in poetry. How far it is a real preference of the refined to the gross pleasures, is another question, upon the supposition that pleasure, in some form or other, is that alone which determines men to the objects of the former, whether experience does not show that if the latter were equally in our power, occasioned no more trouble to enjoy, and caused no more exhaustion of the power of enjoying them by the enjoyment itself, we should in real practice prefer the grosser pleasure. It is not, therefore, any excellence in the quality of the refined pleasures themselves, but the advantages and facilities in the means of enjoying them, that give them the preeminence. This is, of course, on the supposition of the absence of all moral feeling. Suppose its presence, and then there will accrue an excellence even to the quality of the pleasures themselves, not only, however, of the refined, but also of the grosser kinds, inasmuch as a larger sweep of thoughts will be associated with each enjoyment, and with each thought will be associated a number of sensations, and so, consequently, each pleasure will become more the pleasure of the whole being. This is one of the earthly rewards of our being what we ought to be, but which would be annihilated, if we attempted to be it for the sake of this increased enjoyment. Indeed, it is a contradiction to suppose it. Yet this is the common argumentum in circulo, in which the Eudaemonists flee and pursue. Contents 3p poems and poetical fragments vivamus, me lesbia, at comemus. Catch-us. My Lesbia, let us love and live, and to the winds, my Lesbia, give each cold restraint, each boding fear of age, and all its sores severe. Yon sun now posting to the main will set, but tease to rise again, but we, when once our little light is set, must sleep in endless night. Then come, with whom alone I'll live, 1,000 kisses take and give. Another 1,000. To the store add hundreds, then 1,000 more. And when they to 1,000,000 mount, let confusion take the account, that you, the number never knowing, may continue still bestowing that I for joys may never pine, which never can again be mine. One Lugit, O Veneers, Cupidinesque. Catch us pity, mourn in plaintive tone the lovely starling dead and gone. Weep ye loves. And Venus, weep the lovely starling fallen asleep. Venus see with tearful eyes in her lap the starling lies, while the loves all in a ring softly stroke the stiffened wing. Morian superstiti. The hour bell sounds, and I must go. Death waits again, I hear him calling. No cowardly desires have I, nor will I shun his face appalling. I die in faith and honor rich, but I leave behind my treasure in widowhood and lonely pain. To live were surely then a pleasure. My lifeless eyes upon thy face shall never open more tomorrow. Tomorrow shall thy beauteous eyes be closed to love, and drown thee in sorrow. Tomorrow death shall freeze this hand, and on thy breast, my wedded treasure, I never, never more shall live, alas! I quit a life of pleasure. Morianti supersts. Yet art thou happier far than she who feels the widow's love for thee. For while her days are days of weeping, thou, in peace, in silence sleeping, in some still world, unknown, remote, the mighty parent's carest found, without whose tender guardian thought no sparrow falleth to the ground. The stripling's war song imitated from Stolberg, my noble old warrior. This heart has beat high, since you told of the deeds that our countrymen wrought. Give me the sabre which hung by thy thigh, and I too will fight as my forefathers fought. Oh, despise not my youth. For my spirit is steeled, and I know there is strength in the grasp of my hand, yea, as firm as thyself would I move to the field, and as proudly would die for my dear fatherland. In the sports of my childhood I mimicked the fight, the shrill of a trumpet suspended my breath, and my fancy still wandered by day and by night amid tumult and perils, mid conquest and death. My own eager shout in the heat of my trance, how oft it awakes me from dreams full of glory, when I meant to have leaped on the hero of France, and have dashed him to earth pale and deathless and gory. As late through the city with bannerets streaming, and the music of trumpets the warriors flew by, with helmet and scimitar naked and gleaming on their proud trampling thunder-hoofed steeds did they fly, I sped to yon heath which is lonely and bare, for each nerve was unquiet, each pulse in alarm. I hurled my mock lance through the objectless air, and in open-eyed dream proved the strength of my arm. Yes, noble old warrior, this heart has beat high, since you told of the deeds that our countrymen wrought. Ah! Give me the falchion that hung by thy thigh, and I too will fight as my forefathers fought. To his own fair countenance, his kingly forehead, his tender smiles, love's day dawn on his lips, the sense, and spirit, and the light divine, at the same moment in his steadfast eye were virtue's native crest, immortal soul's unconscious meek self-heraldry, to man genial, and pleasant to his guardian angel. He suffered nor complained though oft with tears he mourned oppression of his helpless brethren, yet, with a deeper and yet holier grief mourned for the oppressor. In those Sabbath hours his solemn grief, like the slow cloud at sunset, was but the veil of purest meditation pierced through and saturate with the rays of mind. 'Twas sweet to know it only possible. Some wishes crossed my mind and dimly cheered it, and one or two poor melancholy pleasures, each in the pale unwarming light of hope silvering its flimsy wing, flew silent by moths in the moonbeam. Behind the thin grey cloud that covered but not hid, the sky, the round full moon looked small. The subtle snow in every passing breeze rose curling from the grove like shafts of smoke. On the broad mountain top the neighing wild colt races with the wind o'er fern and heath flowers. Like a mighty giantess seized in sore travail and prodigious birth, sick nature struggled, long and strange her pangs, her groans were horrible, but oh, most fair the twins she bore, equality and peace. Terrible and loud as the strong voice that from the thunder cloud speaks to the startled midnight. Such fierce vivacity as fires the eye of genius Fancycrazed. The mild despairing of a heart resigned. For the hymn on the sun, for now his orb 'gan slowly sink, shot half his rays aslant the heath, whose flowers purpled the mountain's broad and level top. Rich was his bed of clouds, and wide beneath for the hymn on the moon in a cave in the mountains of Kashmir there is an image of ice, which makes its appearance thus. 2 days before the new moon there appears a bubble of ice, which increases in size every day till the 15th. By which time it is an ell or more in height, then as the moon wanes, the image decreases till it vanishes away. In darkness I remained. The neighboring clock told me that now the rising sun at dawn shone lovely on my garden. These be staggerers that, made drunk by power, forget thirst's eager promise, and presume, dark dreamers, that the world forgets it too. Perish warmth, unfaithful to its seeming. Old age, the shape and messenger of death, his withered fist still knocking at death's door. God no distance knows all of the whole possessing. With skill that never alchemist yet told, made drossy lead as ductile as pure gold. Guess at the wound and heal with secret hand. The broad-breasted rock glasses his rugged forehead in the sea. I mix in life, and labor to seem free, with common persons pleased and common things, while every thought and action tends to thee, and every impulse from thy influence springs. Farewell to love, farewell, sweet love. Yet blame you not my truth, more fondly ne'er did mother I her child than I your form, yours were my hopes of youth, and as you shaped my thoughts, I sighed or smiled. While most were wooing wealth, or gaily swerving to pleasure's secret haunt, and some apart stood strong in pride, self-conscious of deserving, to you I gave my whole weak wishing heart, and when I met the maid that realized your fair creations, and had won her kindness, say but for her if aught on earth I prized. Your dreams alone I dreamt and caught your blindness. O grief! But farewell, love. I will go play me with thoughts that please me less, and less betray me. Within these circling hollies, woodbine clad beneath this small blue roof of vernal sky, how warm, how still. Though tears should dim mine eye, yet will my heart for days continue glad, for here, my love, thou art, and here am I. Each crime that once estranges from the virtues doth make the memory of their features daily more dim and vague, till each coarse counterfeit can have the passport to our confidence signed by ourselves. And fitly are they punished, who prize and seek the honest man but as a safer lock to guard dishonest treasures. Grant me a patron, gracious heaven. We know my unwashed follies call for penance drear, but when more hideous guilt this heart infects, instead of fiery coals upon my pate, O let a titled patron be my fate, that fierce compendium of Egyptian pests. Right Reverend Dean, right Honourable Squire, Lord, Marquis, Earl, Duke, Prince, or if aught higher, however proudly nicknamed, he shall be anathema maranatha to me. A sober statement of human life, or the true medium a chance may win what by mischance was lost. The net that holds not great, takes little fish, in some things all, in all things none are crossed, few all they need, but none have all they wish, unmingled joys to no one here befall, who least, hath some, who most, hath never all. Footnote 1. This and the following poems and fragments, with the exception of those marked with 2, were communicated by Mr. Gutch. Ed. Return to footnote mark footnote 2. Poems not communicated by Mr. Gutch, see footnote 1 above. Return to footnote mark contents 3p Omniana 1812. The French Decade. I have nothing to say in defense of the French revolutionists, as far as they are personally concerned in this substitution of every 10th for the 7th day as a day of rest. It was not only a senseless outrage on an ancient observance, around which 1,000 good and gentle feelings had clustered, it not only tended to weaken the bond of brotherhood between France and the other members of Christendom, but it was dishonest, and robbed the laborer of 15 days of restorative and humanizing repose in every year, and extended the wrong to all the friends and fellow laborers of man in the brute creation. Yet when I hear Protestants, and even those of the Lutheran persuasion, and members of the Church of England, inveigh against this change as a blasphemous contempt of the fourth commandment, I pause, and before I can assent to the verdict of condemnation, I must prepare my mind to include in the same sentence, at least as far as theory goes, the names of several among the most revered reformers of Christianity. Without referring to Luther, I will begin with Master Frith, a founder and martyr of the Church of England, having witnessed his faith amid the flames in the year 1533. This meek and enlightened, no less than zealous and orthodox, divine, in his declaration of baptism thus expresses himself, as for the Sabbath, we be lords of the Sabbath, and may yet change it into Monday, or any other day, as we see need, or we may make every 10th day holy day only, if we see cause why. Neither was there any cause to change it from the Saturday, save only to put a difference between us and the Jews, neither need we any holy day at all, if the people might be taught without it. This great man believed that if Christian nations should ever become Christians indeed, there would every day be so many hours taken from the labor for the perishable body, to the service of the souls and the understandings of mankind, both masters and servants, as to supersede the necessity of a particular day. At present our Sunday may be considered as so much holy land, rescued from the sea of oppression and vain luxury, and embanked against the fury of their billows. Contents 3p Write and tie on a scheme of perfect retribution in the moral world, observed empirists, and paused to look at, and wipe his spectacles. Frogs, interposed Musillo, must have been experimental philosophers, and experimental philosophers must all transmigrate into frogs. The scheme will not be yet perfect, added Gellin, unless our friend empirists is specially privileged to become an elect frog 20 times successively, before he reascends into a galvanic philosopher. Well, replied empirists, with a benignant smile, I give my consent, if only our little Mary's fits do not recur. Little Mary was Gellin's only child, and the darling and goddaughter of empirists. By the application of galvanic influence, empirists had removed a nervous affection of her right leg, accompanied with symptomatic epilepsy. The tear started in Gellin's eye, and he pressed the hand of his friend, while Musillo, half suppressing, half indulging, a similar sense of shame, sportively exclaimed, "Hang it, Gellin! Somehow or other these philosopher fellows always have the better of us wits, in the long run." Contents 3p Jeremy Taylor. The writings of Bishop Jeremy Taylor are a perpetual feast to me. His hospitable board groans under the weight and multitude of viands. Yet I seldom rise from the perusal of his works without repeating or recollecting the excellent observation of Minucius Felix. Fabulas it eras ab imperatis parentibus decimus, it quod est gravius, ipsis studiis it disciplinis elaboramus. Contents 3p Criticism. Many of our modern criticisms on the works of our elder writers remind me of the connoisseur, who, taking up a small cabinet picture, railed most eloquently at the absurd caprice of the artist in painting a horse sprawling. "Excuse me, sir," replied the owner of the piece, "you hold it the wrong way, it is a horse galloping." Contents 3p Public instruction. Our statesmen, who survey with jealous dread all plans for the education of the lower orders, may be thought to proceed on the system of antagonist muscles, and in the belief that the closer a nation shuts its eyes, the wider it will open its hands. Or do they act on the principle that the status belli is the natural relation between the people and the government, and that it is prudent to secure the result of the contest by gouging the adversary in the first instance? Alas! The policy of the maxim is on a level with its honesty. The Philistines had put out the eyes of Samson, and thus, as they thought, fitted him to drudge and grind among the slaves and asses, his comrades, as good for nothing else, no better service, but his darkness added to his fury without diminishing his strength, and the very pillars of the temple of oppression with horrible convulsion. To and fro, he tugged, he shook, till down they came, and drew the whole roof after them with burst of thunder, upon the heads of all who sat beneath, lords, ladies, captains, councillors, and priests, their choice nobility. The error might be less unpardonable with a statesman of the continent, but with Englishmen, who have Ireland in one direction, and Scotland in another, the one in ignorance, sloth, and rebellion, in the other general information, industry, and loyalty, verily it is not error merely, but infatuation. Contents 3p Picturesque words. Who is ignorant of Homer's Greek, transliterated Pylian yet in some Greek manuscript hexameters I have met with a compound epithet, which may compare with it for the prize of excellence in flashing on the mental eye a complete image. It is an epithet of the brutified archangel, and forms the latter half of the verse, Kirkokaronuka Satan ye youthful bards. Compare this word with its literal translation, tail horn-hoofed Satan, and be shy of compound epithets, the components of which are indebted for their union exclusively to the printer's hyphen. Henry Moore, indeed, would have naturalized the word without hesitation, and Sir Coseronicus would have shared the astonishment of the English reader in the glossary to his Song of the Soul with a chronicle, anistheis, and see contents 3p Toleration. The state, with respect to the different sects of religion under its protection, should resemble a well-drawn portrait. Let there be half a score individuals looking at it, every one sees its eyes and its benignant smile directed towards himself. The framer of preventive laws, no less than private tutors and schoolmasters, should remember that the readiest way to make either mind or body grow awry is by lacing it too tight. Contents 3p War. It would have proved a striking part of a vision presented to Adam the day after the death of Abel, to have brought before his eyes 500,000 of men crowded together in the space of a square mile. When the first father had exhausted his wonder on the multitude of his offspring, he would then naturally inquire of his angelic instructor, for what purposes so vast a multitude had assembled. What is the common end? Alas! To murder each other, all Cains, and yet no Abels. Contents 3p Parodies on new poems are read as satires, on old ones, the soliloquy of Hamlet for instance as compliments. A man of genius may securely laugh at a mode of attack by which his reviler, in half a century or less, becomes his encomiast. Contents 3pm Dupuis among the extravagances of faith which have characterized many infidel writers, who would swallow a whale to avoid believing that a whale swallowed Jonas, a high rank should be given to Dupuis, who, at the commencement of the French Revolution, published a work in 12 volumes, octavo, in order to prove that Jesus Christ was the Son, and all Christians, worshippers of Mithra. His arguments, if arguments they can be called, consist chiefly of metaphors quoted from the Fathers. What irresistible conviction would not the following passage from South's Sermons, volume VP 165, have flashed on his fancy, had it occurred in the writings of Origen or Tertullian? And how complete a confutation of all his grounds does not the passage afford to those humble souls, who, gifted with common sense alone, can boast of no additional light received through a crack in their upper apartments. Christ the great Son of righteousness and Saviour of the world, having by a glorious rising, after a red and bloody setting, proclaimed his deity to men and angels, and by a complete triumph over the two grand enemies of mankind, sin and death, set up the everlasting gospel. In the room of all false religions, has now changed the Persian superstition into the Christian doctrine, and without the least approach to the idolatry of the former, made it henceforward the duty of all nations, Jews and Gentiles, to worship the rising sun. This one passage outblazes the whole host of Dupuis evidences and extracts. In the same sermon, the reader will meet with Hume's argument against miracles anticipated, and put in Thomas's mouth. Contents 3p Origin of the worship of Hymen. The origin of the worship of Hymen is thus related by Lactantius. The story would furnish matter for an excellent pantomime. Hymen was a beautiful youth of Athens, who for the love of a young virgin disguised himself, and assisted at the Eleusinian rites, and at this time he, together with his beloved, and divers other young ladies of that city, was surprised and carried off by pirates, who supposing him to be what he appeared, lodged him with his mistress. In the dead of the night when the robbers were all asleep, he arose and cut their throats. Thence making hasty way back to Athens, he bargained with the parents that he would restore to them their daughter and all her companions, if they would consent to her marriage with him. They did so, and this marriage proving remarkably happy, it became the custom to invoke the name of Hymen at all nuptials. Contents 3p Egotism. It is hard and uncandid to censure the great reformers in philosophy and religion for their egotism and boastfulness. It is scarcely possible for a man to meet with continued personal abuse, on account of his superior talents, without associating more and more the sense of the value of his discoveries or detections with his own person. The necessity of repelling unjust contempt forces the most modest man into a feeling of pride and self-consciousness. How can a tall man help thinking of his size, when dwarfs are constantly on tiptoe beside him? Paracelsus was a braggart and a quack, so was Cardan, but it was their merits, and not their follies, which drew upon them that torrent of detraction and calumny, which compelled them so frequently to think and write concerning themselves that at length it became a habit to do so. Wolfe too, though not a boaster, was yet persecuted into a habit of egotism both in his prefaces and in his ordinary conversation, and the same holds good of the founder of the Brunonian system, and of his great namesake Giordano Bruno. The more decorous manners of the present age have attached a disproportionate opprobrium to this foible, and many therefore abstain with cautious prudence from all displays of what they feel. Nay, some do actually flatter themselves that they abhor all egotism, and never betray it either in their writings or discourse. But watch these men narrowly, and in the greater number of cases you will find their thoughts, feelings, and mode of expression saturated with the passion of contempt, which is the concentrated vinegar of egotism. Your very humble men in company, if they produce anything, are in that thing of the most exquisite irritability and vanity. When a man is attempting to describe another person's character, he may be right or he may be wrong, but in one thing he will always succeed, that is, in describing himself. If, for example, he expresses simple approbation, he praises from a consciousness of possessing similar qualities. If he approves with admiration, it is from a consciousness of deficiency. A. He is a sober man. B. Sir, what a blessing is sobriety! Here is a man conscious of sobriety, who egotizes enthusiasm. B is one who, feeling the ill effects of a contrary habit, contemplates sobriety with blameless envy. Again a yes, he is a warm man, a moneyed fellow, you may rely upon him. B yes, yes, sir, no wonder. He has the blessing of being well in the world. This reflection might be introduced in defense of plaintive egotism, and by way of preface to an examination of all the charges against it, and from what feelings they proceed. 1801 Contempt is egotism in ill humor. Appetite without moral affection, social sympathy, and even without passion and imagination, in plain English, mere lust, is the basest form of egotism, and being infrahuman, or below humanity, should be pronounced with the harsh breathing, as egotism. 1820 Footnote 1, from Mr. Gulsh's Commonplace Book. Ed. Contents 3p Cap of Liberty. Those who hoped proudly of human nature, and admitted no distinction between Christians and Frenchmen, regarded the first constitution as a colossal statue of Corinthian brass, formed by the fusion and commixture of all metals in the conflagration of the state. But there is a common fungus, which so exactly represents the pole and cap of liberty, that it seems offered by nature herself as the appropriate emblem of Gallic republicanism, mushroom patriots, with a mushroom cap of liberty. Contents 3p Bulls novi ego alicum qui dormitabundus aliquando pulsri horum quartum audiverit, it sic numeravit, una, ac tum pre rei absurditate, quam anima concipibat, exclamavit, ne. Delirat horologium. Quater pulsavit horum unum. I knew a person, who, during imperfect sleep, or dozing, as we say, listened to the clock as it was striking 4, and as it struck, he counted the 4, 1, 1, 1, 1, and then exclaimed, "Why, the clock is out of its wits, it has struck 1 4 times over." This is a good exemplification of the nature of bulls, which will be found always to contain in them a confusion of what the schoolman would have called objectivity with subjectivity, in plain English, the impression of a thing as it exists in itself, and extrinsically, with the image which the mind abstracts from the impression. Thus, number, or the total of a series, is a generalization of the mind, an ens rationis, not an ens real. I have read many attempts at a definition of a bull, and lately in the Edinburgh Review, but it then appeared to me that the definers had fallen into the same fault with Miss Edgeworth, in her delightful essay on bulls, and given the definition of the genus, blunder, for that of the particular species. I will venture, therefore, to propose the following. A bull consists in a mental juxtaposition of incongruous images or thoughts with the sensation, but without the sense, of connection. The psychological conditions of the possibility of a bull, it would not be difficult to determine, but it would require a larger space than can be afforded here, at least more attention than my readers would be likely to afford. There is a sort of spurious bull which consists wholly in mistake of language, and which the closest thinker may make, if speaking in a language of which he is not master. Contents 3p wise ignorance. It is impossible to become either an eminently great, or truly pious man, without the courage to remain ignorant of many things. This important truth is most happily expressed by the elder Scaliger in prose, and by the younger in verse. The latter extract has an additional claim from the exquisite terseness of its diction, and the purity of its Latinity. I particularly recommend its perusal to the commentators on the Apocalypse. Quer ulterior disquisitio morosi at xatagentis animi ist, humani enim sapientiae pars ist, quad amiquo animo nescia vel. J.C. Scalig. X. 307 S29. Eni curiosus quae causas omnium, quae conclubrivis profiterum indidit, afflata silo, plena veraci deo, eni si opetar sacri supero silentiarum paraud, sed prudenta praeteri. Nescia vel quam magister optimus doceria non vult, erudita in sciscia estimated Joseph. Scalig. Contents 3p Rouge triumphant generals in Rome wore rouge. The ladies of France, and their fair sisters and imitators in Britain, conceive themselves always in the chair of triumph, and of course entitled to the same distinction. The custom originated, perhaps, in the humility of the conquerors that they might seem to blush continually at their own praises. Mr. Gilpin frequently speaks of a picturesque eye with something less of solecism. I may affirm that our fair ever-blushing triumphants have secured to themselves the charm of picturesque cheeks, every face being its own portrait. Contents 3p Epietero enter hasty words I crave mercy, at least of my contemporaries, for if these omnia should outlive the present generation, the opinion will not need it. But I could not help writing in the blank page of a very celebrated work the following passage from Picus Mirandula movent mei stomachum grammatista quidam, qui cum dios teniorint vocabulorum origins, ita se ostentant, ita venditant, ita circumferunt jactabundi. Ut preipsis pro nihilo habendos philosophos. Arbitrentia. Epist ad hermol. Bob. Footnote 1. Diversions of Purley. Ed. Contents. 3p Motives and impulses. It is a matter of infinite difficulty, but fortunately of comparative indifference, to determine what a man's motive may have been for this or that particular action. Rather seek to learn what his objects in general are. What does he habitually wish, habitually pursue? And thence deduce his impulses, which are commonly the true efficient causes of men's conduct, and without which the motive itself would not have become a motive. Let a haunch of venison represent the motive, and the keen appetite of health, and exercise the impulse. Then place the same or some more favorite dish before the same man, sick, dyspeptic, and stomach worn, and we may then weigh the comparative influences of motives and impulses. Without the perception of this truth, it is impossible to understand the character of Largo, who is represented as now assigning one, and then another, and again a third motive for his conduct, all alike the mere fictions of his own restless nature, distempered by a keen sense of his intellectual superiority, and haunted by the love of exerting power on those especially who are his superiors in practical and moral excellence. Yet how many among our modern critics have attributed to the profound author this the appropriate inconsistency of the character itself. A second illustration did Curio, the quondam patriot, reformer, and semi-revolutionist, abjure his opinion, and yell the foremost in the hunt of persecution against his old friends and fellow philosophists, with a cold clear predetermination, formed at one moment, of making £5,000 a year by his apostasy. I neither know nor care. Probably not. But this I know, that to be thought a man of consequence by his contemporaries, to be admitted into the society of his superiors in artificial rank, to excite the admiration of lords, to live in splendor and sensual luxury, have been the objects of his habitual wishes. A flash of lightning has turned at once the polarity of the compass needle, and so, perhaps, now and then, but as rarely, a violent motive may revolutionize a man's opinions and professions. But more frequently his honesty dies away imperceptibly from evening into twilight, and from twilight into utter darkness. He turns hypocrite so gradually, and by such tiny atoms of motion, that by the time he has arrived at a given point, he forgets his own hypocrisy in the imperceptible degrees of his conversion. The difference between such a man and a bolder liar, is merely that between the hour hand, and that which tells the seconds, on a watch. Of the former you can see only the past motion, of the latter both the past motion and the present moving. Yet there is, perhaps, more hope of the latter rogue, for he has lied to mankind only and not to himself. The former lies to his own heart, as well as to the public. Contents 3p Inward blindness. Talk to a blind man. He knows he wants the sense of sight, and willingly makes the proper allowances. But there are certain internal senses, which a man may want, and yet be wholly ignorant that he wants them. It is most unpleasant to converse with such persons on subjects of taste, philosophy, or religion. Of course there is no reasoning with them, for they do not possess the facts, on which the reasoning must be grounded. Nothing is possible, but a naked dissent, which implies a sort of unsocial contempt, or, what a man of kind dispositions is very likely to fall into, a heartless tacit acquiescence, which borders too nearly on duplicity. Contents 3p The vices of slaves. No excuse for slavery. It often happens that the slave himself has neither the power nor the wish to be free. He is then brutified, but this apathy is the dire effect of slavery, and so far from being a justifying cause, that it contains the grounds of its bitterest condemnation. The Carlovingian race bred up the Merovingian beasts, and then assigned their unworthiness as the satisfactory reason for their dethronement. Alas! The human being is more easily weaned from the habit of commanding than from that of abject obedience. The slave loses his soul when he loses his master, even as the dog that has lost himself in the street, howls and whines till he has found the house again, where he had been kicked and cudgeled, and half starved to boot. As we, however, or our ancestors must have inoculated our fellow creature with this wasting disease of the soul, it becomes our duty to cure him, and though we cannot immediately make him free, yet we can, and ought to, put him in the way of becoming so at some future time, if not in his own person, yet in that of his children. The French, you will say, are not capable of freedom. Grant this, but does this fact justify the ungrateful traitor, whose every measure has been to make them still more incapable of it? Contents 3p Circulation of the blood. The ancients attributed to the blood the same motion of ascent and descent which really takes place in the sap of trees. Servetus discovered the minor circulation from the heart to the lungs. Do not the following passages of Giordano Bruno, published in 1591, seem to imply more? I put the question, pauperis forma, with unfeigned diffidence. De immenso et innumerabili lib. 6 cap. 8. Ut in nostro corpore sanguis pototum circumaccursat it recursat, sic in toto mundu, astro, tellur. Quae non aliter quam nostro in corpore sanguis hinc meet, hinc remit, nec ad inferiora fluit six major, ad supra pedibus quam dendi residat. And still more plainly, in the 9th chapter of the same book, quid esset quodamni gyroscope natri cuncta redirant ortus ad proprios rersum, si sorbit omnes pontus aquas, totum non restituate perenni ordine, qua possit rerum consist vita. Tanquam si totus concurrat sanguis in unum, in qua consistat, partum, nec prima revisat ordia, it antiquos cursus non indi resumat. It is affirmed in the supplement to the Scotch Encyclopaedia Britannica, that Descartes was the first who, in defiance of Aristotle and the schools, attributed infinity to the universe. The very title of Bruno's poem proves that this honor belongs to him. Feydeau lays claim to a knowledge of the circulation of the blood for Francisco de la Reina, a farrier, who published a work upon his own art at Burgos, in 1564. The passage which he quotes is perfectly clear. Por manera, que la sangre anda en torno, y en ruda por todos los miembros, excluye toda duda. Whether Reina himself claimed any discovery, Feydeau does not mention, but these words seem to refer to some preceding demonstration of the fact. I am inclined to think that this, like many other things, was known before it was discovered, just as the preventive powers of the vaccine disease, the existence of adipocia in graves, and certain principles in grammar and in population, upon which bulky books have been written and great reputations raised in our days. Contents 3p Parichara Pasura Shartai what scholar but must at times have a feeling of splenetic regret, when he looks at the list of novels, in 2, 3, or 4 volumes each, published monthly by Messrs. Lane and C, and then reflects that there are valuable works of good worth, prepared by himself for the press, yet still unpublished by the university which possesses them, and which ought to glory in the name of their great author. And that there is extant in manuscript a folio volume of unprinted sermons by Jeremy Taylor. Surely, the patronage of our many literary societies might be employed more beneficially to the literature and to the actual literati of the country, if they would publish the valuable manuscripts that lurk in our different public libraries, and make it worth the while of men of learning to correct and annotate the copies, instead of, but it is treading on hot embers. Contents 3p To have and to be. The distinction is marked in a beautiful sentiment of a German poet, Hast thou anything? Share it with me and I will pay thee the worth of it. Art thou anything? Oh then let us exchange souls. The following is offered as a mere playful illustration. Women have no souls, says Prophet Mahomet. Nay, dearest Anna. Why so grave? I said you had no soul. 'Tis true, for what you are, you cannot have. 'Tis I, that have one, since I first had you. Contents 3p Party passion. Well, sir, exclaimed a lady, the vehement and impassionate partisan of Mr. Wilkes, in the day of his glory, and during the broad blaze of his patriotism. Well, sir, and will you dare deny that Mr. Wilkes is a great man, and an eloquent man? Oh, by no means, madam. I have not a doubt respecting Mr. Wilkes's talents. Well, but, sir, and is he not a fine man, too, and a handsome man? Why, madam, he squints, doesn't he? Squints? Yes, to be sure he does, sir. But not a bit more than a gentleman and a man of sense ought to squint. Contents 3p Goodness of heart indispensable to a man of genius. If men will impartially, and not asquint, look toward the offices and function of a poet, they will easily conclude to themselves the impossibility of any man's being the good poet without being first a good man. Dedication to the Fox. Ben Jonson has borrowed this just and noble sentiment from Strabo. H.D. Hertai, poetaus unisgtai tai tu anthropa kai alchoyant agath hunginestai, poetain, me proteran genithenta andra agathan. Contents 3P Milton and Ben Jonson. Those who have more faith in parallelism than myself may trace Satan's address to the Son in Paradise Lost to the first lines of Ben Jonson's Poetaster, Light. I salute thee, but with wounded nerves, wishing thy golden splendor pitchy darkness. But even if Milton had the above in his mind, his own verses would be more fitly entitled an apotheosis of Jonson's lines than an imitation. Contents 3P Statistics. We all remember Burke's curious assertion that there were 80,000 incorrigible Jacobins in England. Mr. Cahoon is equally precise in the number of beggars, prostitutes, and thieves in the City of London. Mercetinus, who wrote under Louis XV, seems to have afforded the precedent. He assures his readers that by an accurate calculation there were 50,000 incorrigible atheists in the city of Paris. Atheism then may have been a co-cause of the French Revolution, but it should not be burthened on it, as its monster child. Contents 4P Magnanimity. The following ode was written by Giordano Bruno, under prospect of that martyrdom which he soon after suffered at Rome, for atheism, that is, as is proved by all his works, for a lofty and enlightened piety, which was of course unintelligible to bigots and dangerous to an apostate hierarchy. If the human mind be, as it assuredly is, the sublimest object which nature affords to our contemplation, these lines which portray the human mind under the action of its most elevated affections, have a fair claim to the praise of sublimity. The work from which they are extracted is exceedingly rare, as are, indeed, all the works of the Nolan philosopher, and I have never seen them quoted de delis vacuis plumas nectar humeris concupiant alii, aut six suspendi nubium alis, ventorum vapetant remigium, aut orbiti flammantis rapteri alveo, belrefantis valitum numbers vero illodinati sumus genio, ut fatum intrepidi objectes cumbras cernimus, nec si ad lumen solis, ad perspicuos natri vocis surdi, ad divum munera ingrato. Ad sumus pector. Non curamus stultorum quid opinio de nobis ferat, aut quiris dignetur sedibus. Alis ascendimus sursum malioribus. Quid nubs ultra, ventorum ultra ist semita, vidimus, quantum satis estimated illic concendent plurimi, nobis ducibus, pusculam proprio erectamit firmam in pector, quam deus, it vegeti sors debit ingeni, non manes, pluma, ignis, ventus, nubs, spiritus, divinantum phantasmata. Non sensus vegetans, non mi ratio argue, non indels exculti clara ingenii, sed perfidi sycophantus supercilium urbs glance, statera, trutina, oculo, miraculum amati seget. Versificantis grammatista encomium, buglosse gracissentum, it epistolia lectorem libri salutantum elimine, latrentum adversum zoilos, momos, mastages, hinc absint testimonia. Procedat nudus, quern non ornant nubila, sol. Non conveniant quadrupedum failri humano dorso. Pora veri species quasita, inventa, it pate facta me efferat. Et si nullus intelligat, si cum natura sapio, it sub numen, id via plus quam satis estimated. The conclusion alludes to a charge of impenetrable obscurity, in which Bruno shares one and the same fate with Plato, Aristotle, Kant, and in truth with every great discoverer and benefactor of the human race, excepting only when the discoveries have been capable of being rendered palpable to the outward senses, and have therefore come under the cognizance of our sober judicious critics, the men of sound common sense, that is, of those snails in intellect, who wear their eyes at the tips of their feelers, and cannot even see unless they at the same time touch. When these finger philosophers affirm that Plato, Bruno, and C must have been out of their senses, the just and proper retort is, gentlemen, it is still worse with you. You have lost your reason. By the by, Addison in The Spectator has grossly misrepresented the design and tendency of Bruno's Bestia Triumphanti, the object of which was to show of all the theologies and theogonies which have been conceived for the mere purpose of solving problems in the material universe, that as they originate in fancy, so they all end in delusion, and act to the hindrance or prevention of sound knowledge and actual discovery. But the principal and most important truth taught in this allegory is, that in the concerns of morality all pretended knowledge of the will of heaven which is not revealed to man through his conscience, that all commands which do not consist in the unconditional obedience of the will to the pure reason, without tampering with consequences, which are in God's power, not in ours, in short, that all motives of hope and fear from invisible powers, which are not immediately derived from, and absolutely coincident with, the reverence due to the supreme reason of the universe, are all alike dangerous superstitions. The worship founded on them, whether offered by the Catholic to Saint Francis, or by the poor African to his fetish, differ in form only, not in substance. Herein Bruno speaks not only as a philosopher, but as an enlightened Christian, the evangelists and apostles everywhere representing their moral precepts not as doctrines then first revealed, but as truths implanted in the hearts of men, which their vices only could have obscured. Contents 4p Negroes and Narcissuses. There are certain tribes of Negroes who take for the deity of the day the first thing they see or meet with in the morning. Many of our fine ladies, and some of our very fine gentlemen, are followers of the same sect, though by aid of the looking-glass they secure a constancy as to the object of their devotion. Contents 4p An anecdote we hear in England received a very high character of Laud during his stay abroad. Not unlikely, sir, replied the traveller, a dead dog at a distance is said to smell like musk. Contents 4p The Pharos at Alexandria. Certain full and highly wrought dissuasives from sensual indulgences, in the works of theologians as well as of satirists and story writers, may, not unaptly, remind one of the Pharos, the many lights of which appeared at a distance as one, and this as a polar star, so as more often to occasion wrecks than prevent them. At the base of the Pharos the name of the reigning monarch was engraved, on a composition, which the artist well knew would last no longer than the king's life. Under this, and cut deep in the marble itself, was his own name and dedication, Sostratos of Gyndos, son of Dexiteles to the gods, protectors of sailors. So will it be with the Georgii Sidus the Ferdinandia, and C flattery's plaister of Paris will crumble away, and under it we shall read the names of Herschel, Piazzi, and their compeers. Contents 4p Sense and common sense. I have noticed two main evils in philosophizing. The first is the absurdity of demanding proof for the very facts which constitute the nature of him who demands it, a proof for those primary and unceasing revelations of self-consciousness, which every possible proof must presuppose, reasoning, for instance, pro and con, concerning the existence of the power of reasoning. Other truths may be ascertained, but these are certainty itself, all at least which we mean by the word, and are the measure of everything else which we deem certain. The second evil is that of mistaking for such facts mere general prejudices, and those opinions that, having been habitually taken for granted, are dignified with the name of common sense. Of these, the first is the more injurious to the reputation, the latter more detrimental to the progress of philosophy. In the affairs of common life we very properly appeal to common sense, but it is absurd to reject the results of the microscope from the negative testimony of the naked eye. Knives are sufficient for the table and the market, but for the purposes of science we must dissect with the lancet. As an instance of the latter evil, take that truly powerful and active intellect, Sir Thomas Browne, who, though he had written a large volume in detection of vulgar errors, yet peremptorily pronounces the motion of the earth round the sun, and consequently the whole of the Copernican system unworthy of any serious confutation, as being manifestly repugnant to common sense, which said common sense, like a miller's scales, used to weigh gold or gases, may, and often does, become very gross. Though unfortunately not very uncommon, nonsense. And as for the former, which may be called logica praepostera, I have read in metaphysical essays of no small fame, arguments drawn ab extra in proof and disproof of personal identity, which, ingenious as they may be, were clearly anticipated by the little old woman's appeal to her little dog, for the solution of the very same doubts, occasioned by her petticoats having been cut round about. If it is not me, he'll bark and he'll rail, but if I be I, he'll wag his little tail. Contents 4p Toleration. I dare confess that Mr. Locke's treatise on toleration appeared to me far from being a full and satisfactory answer to the subtle and oft-times plausible arguments of Bellarmine, and other Romanists. On the whole, I was more pleased with the celebrated W. Penn's tracts on the same subject. The following extract from his excellent letter to the King of Poland appeals to the heart rather than to the head, to the Christian rather than to the philosopher, and, besides, overlooks the ostensible object of religious penalties, which is not so much to convert the heretic, as to prevent the spread of heresy. The thoughts, however, are so just in themselves, and expressed with so much life and simplicity, that it well deserves a place in these Omnia now, O Prince. Give a poor Christian leave to expostulate with thee. Did Christ Jesus or his holy followers endeavor, by precept or example, to set up their religion with a carnal sword? Called he any troops of men or angels to defend him? Did he encourage Peter to dispute his right with the sword? But did he not say, "Put it up"? Or did he countenance his overzealous disciples, when they would have had fire from heaven to destroy those that were not of their mind? No. But did not Christ rebuke them, saying, "Ye know not what spirit ye are of"? And if it was neither Christ's Spirit, nor their own spirit that would have fire from heaven, what is that spirit that would kindle fire on earth to destroy such as peaceably dissent upon the account of conscience? O King! When did the true religion persecute? When did the true Church offer violence for religion? Were not her weapons prayers, tears, and patience? Did not Jesus conquer by these weapons, and vanquish cruelty by suffering? Can clubs, and staves, and swords, and prisons, and banishments reach the soul, convert the heart, or convince the understanding of man? When did violence ever make a true convert, or bodily punishment, a sincere Christian? This maketh void the end of Christ's coming. Yea, it robbeth God's Spirit of its office, which is to convince the world. That is the sword by which the ancient Christians overcame. The theory of persecution seems to rest on the following assumptions. 1. A duty implies a right. We have a right to do whatever it is our duty to do. 2. It is the duty and consequently the right of the supreme power in a state to promote the greatest possible sum of well-being in that state. 3. This is impossible without morality. 4. But morality can neither be produced or preserved in a people at large without true religion. 5. Relative to the duties of the legislature or governors, that is the true religion which they conscientiously believe to be so. 6. As there can be but one true religion, at the same time, this one it is their duty and right to authorize and protect. 7. But the established religion cannot be protected and secured except by the imposition of restraints or the influence of penalties on those who profess and propagate hostility to it. 8. True religion, consisting of precepts, counsels, commandments, doctrines, and historical narratives, cannot be effectually proved or defended, but by a comprehensive view of the whole as a system. Now this cannot be hoped for from the mass of mankind. But it may be attacked, and the faith of ignorant men subverted by particular objections, by the statement of difficulties without any counterstatement of the greater difficulties which would result from the rejection of the former, and by all the other stratagems used in the desultory warfare of sectaries and infidels. This is, however, manifestly dishonest and dangerous, and there must exist, therefore, a power in the state to prevent, suppress, and punish it. 9. The advocates of toleration have never been able to agree among themselves concerning the limits to their own claims, have never established any clear rules as to what shall and what shall not be admitted under the name of religion and conscience. Treason and the grossest indecencies not only may be, but have been, called by these names, as among the earlier Anabaptists. 10. And last, it is a petitio principii, or begging the question, to take for granted that a state has no power except in case of overt acts. It is its duty to prevent a present evil, as much at least as to punish the perpetrators of it. Besides, preaching and publishing are overt acts. Nor has it yet been proved, though often asserted, that a Christian sovereign has nothing to do with the eternal happiness or misery of the fellow creatures entrusted to his charge. Contents 4p hint for a new species of history. The very knowledge of the opinions and customs of so considerable a part of mankind as the Jews now are, and especially have been heretofore, is valuable both for pleasure and use. It is a very good piece of history, and that of the best kind, namely, of human nature, and of that part of it which is most different from us, and commonly the least known to us. And, indeed, the principal advantage which is to be made by the wiser sort of men of most writings, is rather to see what men think and are, than to be informed of the natures and truth of things, to observe what thoughts and passions have occupied men's minds, what opinions and manners they are of. In this view it becomes of no mean importance to notice and record the strangest ignorance, the most putrid fables, impertinent, trifling, ridiculous disputes, and more ridiculous pugnacity in the defense and retention of the subjects disputed. Publisher's Preface to the Reader in Lightfoot's Works, Volume I. In the thick volume of title pages and chapters of contents, composed of large and small works correspondent to each, proposed by a certain omnipregnant, nihil parturient genius of my acquaintance, not the least promising is a history of the morals and, as connected therewith, of the manners of the English nation from the Conquest to the present time. From the chapter of contents it appears, that my friend is a steady believer in the uninterrupted progression of his fellow countrymen, that there has been a constant growth of wealth and well-being among us, and with these an increase of knowledge, and with increasing knowledge an increase and diffusion of practical goodness. The degrees of acceleration, indeed, have been different at different periods. The moral being has sometimes crawled, sometimes strolled, sometimes walked, sometimes run, but it has at all times been moving onward. If in any one point it has gone backward, it has been only in order to leap forward in some other. The work was to commence with a numeration table, or catalogue, of those virtues or qualities which make a man happy in himself, and which conduce to the happiness of those about him, in a greater or lesser sphere of agency. The degree and the frequency in which each of these virtues manifested themselves, in the successive reigns from William the Conqueror inclusively, were to be illustrated by apposite quotations from the works of contemporary writers, not only of historians and chroniclers, but of the poets, romance writers, and theologians, not omitting the correspondence between literary men, the laws and regulations, civil and ecclesiastical, and whatever records the industry of antiquarians has brought to light in their provincial, municipal, and monastic histories, tall tomes and huge, undegenerate sons of Anak, which look down from a dizzy height on the dwarfish progeny of contemporary wit, and can find no associates in size at a less distance than 2 centuries, and in arranging which the puzzled librarian must commit an anachronism in order to avoid an anatopism. Such of these illustrations as most amused or impressed me, when I heard them, for alas, even his very title pages and contents my friend composes only in air. I shall probably attempt to preserve in different parts of these omnina. At present I shall cite one article only which I found wafered on a blank leaf of his memorandum book, superscribed, "Flattering news for Anno Domini 2000, whenever it shall institute a comparison between itself and the L7th and L8th centuries." It consists of an extract, say rather, an exsection from the Kingston Mercantile Advertiser, from Saturday, August the 15th, to Tuesday, the 18th of August, 1801. This paper, which contained at least 20 more advertisements of the very same kind, was found by accident among the wrapping papers in the trunk of an officer just returned from the West India Station. They stand here exactly as in the original, from which they are reprinted. Kingston, the 30th of July, 1801. Ran away, about 3 weeks ago, from a pen near Halfway Tree, a Negro wench, named Nancy, of the Shamba country, strong made, an ulcer on her left leg, marked DC diamond between. She is supposed to be harbored by her husband, Dublin, who has the direction of a wherry working between this town and Port Royal, and is the property of Mr. Fishley, of that place, the said Negro man having concealed a boy in his wherry before. Half a Joe will be paid to any person apprehending the above described wench, and delivering to Mr. Archibald M. Lee, East End, and if found secreted by any person, the law will be put in force. Kingston, the 13th of August, 1801. Strayed on Monday evening last, a Negro boy of the Moco country, named Joe, the property of Mr. Thomas Williams, planter, in St. John's, who had sent him to town under the charge of a Negro man, with a cart for provisions. The said boy is, perhaps, from 15 to 18 years of age, about 12 months in the country, no mark, speaks little English, but can tell his owner's name, had on a long Osnaburg frock. It is supposed he might have gone out to vend some pears and lemon grass, and have lost himself in the street. 1 pistole will be paid to any person apprehending and bringing him to this office. Kingston, the 1st of July, 1801. 40 shillings reward. Strayed on Friday evening last, and was seen going up West Street the following morning, a small bay horse, the left ear lapped, flat rump, much scored from the saddle on his back, and marked on the near side FM with a diamond between. Whoever will take up the said horse, and deliver him to W. Ballantyne, butcher, back of West Street, will receive the above reward. Kingston, the 4th of July, 1801. Straight on Sunday morning last, from the subscriber's house, in East Street, a bright dun-hay mule, the mane lately cropped, a large chafe slightly skinned over on the near buttock, and otherwise chafed from the action of the harness in his recent breaking. Half a Joe will be paid to any person taking up and bringing this mule to the subscriber's house, or to the store in Harbour Street. John Walsh. Kingston, the 2nd of July, 1801. £10 reward. Ran away about 2 years ago from the subscriber, a Negro woman named Dora, purchased from Alexander M. Keene, Esquire. She is about 20 years of age, and 5 feet 6 or 7 inches high, has a mark on one of her shoulders, about the size of a $quarter, occasioned, she says, by the yaws, of a coal-black complexion, very artful, and most probably passes about the country with false papers and under another name. If that is not the case, it must be presumed she is harbored about Green Pond, where she has a mother and other connections. What a history! Horses and Negroes. Negroes and horses. It makes me tremble at my own nature. Surely, every religious and conscientious Briton is equally a debtor in gratitude to Thomas Clarkson and his fellow laborers with every African, for on the soul of every individual among us did a portion of guilt rest, as long as the slave trade remained legal. A few years back the public was satiated with accounts of the happy condition of the slaves in our colonies, and the great encouragements and facilities afforded to such of them, as by industry and foresight labored to better their situation. With what truth this is stated as the general tone of feeling among our planters, and their agents, may be conjectured from the following sentences, which made part of what in England we call the leading paragraph of the same newspaper. Strange as it may appear, we are assured as a fact, that a number of slaves in this town have purchased lots of land, and are absolutely in possession of the fee simple of lands and tenements. Neither is it uncommon for the men slaves to purchase or manumise their wives, and vice versa, the wives their husbands. To account for this, we need only look to the depredations daily committed, and the impositions practiced to the distress of the community and ruin of the fair trader. Negro yards too, under such direction, will necessarily prove the asylum of runaways from the country. Contents 4p text sparring. When I hear, as who now can travel 20 miles in a stage-coach without the probability of hearing, an ignorant religionist quote an unconnected sentence of half a dozen words from any part of the Old or New Testament, and resting on the literal sense of these words the eternal misery of all who reject, nay, even of all those countless myriads, who have never had the opportunity of accepting this, and sundry other articles of faith conjured up by the same textual magic. I ask myself what idea these persons form of the Bible, that they should use it in a way in which they themselves use no other book. They deem the whole written by inspiration. Well, but is the very essence of rational discourse, that is, connection and dependency, done away, because the discourse is infallibly rational? The mysteries, which these spiritual linkses detect in the simplest texts, remind me of the 500 nondescripts, each as large as his own black cat, which Dr. Catafelto, by aid of his solar microscope, discovered in a drop of transparent water. But to a contemporary who has not thrown his lot in the same helmet with them, these fanatics think it a crime to listen. Let them then, or far rather, let those who are in danger of infection from them, attend to the golden aphorisms of the old and orthodox divines. Sentences in Scripture, says Dr. Dunn, like hairs in horses' tails, concur in one root of beauty and strength, but being plucked out, one by one, serve only for springs and snares. The second I transcribe from the preface to Lightfoot's works. Inspired writings are an inestimable treasure to mankind, for so many sentences, so many truths. But then the true sense of them must be known, otherwise, so many sentences, so many authorized falsehoods. Contents 4p Pelagianism. Our modern latitudinarians will find it difficult to suppose that anything could have been said in the defense of Pelagianism equally absurd with the facts and arguments which have been adduced in favor of original sin, sin being taken as guilt, that is, observes a Socinian wit, the crime of being born. But in the comment of Rabbi Akabar on Ecclesiastes 12:1 we have a story of a mother, who must have been a most determined believer in the uninheritability of sin. For having a sickly and deformed child, and resolved that it should not be thought to have been punished for any fault of its parents or ancestors, and yet having nothing else for which to blame the child, she seriously and earnestly accused it before the judge of having kicked her unmercifully during her pregnancy. I am firmly persuaded that no doctrine was ever widely diffused among various nations through successive ages and under different religions, such as is the doctrine of original sin, and redemption, those fundamental articles of every known religion professing to be revealed, which is not founded either in the nature of things or in the necessities of our nature. In the language of the schools, it carries with it presumptive evidence that it is either objectively or subjectively true. And the more strange and contradictory such a doctrine may appear to the understanding, or discursive faculty, the stronger is the presumption in its favor. For whatever satirists may say, and sciolists imagine, the human mind has no predilection for absurdity. I do not, however, mean that such a doctrine shall be always the best possible representation of the truth on which it is founded. For the same body casts strangely different shadows in different places, and different degrees of light, but that it always does shadow out some such truth, and derive its influence over our faith from our obscure perception of that truth. Yet, even where the person himself attributes his belief of it to the miracles, with which it was announced by the founder of his religion. Contents 4p The soul and its organs of sense. It is a strong presumptive proof against materialism, that there does not exist a language on earth, from the rudest to the most refined, in which a materialist can talk for 5 minutes together, without involving some contradiction in terms to his own system. Objection. Will not this apply equally to the astronomer? Newton, no doubt, talked of the sun's rising and setting, just like other men. What should we think of the coxcomb who should have objected to him, that he contradicted his own system? Answer: no. It does not apply equally, say rather, it is utterly inapplicable to the astronomer and natural philosopher. For his philosophic and his ordinary language speak of two quite different things, both of which are equally true. In his ordinary language he refers to a fact of appearance, to a phenomenon common and necessary to all persons in a given situation. In his scientific language he determines that one position or figure, which being supposed, the appearance in question would be the necessary result, and all appearances in all situations may be demonstrably foretold. Let a body be suspended in the air, and strongly illuminated. What figure is here? A triangle. But what here? A trapezium, and so on. The same question put to 20 men, in 20 different positions and distances, would receive 20 different answers, each would be a true answer. But what is that one figure which, being so placed, all these facts of appearance must result according to the law of perspective? A. This is a different question, this is a new subject. The words which answer this would be absurd if used in reply to the former. 1. Thus, the language of the Scripture on natural objects is as strictly philosophical as that of the Newtonian system. Perhaps more so. For it is not only equally true, but it is universal among mankind, and unchangeable. It describes facts of appearance. And what other language would have been consistent with the divine wisdom? The inspired writers must have borrowed their terminology, either from the crude and mistaken philosophy of their own times, and so have sanctified and perpetuated falsehood, unintelligible meantime to all but 1 in 10,000, or they must have anticipated the terminology of the true system, without any revelation of the system itself, and so have become unintelligible to all men, or lastly, they must have revealed the system itself, and thus have left nothing for the exercise, development, or reward of the human understanding, instead of teaching that moral knowledge, and enforcing those social and civic virtues, out of which the arts and sciences will spring up in due time and of their own accord. But nothing of this applies to the materialist. He refers to the very same facts, of which the common language of mankind speaks, and these too are facts that have their sole and entire being in our own consciousness, facts, as to which esse and conscia are identical. Now, whatever is common to all languages, in all climates, at all times, and in all stages of civilization, must be the exponent and consequent of the common consciousness of man as man. Whatever contradicts this universal language, therefore, contradicts the universal consciousness, and the facts in question subsisting exclusively in consciousness. Whatever contradicts the consciousness contradicts the fact. I have been seduced into a dry discussion where I had intended only a few amusing facts, in proof that the mind makes the sense far more than the senses make the mind. If I have life, and health, and leisure, I purpose to compile from the works, memoirs, and transactions of the different philosophical societies in Europe, from magazines, and the rich store of medical and psychological publications, furnished by the English, French, and German press, all the essays and cases that relate to the human faculties under unusual circumstances, for pathology is the crucible of physiology, excluding such only as are not intelligible without the symbols or terminology of science. These I would arrange under the different senses and powers, as the eye, the ear, the imitative power, voluntary and automatic, the imagination, or shaping and modifying power, the fancy or the aggregative and associative power, the understanding, or the regulative, substantiating, and realizing power, the speculative reason, vis theoretica et scientifica, or the power, by which we produce, or aim to produce, unity, necessity, and a universality in all our knowledge by means of principles, 2am. Priori, the will or practical reason, the faculty of choice, willkür, and, distinct both from the moral will, and the choice, the sensation of volition which I have found reason to include under the head of single and double touch. Thence I propose to make a new arrangement of madness, whether as defect, or as excess, of any of these senses or faculties, and thus by appropriate cases to show the difference between 1. A man having lost his reason but not his senses or understanding, that is, when he sees things as other men see them, adapts means to ends as other men would adapt them, and not seldom, with more sagacity, but his final end is altogether irrational, to his having lost his wits, that is, his understanding or judicial power, but not his reason or the use of his senses. Such was Don Quixote, and, therefore, we love and reverence him, while we despise Hudibras through his being out of his senses, as in the case of a hypochondriac, to whom his limbs appear to be of glass, although all his conduct is both rational, or moral, and prudent, or the case may be a combination of all three, though I doubt the existence of such a case, or of any two of them. 5. And lastly, it may be merely such an excess of sensation, as overpowers and suspends all, which is frenzy or raving madness. A diseased state of an organ of sense, or of the inner organs connected with it, will perpetually tamper with the understanding, and unless there be an energetic and watchful counter-action of the judgment, of which I have known more than one instance, in which the comparing and reflecting judgment has obstinately, though painfully, rejected the full testimony of the senses, will finally overpower it. But when the organ is obliterated, or totally suspended, then the mind applies some other organ to a double use. Passing through Temple Sowerby, in Westmoreland, some 10 years back, I was shewn a man perfectly blind, and blind from his infancy. Fowle was his name. This man's chief amusement was fishing on the wild and uneven banks of the River Eden, and up the different streams and tarns among the mountains. He had an intimate friend, likewise stone blind, a dexterous card player, who knows every gate and stile far and near throughout the country. These two often coursed together, and the people here, as everywhere, fond of the marvelous, affirm that they were the best beaters up of game in the whole country. The every way amiable and estimable John Gough of Kendal is not only an excellent mathematician, but an infallible botanist and zoologist. He has frequently at the first field corrected the mistakes of the most experienced sportsmen with regard to the birds or vermin which they had killed, when it chanced to be a variety or rare species so completely resembling the common one, that it required great steadiness of observation to detect the difference, even after it had been pointed out. As to plants and flowers, the rapidity of his touch appears fully equal to that of sight, and the accuracy greater. Good heavens! It needs only to look at him. Why, his face sees all over. It is all one eye. I almost envied him, for the purity and excellence of his own nature, never broken in upon by those evil looks, or features, which are looks become fixtures, with which low cunning, habitual cupidity, presumptuous sciolism, and heart-hardening vanity, coarsen the human face. It is the mere stamp, the undisturbed ectypong of his own soul. Add to this that he is a Quaker, with all the blessed negatives, without any of the silly and factious positives, of that sect, which, with all its bogs and hollows, is still the prime sunshine spot of Christendom in the eye of the true philosopher. When I was in Germany in the year 1798, I read at Hanover, and met with two respectable persons, one a clergyman, the other a physician, who confirmed to me the account of the upper stall master at Hanover, written by himself, and countersigned by all his medical attendants. As far as I recollect, he had fallen from his horse on his head, and in consequence of the blow lost both his sight and hearing for nearly 3 years, and continued for the greater part of this period in a state of nervous fever. His understanding, however, remained unimpaired and unaffected, and his entire consciousness, as to outward impressions, being confined to the sense of touch, he at length became capable of reading any book, if printed, as most German books are, on coarse paper, with his fingers, in much the same manner in which the pianoforte is played, and latterly with an almost incredible rapidity. Likewise by placing his hand with the fingers all extended, at a small distance from the lips of any person that spoke slowly and distinctly to him, he learned to recognize each letter by its different effects on his nerves, and thus spelled the words as they were uttered. It was particularly noticed both by himself from his sensations, and by his medical attendants from observation, that the letter R, if pronounced full and strong, and recurring once or more in the same word, produced a small spasm, or twitch in his hand and fingers. At the end of 3 years he recovered both his health and senses, and with the necessity soon lost the power, which he had thus acquired. Footnote 1. See Church and State. Appendix, p. 231. Ed. Return to footnote mark footnote 2. This phrase, a priori, is, in common, most grossly misunderstood, and an absurdity burthened on it which it does not deserve. By knowledge a priori, we do not mean that we can know anything previously to experience, which would be a contradiction in terms, but having once known it by occasion of experience, that is, something acting upon us from without, we then know that it must have pre-existed, or the experience itself would have been impossible. By experience only I know that I have eyes, but then my reason convinces me that I must have had eyes in order to the experience. Return to footnote mark contents 4p Sir George Ethridge, etc. Often and often had I read Gay's Beggar's Opera, and always delighted with its poignant wit and original satire, and if not without noticing its immorality, yet without any offense from it. Some years ago, I for the first time saw it represented in one of the London theatres, and such were the horror and disgust with which it impressed me, so grossly did it outrage all the best feelings of my nature, that even the angelic voice, and perfect science of Mrs. Billington, lost half their charms, or rather increased my aversion to the piece by an additional sense of incongruity. Then I learned the immense difference between reading and seeing a play, and no wonder, indeed, for who has not passed over with his eye 100 passages without offense, which he yet could not have even read aloud, or have heard so read by another person, without an inward struggle. In mere passive silent reading the thoughts remain mere thoughts, and these too not our own, phantoms with no attribute of place, no sense of appropriation, that flit over the consciousness as shadows over the grass or young corn in an April day. But even the sound of our own or another's voice takes them out of that lifeless, twilight, realm of thought, which is the confine, the intermundium, as it were, of existence and non-existence. Merely that the thoughts have become audible by blending with them a sense of outness gives them a sort of reality. What then, when by every contrivance of scenery, appropriate dresses, according and auxiliary looks and gestures, and the variety of persons on the stage, realities are employed to carry the imitation of reality as near as possible to perfect delusion? If a manly modesty shrinks from uttering an indecent phrase before a wife or sister in a private room, what must be the effect when a repetition of such treasons, for all gross and libidinous allusions are emphatically treasons against the very foundations of human society, against all its endearing charities, and all the mother virtues, is hazarded before a mixed multitude in a public theatre? When every innocent woman must blush at once with pain at the thoughts she rejects, and with indignant shame at those, which the foul hearts of others may attribute to her. Thus too with regard to the comedies of Wycherley, Vanberg, and Ethridge, I used to please myself with the flattering comparison of the manners universal at present among all classes above the lowest with those of our ancestors even of the highest ranks. But if for a moment I think of those comedies as having been acted, I lose all sense of comparison in the shame, that human nature could at any time have endured such outrages to its dignity, and if conjugal affection and the sweet name of sister were too weak, that yet filial piety, the gratitude for a mother's holy love, should not have risen and hissed into infancy these traitors to their own natural gifts, who lampooned the noblest passions of humanity, in order to pander for its lowest appetites. As far, however, as one bad thing can be palliated by comparison with a worse, this may be said, in extenuation of these writers, that the mischief, which they can do even on the stage, is trifling compared with that style of writing which began in the pest house of French literature, and has of late been imported by the littles of the age, which consists in a perpetual tampering with the morals without offending the decencies. And yet the admirers of these publications, nay, the authors themselves have the assurance to complain of Shakespeare, for I will not refer to one yet far deeper blasphemy, Shakespeare, whose most objectionable passages are but grossnesses against lust, and these written in a gross age, while 3/4 of their whole works are delicacies for its support and sustenance. Lastly, that I may leave the reader in better humor with the name at the head of this article, I shall quote one scene from Etherge's Love in a Tub, which for exquisite, genuine, original humor, is worth all the rest of his plays, though 2 or 3 of his witty contemporaries were thrown in among them, as a make-weight. The scene might be entitled, "The different ways in which the very same story may be told without any variation in matter of fact," for the least attentive reader will perceive the perfect identity of the footboy's account with the Frenchman's own statement in contradiction to it. Scene 4. Scene Sir Frederick's lodging. Enter Dufoy and Clark. Clark. I wonder Sir Frederick stays out so late. Dufoy. Dis is noting, 7 o'clock in the morning is the good hour. Clark. I hope he does not use these hours often. Dufoy. Some 7 time a week, no oftener. Clark. My lord commanded me to wait his coming. Dufoy. Maitre Clark, to divertis you, I will tell you, how I did get be acquainted vid dis bedlam maitre. About 2-3 year ago me had for my convenience discharge myself from attending enter a footboy as maitre d'hostel to a person of condition in Paris. It happened after the dispatch of my little affair. Footboy. That is, after H had spent his money, sir. Dufoy. Jan fouted lack, me will have VIP and de Belvoir your breek, rogue. Footboy. Sir, in a word, he was a jack-pudding to a mountebank, and turned off for want of wit. My master picked him up before a puppet show, mumbling a halfpenny custard, to send him with a letter to the post. Dufoy. Morbleu, see the insolence of the footboy English, bogre, rascal, you lie, beggar I will cut your throat. Exit footboy. Clark. He's a rogue, on with your story, monsieur. Dufoy. Maitre Clark, I am your humble servitor, but beggar me have no patience to be abuse. As I did say, after the dispatch of my affair, one day being idle, which does produce the melancholic, I did valk over the new bridge in Paris, and to divertis the time, and my more serious tooth, me did look to see the marionette, and the jack-pudding, which did play 100 pretty trick, time the collation was come, and vor I had no company, I was unwilling to go to the cabaret, but did buy a dariole, little custard which did satisfy my appetite well, in this time young Monsieur de Grandville, a gentleman of the great quality, van that was my the good friendy, and has done me the great and insignal favor, come by in his carrick vid this Sir Frolic, who did pension at the same academy, to learn the language, the bon mine, the great horse, and many odor trick. Monsieur seeing me did make the bow and did beckon me to come to him, He did tell me that the English gentleman had the letter of order post, and did entreat me, if I had the opportunity, to see the letter deliver. He did tell me to, it void be the great obligation, the memory of the favours I had received from his family, beside the inclination I naturally have to serve the stranger, made me return the compliment with the great civility, and so I did take the letter and see it deliver. Sir Frolic perceiving, by the management of this affair, that I was man d'esprit, and of wit, did entreat me to be his servitor, me did take the affection to his person, and was content to live with him, to counsel and advise him. You see now the lie of the Balgra de lac English, Morbelu. Contents 4p evidence. When I was at Malta, 1805, there happened a drunken squabble on the road from Vallette to Saint Antonio, between a party of soldiers and another of sailors. They were brought before me the next morning, and the great effect which their intoxication had produced on their memory, and the little or no effect on their courage in giving evidence, may be seen by the following specimen. The soldiers swore that the sailors were the first aggressors, and had assaulted them with the following words: "Your eyes. Who stops the line of march there?" The sailors with equal vehemence and unanimity averred, that the soldiers were the first aggressors, and had burst in on them calling out, "Heave to, you lubbers! Or we'll run you down." Contents 4p force of habit. An emir had bought a left eye of a glass eye maker, supposing that he would be able to see with it. The man begged him to give it a little time. He could not expect that it would see all at once as well as the right eye, which had been for so many years in the habit of it. Contents 4p Phoenix. The phoenix lives 1,000 years, a secular bird of ages, and there is never more than one at a time in the world. Yet Plutarch very gravely informs us, that the brain of the phoenix is a pleasant bit, but apt to occasion the headache. By the by, there are few styles that are not fit for something. I have often wished to see Claudian's splendid poem on the phoenix translated into English verse in the elaborate rhyme and gorgeous diction of Darwin. Indeed, Claudian throughout would bear translation better than any of the ancients. Contents 4p Memory and recollection. Beasts and babies remember, that is, recognize, man alone recollects. This distinction was made by Aristotle. Contents 4p A liquid ex nihilo. In answer to the nihil e nihilo of the atheists, and their near relations, the Anima Mundi men, a humorist pointed to a white blank in a rude woodcut, which very ingeniously served for the head of hair in one of the figures. Contents 4p Brevity of the Greek and English compared as an instance of compression and brevity in narration, unattainable in any language but the Greek. The following distich was quoted: Greek, transliterated cruson ana euron, helipe broken auto o cruson, hun lipen, uk a huan, heap hen, hunea, broken dot. This was denied by one of the company, who instantly rendered the lines in English, contending with reason that the indefinite article in English, together with the pronoun his and she, should be considered as one word with the noun following, and more than counterbalanced by the greater number of syllables in the Greek words, the terminations of which are in truth only little words glued onto them. The English distich follows, and the reader will recollect that it is a mere trial of comparative brevity, wit and poetry quite out of the question. Jack finding gold left a rope on the ground, Bill missing his gold used the rope, which he found. Contents 4p 1809 to 1816 The will and the deed The will to the deed, the inward principle to the outward act, is as the kernel to the shell, but yet, in the first place, the shell is necessary for the kernel, and that by which it is commonly known, and, in the next place, as the shell comes first, and the kernel grows gradually and hardens within it, so is it with the moral principle in man. Legality precedes morality in every individual, even as the Jewish dispensation preceded the Christian in the education of the world at large. Contents 4p The will for the deed When may the will be taken for the deed? Then when the will is the obedience of the whole man, when the will is in fact the deed, that is, all the deed in our power. In every other case, it is bending the bow without shooting the arrow. The bird of paradise gleams on the lofty branch, and the man takes aim, and draws the tough yew into a crescent with might and main, and lo! There is never an arrow on the string. Contents 4p Sincerity The first great requisite is absolute sincerity. Falsehood and disguise are miseries and misery makers, under whatever strength of sympathy, or desire to prolong happy thoughts in others for their sake or your own only as sympathizing with theirs, it may originate. All sympathy, not consistent with acknowledged virtue, is but disguised selfishness. Contents 4p Truth and falsehood The preeminence of truth over falsehood, even when occasioned by that truth, is as a gentle fountain breathing from forth its airlet into the snow piled over and around it, which it turns into its own substance, and flows with greater murmur, and though it be again arrested, still it is but for a time, it awaits only the change of the wind to awake and roll onwards its ever-increasing stream. I semplici pastri salve solo nevoso, fati curvi. Canuti, di alto stupor sun muti, mirando al font ombroso il po con posci umeri. Poscia udendo gl onori dell'urna angusta e stretta, che elida, che el Ticino sovacia il suo camino, che ampio al mar essa fretta, che si spuma, e si suna, che glisi the corona. Giabrera, rhyme, xxate. But falsehood is fire in stubble. It likewise turns all the light stuff around it into its own substance for a moment, one crackling blazing moment, and then dies, and all its converts are scattered in the wind, without place or evidence of their existence, as viewless as the wind which scatters them. Contents 4p Religious ceremonies A man may look at glass, or through it, or both. Let all earthly things be unto thee as glass to see heaven through. Religious ceremonies should be pure glass, not dyed in the gorgeous crimsons and purple blues and greens of the drapery of saints and saintesses. Contents 4p Association Many a star, which we behold as single, the astronomer resolves into two, each, perhaps, the center of a separate system. Oft are the flowers of the bindweed mistaken for the growth of the plant, which it chokes with its intertwine. And many are the unsuspected double stars, and frequent are the parasite weeds, which the philosopher detects in the received opinions of men. So strong is the tendency of the imagination to identify what it has long consociated. Things that have habitually, though, perhaps, accidentally and arbitrarily, been thought of in connection with each other, we are prone to regard as inseparable. The fatal brand is cast into the fire, and therefore Meleager must consume in the flames. To these conjunctions of custom and association, the associative power of the mind which holds the mid-place between memory and sense, we may best apply Sir Thomas Browne's remark, that many things coagulate on commixture, the separate natures of which promise no concretion. Contents 4p Curiosity. The curiosity of an honorable mind willingly rests there, where the love of truth does not urge it farther onward, and the love of its neighbor bids it stop. In other words, it willingly stops at the point where the interests of truth do not beckon it onward, and charity cries, halt. Contents 4p New truths. To all new truths, or renovation of old truths, it must be as in the ark between the destroyed and the about to be renovated world. The raven must be sent out before the dove, and ominous controversy must precede peace and the olive wreath. Contents 4p Vicious pleasures. Sentries, or wooden frames, are put under the arches of a bridge, to remain no longer than till the latter are consolidated. Even so pleasures are the devil's scaffolding to build a habit upon, that formed and steady, the pleasures are sent for firewood, and the hell begins in this life. Contents 4p Meriting heaven. Virtue makes us not worthy, but only worthier, of happiness. Existence itself gives a claim to joy. Virtue and happiness are incommensurate quantities. How much virtue must I have, before I have paid off the old debt of my happiness in infancy and childhood? Oh! We all outrun the constable with heaven's justice. We have to earn the earth, before we can think of earning heaven. Contents 4p Dust to dust we were indeed, Greek, transliterated Pantakonis, Chi Pantagel _ws, Chi Panta to maiden if we did not feel that we were so. Contents 4p Human countenance. There is in every human countenance either a history or a prophecy, which must sadden, or at least soften, every reflecting observer. Contents 4p Lie useful to truth. A lie accidentally useful to the cause of an oppressed truth. Thus was the tongue of a dog made medicinal to a feeble and sickly Lazarus. Contents 4p Science in Roman Catholic states. In Roman Catholic states, where science has forced its way, and some light must follow, the devil himself cunningly sets up a shop for common sense at the sign of the infidel. Contents 5p Voluntary belief. It is possible, says Jeremy Taylor, for a man to bring himself to believe anything he hath a mind to. But what is this belief? Analyze it into its constituents. Is it more than certain passions or feelings converging into the sensation of positiveness as their focus, and then associated with certain sounds or images. Nemo enim, says Augustine, huic evidentiae contradicit, nisi cum plus defens redilectat, quod sentit, quam, quid sentiendum sit, invenia. Contents 5p Amanda lovely and pure no bird of paradise, to feed on dew and flower fragrance, and never to alight on earth, till shot by death with pointless shaft, but arose, to fix its roots in the genial earth, thence to suck up nutriment and bloom strong and healthy, not to droop and fade amid sunshine and zephyrs on a soilless rock. Her marriage was no meager prose comment on the glowing and gorgeous poetry of her wooing, nor did the surly overbrowing rock of reality ever cast the dusky shadow of this earth on the soft moonlight of her love's first fantasies. Contents 5p Hymen's torch. The torch of love may be blown out wholly, but not that of Hymen, whom the flame and its cheering light and genial warmth no longer bless, him the smoke stifles, for the spark is inextinguishable, save by death nigro circumvellatus amictia mearet Hymen, fumant catracine lumen tiede. Contents 5p Youth and age. Youth beholds happiness gleaming in the prospect. Age looks back on the happiness of youth, and instead of hopes, seeks its enjoyment in the recollections of hope. Contents 5p December morning. The giant shadows sleeping amid the wan yellow light of the December morning, looked like wrecks and scattered ruins of the long, long night. Contents 5p Archbishop Leighton. Next to the inspired scriptures, and as the vibration of that once struck hour remaining on the air, stands Leighton's commentary on the first epistle of Peter. Contents 5p Christian Honestio. That God says Carey in his journal in Hindustan, would make the gospel successful among them. That would undoubtedly make them honest men, and I fear nothing else ever will. Now this is a fact, spite of infidels and philosophizing Christians, a fact. A perfect explanation of it would require and would show the psychology of faith, the difference between the whole soul's modifying an action, and an action enforced by modifications of the soul amid prudential motives or favoring impulses. Let me here remind myself of the absolute necessity of having my whole faculties awake and imaginative, in order to illustrate this and similar truths, otherwise my writings will be no other than pages of algebra. Contents 5p Inscription on a clock in Cheapside. What now thou doest, or art about to do, will help to give thee peace, or make thee rue, when hovering o'er the line this hand will tell the last dread moment 'twill be heaven or hell. Read for the last two lines when hovering o'er the dot, this hand shall tell the moment that secures thee heaven or hell. Contents 5p Rationalism is not reason. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. An awful text. Now because vengeance is most wisely and lovingly forbidden to us, hence we have by degrees, under false generalizations and puny sensibilities, taken up the notion that vengeance is nowhere. In short, the abuse of figurative interpretation is endless, instead of being applied, as it ought to be, to those things which are the most comprehensible, that is, sensuous, and which therefore are the parts likely to be figurative, because such language is a condescension to our weakness, it is applied to rot away the very pillars, yet, to fret away and dissolve the very cornerstones of the temple of religion. O, holy Paul! O, beloved John! Full of light and love, whose books are full of intuitions, as those of Paul are books of energies, the one uttering to sympathizing angels what the other toils to convey to weak-sighted yet docile men. O Luther, Calvin, Fox, with Penn and Berkeley, O Zinzendorf, and ye too, whose outward garments only have been singed and dishonored in the heathenish furnace of Roman apostasy, Francis of Sales, Fenelon, yea, even Aquinas and Scotus. With what astoundment would ye, if ye were alive with your merely human perfections, listen to the creed of our, so-called, rational religionists? Rational. They, who in the very outset deny all reason, and leave us nothing but degrees to distinguish us from brutes, a greater degree of memory, dearly purchased by the greater solicitudes of fear which convert that memory into foresight. Oh! Place before your eyes the island of Britain in the reign of Alfred, its unpierced woods, its wide morasses and dreary heaths, its blood-stained and desolate shores, its untaught and scanty population. Behold the monarch listening now to Bede, and now to John Erigena, and then see the same realm, a mighty empire, full of motion, full of books, where the cottar's son, 12 years old, has read more than archbishops of yore, and possesses the opportunity of reading more than our Alfred himself. And then finally behold this mighty nation, its rulers and its wise men listening to Paley and to Malthus. It is mournful, mournful. Contents, 5p inconsistency. How strange and sad is the laxity with which men in these days suffer the most inconsistent opinions to lie jumbled lazily together in their minds, holding the antimoralism of Paley and the hypophysics of Locke, and yet gravely, and with a mock faith, talking of God as a pure spirit, of passing out of time into eternity, of a peace which passes all understanding, of loving our neighbor as ourselves, and God above all, and so forth. Blank contradictions. What are these men's minds but a huge lumber room of bully, that is, of incompatible notions brought together by a feeling without a sense of connection? Contents, 5p hope in humanity. Consider the state of a rich man perfectly Adam-smithed, yet with a naturally good heart, then suppose him suddenly convinced, vitally convinced, of the truth of the blessed system of hope and confidence in reason and humanity. Contrast his new and old views and reflections, the feelings with which he would begin to receive his rents, and to contemplate his increase of power by wealth, the study to relieve the labor of man from all mere annoy and disgust, the preclusion in his own mind of all cooling down from the experience of individual ingratitude, and his conviction that the true cause of all his disappointments was, that his plans were too narrow, too short, too selfish. Wenn das Elend weil ist auf der Erde, so bejuhet der Grund davon, nach Abzug des Thiels erträglichen, Thiels verbesserlichen, Thiels ingebildeten Jubels der Naturwelt, ganz allein in den moralistischen Handlungen der Menschen. 1 Oh my God! What a great, inspiriting, heroic thought! Were only 100 men to combine even my clearness of conviction of this, with a Clarkson and Bell's perseverance, what might not be done? How awful a duty does not hope become! What a nurse, yet, mother of all other the fairest virtues! We despair of others' goodness, and thence are ourselves bad. Oh! Let me live to show the errors of the most of those who have hitherto attempted this work, how they have too often put the intellectual and the moral, yet, the moral and the religious, faculties at strife with each other, and how they ought to act with an equal eye to all, to feel that all is involved in the perfection of each. This is the fundamental position. Footnote 1. Although the misery on the earth is great indeed, yet the foundation of it rests, after deduction of the partly bearable, partly removable, and partly imaginary, evil of the natural world, entirely and alone on the moral dealings of men. Ed. Contents 5p. Self-love in religion. The unselfishness of self-love in the hopes and fears of religion consists, first, in the previous necessity of a moral energy, in order so far to subjugate the sensual, which is indeed and properly the selfish, part of our nature, as to believe in a state after death, on the grounds of the Christian religion. Secondly, in the abstract and, as it were, unindividual nature of the idea, self, or soul, when conceived apart from our present living body and the world of the senses. In my religious meditations of hope and fear, the reflection that this course of action will purchase heaven for me, for my soul, involves a thought of and for all men who pursue the same course. In worldly blessings, such as those promised in the old law, each man might make up to himself his own favorite scheme of happiness. I will be strictly just, and observe all the laws and ceremonies of my religion, that God may grant me such a woman for my wife, or wealth and honor, with which I will purchase such and such an estate and see. But the reward of heaven admits no daydreams, its hopes and its fears are too vast to endure an outline. I will endeavor to abstain from vice, and force myself to do such and such acts of duty, in order that I may make myself capable of that freedom of moral being, without which heaven would be no heaven to me. Now this very thought tends to annihilate self. For what is a self not distinguished from any other self, but like an individual circle in geometry, uncolored, and the representative of all other circles? The circle is differenced, indeed, from a triangle or square. So is a virtuous soul from a vicious soul, a soul in bliss from a soul in misery, but no wise distinguished from other souls under the same predicament. That selfishness which includes, of necessity, the selves of all my fellow creatures, is assuredly a social and generous principle. I speak, as before observed, of the objective or reflex self, for as to the subjective self, it is merely synonymous with consciousness, and obtains equally whether I think of me or of him. In both cases it is I thinking. Still, however, I freely admit that there neither is, nor can be, any such self-oblivion in these hopes and fears when practically reflected on, as often takes place in love and acts of loving kindness, and the habit of which constitutes a sweet and loving nature. And this leads me to the third, and most important reflection, namely, that the soul's infinite capacity of pain and of joy, through an infinite duration, does really, on the most high-flying notions of love and justice, make my own soul and the most anxious care for the character of its future fate, an object of emphatic duty. What can be the object of human virtue but the happiness of sentient, still more of moral, beings? But an infinite duration of faculties, infinite in progression, even of one soul, is so vast, so boundless an idea, that we are unable to distinguish it from the idea of the whole race of mankind. If to seek the temporal welfare of all mankind be disinterested virtue, much more must the eternal welfare of my own soul be so, for the temporal welfare of all mankind is included within a finite space and finite number, and my imagination makes it easy by sympathies and visions of outward resemblance, but myself in eternity, as the object of my contemplation, differs unimaginably from my present self. Do but try to think of yourself in eternal misery. You will find that you are stricken with horror for it, even as for a third person. Conceive it in hazard thereof, and you will feel commiseration for it, and pray for it with an anguish of sympathy very different from the outcry of an immediate self-suffering. Blessed be God! That which makes us capable of vicious self-interestedness, capacitates us also for disinterestedness. That I am capable of preferring a smaller advantage of my own to a far greater good of another man, this, the power of comparing the notions of him and me objectively, enables me likewise to prefer, at least furnishes the condition of my preferring a greater good of another to a lesser good of my own, nay, a pleasure of his, or external advantage, to an equal one of my own. And thus too, that I am capable of loving my neighbor as myself, empowers me to love myself as my neighbor, not only as much, but in the same way and with the very same feeling. This is the great privilege of pure religion. By diverting self-love to ourself under those relations, in which alone it is worthy of our anxiety, it annihilates self, as a notion of diversity. Extremes meet. These reflections supply a forcible, and, I believe, quite new argument against the purgatory, both of the Romanists, and of the modern millenarians, and final salvationists. Their motives do, indeed, destroy the essence of virtue. The doctors of self-love are misled by a wrong use of the words, "we love ourselves." Now this is impossible for a finite and created being in the absolute meaning of self, and in its secondary and figurative meaning, self signifies only a less degree of distance, a narrowness of moral view, and a determination of value by measurement. Hence the body